Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Red Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was raised by ghost of Lily Potter in the graveyard and learned necromancy. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The boy who ran the cupboard door had a lock on the outside. Harry had memorized every scratch on it during the 6 years he'd lived in the space beneath the stairs. 17 scratches on the brass. A dent near the bottom where Dudley had kicked it once, trying to scare him. The faint rust creeping along the edges where the metal met wood. Tonight, the lock was silent. Uncle Vernon had forgotten to close it after dragging Harry out for his punishment. Harry lay on his thin mattress, breathing through his mouth because his nose was swollen shut. His left eye had stopped throbbing an hour ago, which probably meant something bad, but he couldn't see it and didn't want to touch it. The blood on his shirt had dried stiff and uncomfortable against his ribs. The offense had been unforgivable, according to Vernon. Harry had gotten a better mark than Dudley on a spelling test. The teacher had smiled at Harry. She'd said he was clever. Vernon had used his belt this time. And his fists. And when Harry had curled into a ball on the kitchen floor, Vernon had used his boots. Aunt Petunia had watched from the doorway, thin-lipped, and said nothing. That was 3 hours ago. The Dursleys were asleep now. Harry could hear Vernon's snores rumbling through the floorboards above him, a sound like a garbage truck grinding through broken machinery. The lock was silent. The door wasn't latched. Harry sat up slowly, every muscle screaming protest. He was 7 years old, small for his age, and he'd learned long ago that crying didn't help anything. So he didn't cry. He just breathed, slow and careful, and thought about the door. If he stayed, this would happen again. Maybe worse next time. Vernon had been saying things lately, dark mutterings about freaks and what they deserved, about how nobody would miss the boy, about accidents that happened to children who didn't know their place. Harry had nowhere to go. No family except these people who hated him. No friends because Dudley made sure of that. No money except the few coins he'd found in couch cushions and hidden in a sock. But he had legs. He could walk. And anywhere was better than here. He moved quietly, years of practice making his steps silent. His hand found the door handle in the darkness. It turned easily. The door swung open on hinges he'd oiled with butter 2 months ago, planning for exactly this moment. The hallway was dark. The stairs above him creaked with the rhythm of Vernon's snoring. Harry crept toward the front door, his bare feet silent on the cold floor. His shoes were in the cupboard. He didn't go back for them. He could find shoes somewhere. He couldn't find a new life if Vernon killed him. The front door had a chain lock, but Harry was small. He could reach it if he stood on his toes. The chain slid free with a soft clink. The deadbolt turned. Cold November air hit his face as the door opened. It smelled like rain and car exhaust and freedom. Harry stepped outside and closed the door behind him. He didn't look back. Little whinging, Surrey was asleep. Streetlights cast orange pools on wet pavement. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once and went quiet. Harry walked, his bare feet splashing through puddles that soaked his 2 large pants, Dudley's hand-me-downs, already falling apart at the seams. He didn't know where he was going. He just knew he had to go. The streets of the suburb all looked the same, neat houses with neat gardens and neat cars in neat driveways. Happy families behind curtained windows. Normal people living normal lives. Harry had always known he wasn't part of that world. The Dursleys had made sure he understood his place, the freak, the burden, the unwanted orphan dropped on their doorstep. He'd asked once, when he was 5, what had happened to his parents. Aunt Petunia's face had gone white, then red, then white again. Died in a car crash, she'd spat. Drunk and irresponsible, just like you'll be. Don't ask again. He hadn't. But he'd wondered. The cold was getting worse. Harry's shirt was still stiff with dried blood, and the thin fabric did nothing to stop the wind cutting through him. His feet had gone numb. He needed to find shelter, somewhere to hide before morning when the Dursleys would wake and maybe, possibly, call someone. Or maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they'd be relieved. Harry kept walking. The suburb gave way to older streets, then to a stretch of dark trees, then to a low stone wall half hidden by overgrown hedges. Beyond the wall, pale shapes rose from the darkness, stones of different sizes, some tilted, some broken, some standing straight and proud. A graveyard. Most children would have run. Harry stopped and stared, feeling something strange in his chest. Not fear. Something else. The graveyard was quiet in a way that felt welcoming. The dead didn't judge. The dead didn't hit. The dead were just, peaceful. He found a gap in the wall where stones had crumbled away and squeezed through. The grass was wet and long, soaking his pants to the knee, but beyond the first row of graves he found a massive oak tree with roots that formed a natural shelter. Someone had left flowers on a nearby grave, wilted now, but the small glass vase was still there. Harry curled up between the roots of the oak, pulling his knees to his chest. The tree blocked some of the wind. The smell of wet earth and old leaves surrounded him. It wasn't warm, but it wasn't the cupboard either. He closed his eyes. Poor thing, someone said. Harry's eyes snapped open. He scrambled back against the tree trunk, heart pounding, but there was no one there. The graveyard stretched out silent and empty around him. Did he come from the road? I didn't see a car. Look at his face. Someone's beaten him. He's just a child. Who would do that to a child? The voices came from everywhere and nowhere. Whispers overlapping whispers, drifting between the gravestones like fog. Harry turned in circles, trying to find the source, but there was nothing. Just darkness and stone and the distant orange glow of streetlights beyond the wall. Hello. His voice came out rough, barely audible. The whispers stopped. Then, slowly, shapes began to form in the darkness. Faint at first, like mist catching the light. A woman in an old-fashioned dress near a grave marked 1847. A man in a soldier's uniform standing at attention by the stone wall. An old woman sitting on a bench that Harry hadn't noticed before, knitting something that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. They were glowing. Just barely, just enough to see. And Harry could see through them to the graves beyond. He can see us, the woman in the old dress breathed. Harold, the boy can see us. The soldier, Harold, apparently, took a step toward Harry. His boots made no sound on the grass. Easy there, lad. We won't hurt you. Couldn't if we wanted to, being what we are. Harry's back pressed hard against the oak tree. His breath came in short, sharp gasps. This wasn't real. This couldn't be real. People didn't glow. People didn't appear out of nothing. People didn't. He's frightened, the old woman said, not looking up from her knitting. Give him space, Harold. The living always need a moment. The living. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. You're not. Dead as doornails, I'm afraid. Harold smiled, and it was a kind smile, sad around the edges. Have been for, let me think, 73 years now. The Great War got me. Mustard gas, nasty business. You'd think I'd have moved on by now, but I rather like it here. Quiet. Peaceful. Good company. The woman in the old dress drifted closer, because her feet didn't quite touch the ground. I'm Margaret. Typhoid fever, 1852. And you are? Harry, he said automatically, then felt stupid. He was introducing himself to ghosts. Ghosts weren't real. He was hallucinating, or dreaming, or, Harry. Margaret smiled. That's a nice name. Why are you here, Harry? Children don't usually come to graveyards alone in the middle of the night. He could lie. He could say he was lost, that he'd wandered away from home, that someone would come looking for him soon. But the ghosts were watching him with such gentle concern, and Harry was so tired of lying, and what did it matter anyway if they weren't real? I ran away, he said. My uncle hits me. Tonight was bad. I couldn't stay anymore. The temperature around him seemed to drop. Harold's kind face hardened into something that reminded Harry of photos he'd seen in Dudley's history textbook, soldiers before battle, men who'd seen too much and feared nothing anymore. Someone beats this child, Harold said flatly. A grown man beats a 7-year-old boy. Easy, the old woman murmured. Nothing to be done about it now, Harold. Can't exactly haunt the man when we're bound to this place. Should be done about it, Margaret whispered, her eyes fixed on Harry's swollen face. Look at him. Look at what they've done. Harry didn't understand what was happening, but for the first time in as long as he could remember, someone was angry on his behalf. Not at him. For him. The feeling was so foreign that he didn't know what to do with it. I'm okay, he said, which was obviously a lie. I just need somewhere to sleep. I'll leave in the morning. You'll do no such thing, Margaret said firmly. A graveyard in November is no place for a living child. You'll catch your death. Harold snorted. And then he'll really fit in here. That's not funny, Harold. It's a little funny. It's not. Harry watched them bicker like an old married couple, feeling something loosen in his chest. They were dead. They were ghosts. And they were treating him like he mattered. Like he was worth arguing over. The tree roots are dry, the old woman said without looking up from her knitting. There's a hollow on the south side, behind the biggest root. A fox used to sleep there. Warm enough if you curl up tight. Harry looked and saw she was right, there was a gap in the roots, a natural shelter he'd missed in the darkness. He crawled toward it, moving carefully, and found a space just big enough for a small boy. Dry leaves had collected there, making a rough bed. It smelled like earth and animals, but it was dry. It was warm. It was safe. Thank you, he said, looking back at the ghosts. They were still there. Still watching him. Still real, somehow, despite everything Harry knew about the world telling him they shouldn't be. Sleep, child, Margaret said gently. We'll watch over you. Nothing will harm you here. And despite everything, despite the pain and the cold and the utter strangeness of it all, Harry believed her. He curled up in the hollow between the roots, pulled his arms inside his shirt for warmth, and closed his eyes. He slept without nightmares for the first time in months. Morning came cold and gray, with a light rain pattering against the leaves above Harry's hollow. He woke slowly, his body stiff and aching, and for a long moment he didn't remember where he was. Not the cupboard. The smell was wrong, fresh air and earth instead of dust and cleaning chemicals. Then memory crashed back. The beating. Running. The graveyard. The ghosts. Harry sat up so fast his head spun. He scrambled out of the hollow, ignoring the protest of his bruised ribs, and looked around wildly. The graveyard was empty. Gray stones rose from gray grass under a gray sky, and there was no one there. No glowing woman in an old dress. No soldier from a war that ended before his grandparents were born. No old woman knitting impossible yarn. It was a dream, Harry said to himself. Just a dream. I hit my head when Uncle Vernon, wasn't a dream. He spun around. Harold stood by the stone wall, barely visible in the daylight, his glow was faint against the gray sky, more like a heat shimmer than an actual presence. But he was there. He was real. We're harder to see during the day, Harold explained apologetically. Something about sunlight and spiritual energy. Margaret could explain it better, she's read all the books in the village library. Well, looked over shoulders while people read them. Hard to turn pages when your hands go through everything. Harry stared at him. You're real. As real as the dead get, lad. Harold smiled. Did you think we'd disappear? We've been here longer than you've been alive. Longer than your parents have been alive, most likely. We're not going anywhere. The mention of parents made something twist in Harry's chest. He pushed it down, the way he always did. I can't stay here. I need to. I don't know. Find somewhere. Somewhere is here, Harold said. For now, at least. There's a groundskeeper who comes twice a week, Tuesdays and Fridays, but he's old and half-blind and doesn't look past the main path. Stay among the old graves, near the tree, and he'll never know you're here. I can't live in a graveyard. Why not? Harry opened his mouth to answer and found he didn't have one. Why not? Because graveyards were for dead people. He'd just spent the best night of his life sleeping among graves. Because it wasn't normal. Nothing about him was normal. The Desleys had made sure he knew that. Food, he finally said. Water. I can't eat gravestones. There's a stream on the other side of the wall, Harold said, pointing. Clean water, good for drinking. And the village is a 10-minute walk, plenty of rubbish bins behind the shops. It's not elegant, but I've seen homeless people survive on worse. I'm not homeless. The words came out defensive, automatic. I have a home. I just can't. Go back there, Harold finished quietly. I know, lad. I saw your face last night. Whoever did that to you doesn't deserve to be called family. Harry's throat felt tight. He looked away, blinking hard, and focused on the nearest gravestone. Elizabeth and Foster, 1789 to 1843, beloved mother and wife. 54 years old. Probably longer than Harry would live if he went back to Privet Drive. My name's Harry Potter, he said suddenly. He didn't know why he said it. Just in case. In case you wanted to know. Harold went very still. For a ghost, that was saying something. He'd been drifting slightly before, a gentle movement like seaweed in water. Now he was frozen solid. Potter, he repeated. Harry Potter. Yes. Margaret. Harold's shout made Harry flinch. Margaret. Edith. Everyone. Get over here now. Within seconds, the graveyard was no longer empty. Ghosts rose from graves like morning mist, dozens of them, more than Harry had seen last night. Old and young, men and women, some in clothes from centuries past and others in more modern dress. They gathered around him in a loose circle, staring with expressions that ranged from shock to wonder to something that looked almost like reverence. What did he say? Margaret pushed through the crowd, her old-fashioned skirts swirling. Harold, what's wrong? His name, Harold said. Tell them your name, lad. Harry looked at the circle of ghosts, his heart pounding. He'd done something wrong. He'd said something he shouldn't have. They were going to, what? What could ghosts even do to him? Harry Potter, he whispered. The silence that followed was deafening. Then, slowly, Margaret raised a translucent hand to her mouth. Oh, she breathed. Oh, the poor child. What? Harry's voice cracked. What did I do? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, you didn't do anything wrong. An elderly man in a suit that looked about 30 years old stepped forward from the crowd. His eyes were kind behind spectral glasses. But you need to understand something, Harry. We're ghosts. We don't have much connection to the living world, but we talk to each other. Spirits from graveyard to graveyard, passing messages across the country. And there's one name that every ghost in Britain knows. The boy who lived, someone whispered. The child who survived the killing curse. The one who vanquished the Dark Lord. Harry shook his head, not understanding any of this. I don't, my parents died in a car crash. Aunt Petunia said they were drunk and, lies. Margaret's voice was hard. Filthy lies from a filthy woman. Your parents didn't die in a car crash, Harry. They were murdered by the darkest wizard of the age. And when he turned his wand on you, when he spoke the words that have killed thousands, you survived. No one knows how. No one knows why. But you survived, and the Dark Lord was destroyed, and you became the most famous person in our world. Our world. Harry felt like the ground was tilting beneath his feet. What world? I'm nobody. I'm a freak who lives in a cupboard and can't do anything right. You're not a freak. Harold knelt in front of Harry, meeting his eyes. You're a wizard, lad. Same as your parents were. Same as the man who killed them was. There's a whole world hidden from regular folk, magic and wonders and yes, horrors too. And you're part of it. You've always been part of it. A wizard. Harry was a wizard. His parents had been murdered by a dark wizard, not killed in a car crash. Everything the Dursleys had told him was lies, every single word. And he could see ghosts. Strange things happen around me, Harry said slowly, pieces clicking together in his head. I ended up on the school roof once when Dudley was chasing me. My hair grew back overnight after Aunt Petunia shaved it. A snake at the zoo talked to me and the glass disappeared and, magic, the elderly man said, nodding. Accidental magic, common in children who haven't learned control. The glass was probably the snake's doing, not yours, but the rest sounds right. The snake's doing. Snakes are magical creatures. They respond to wizards, especially those with certain gifts. The man hesitated, glancing at the other ghosts. But that's a conversation for another time. Right now, we need to talk about what happens next. Harry suddenly felt very tired. He'd slept, yes, but his body was still battered and aching, and now his mind was trying to absorb information that should have been impossible. Magic. Wizards. A Dark Lord who murdered his parents. A scar on his forehead that he'd always assumed came from the car crash that never happened. He reached up and touched it, the lightning bolt shape, always faintly tender, always there. This is from him. From when he tried to kill me. Yes. Margaret's voice was gentle. The only mark he left on you. Well, that and a whole lot of fame you never asked for. I don't want fame. Harry lowered his hand. I just want. I don't know. Somewhere I belong. The ghosts exchanged looks. Something passed between them, some silent communication that Harry couldn't read. Then Margaret stepped forward and knelt beside Harold, bringing herself to Harry's level. You belong here, she said. For now, if you want it. We can't give you much, we can't cook you meals or buy you clothes or hold you when you cry. But we can give you knowledge. The ghosts of this graveyard have seen centuries of magic, Harry. We've watched wizards come and go. We know things that aren't in any book, secrets that died with us but didn't disappear. And if you're willing to learn, we can teach you, Harold finished. Not everything. We're bound to this place and can only teach what we know. But it's a start. And there are other graveyards, other spirits, other teachers. If you want to learn what you are, Harry Potter, we can help you find out. Harry looked around at the circle of ghosts. Dead people, strangers, entities that shouldn't even exist according to everything he'd been told about the world. They had no reason to help him. They had nothing to gain from it. But they were offering anyway, because he was hurt and alone and they couldn't stand to see a child suffer. More kindness than the Dursleys had shown him in 6 years. Okay, he said. Teach me. The first lesson came from Edith, the old woman with the knitting. She wasn't as old as Harry had thought, she died at 52 in 1923, which she informed him was practically middle age these days, but her expertise was patience, which she said was the foundation of all magic. Power without control is just destruction, she told Harry, her needles clicking even though they weren't connected to anything real. And control comes from patience. So sit. Harry sat. His back against the oak tree, his eyes closed. Edith had him breathe, slow in, slow out, counting to 4 each way. It was boring and his body hurt and he wanted to be learning something exciting, something powerful, something that would make sure no one ever hurt him again. You're thinking too loud, Edith said. I'm not saying anything. Didn't say you were talking. Said you were thinking. Your mind is screaming, boy. Screaming about revenge and power and making people pay. Can't teach you magic when you're like that. Magic responds to intent, and your intent right now would burn down half the county. Harry opened his eyes. Would that be so bad? Edith stopped knitting. The needles froze in mid-air, a neat row of stitches hanging beneath them like captured time. Let me tell you something about dark thoughts, Harry Potter. I had them too, when I was alive. My husband beat me for 20 years. When he finally died, fell down the stairs, couldn't have happened to a nicer fellow, I thought I'd feel free. But I didn't. I felt empty. Because I'd spent 20 years feeding my anger instead of building anything else. When the anger didn't have a target anymore, there was nothing left of me. What does that have to do with magic? Everything. She resumed her knitting. Magic comes from inside you. It's shaped by what you are, what you feel, what you want. Feed yourself on hate and fear, and that's what your magic becomes. Hate and fear and nothing else. You might be powerful, but you'll be hollow. Is that what you want? Harry thought about it. Really thought about it, not just the knee-jerk answer. Did he want to be powerful enough to hurt the Dursleys? Yes. Did he want revenge? Yes. But did he want that to be all he was? He thought about Margaret's kindness and Harold's protectiveness. He thought about the way the ghosts had gathered around him, worried about a child they'd just met. He thought about his mother and father, murdered by a dark wizard. Were they ghosts somewhere? Could he find them? No, he said finally. I don't want to be hollow. Then breathe, Edith said. And let's start with patience. 3 days passed. Harry learned to survive. The stream Harold mentioned was cold but clean, good for drinking and washing. Harry found a discarded bucket behind a garden shed outside the graveyard and used it to carry water back to his hollow under the oak. He gathered dry leaves for bedding and found a torn tarp in a skip that made decent rain cover when stretched between the roots. Food was harder. The village was a 10-minute walk, and Harry quickly learned which bins were worth checking. The bakery threw out day-old bread every evening. The grocery discarded bruised fruit and vegetables. The fish and chip shop tossed perfectly good chips that had gone cold. It wasn't pleasant, eating from bins, but it was better than starving. And it was better than the Dursleys. Between survival tasks, the ghosts taught him. Not just Edith with her patience exercises, but all of them, sharing what they knew. Harold taught him history, the wizarding wars, the rise and fall of dark lords, the way magical Britain had hidden itself from the non-magical world for centuries. He'd been a Muggle-born wizard before his death, had attended Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and had fought in the Great War when the magical and non-magical conflicts briefly overlapped. Grindelwald, Harold said one evening, as the sun set orange and red through the trees. He was the Dark Lord before Voldemort. Wanted to expose magic to the world, rule over everyone, wizards and muggles alike. Took decades to stop him. And then barely 20 years later, Voldemort rose and did everything Grindelwald did, except worse. Voldemort, Harry repeated. The name felt strange on his tongue. That's the one who killed my parents. Don't say the name, someone whispered from a nearby grave. Names have power. Oh, stuff and nonsense, Margaret snapped. The man's been gone for 6 years. His name can't hurt anyone. It's not about hurting, the voice replied. It's about respect. Fear. Don't give him either. Harry considered this. What should I call him then? Most wizards say, you know who, or he who must not be named, Harold said. Silly, if you ask me. But then, I wasn't there when he was murdering whole families. Easy to be brave about a name when you're already dead. Voldemort. Harry said it again, deliberately. It was just a name. A name belonging to a man who tried to kill him and failed. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort. The whispering ghost made a sound of dismay. Harold laughed. Margaret smiled, small and sad. You've got spirit, Harry Potter, she said. Just like your mother. Harry's heart lurched. You knew my mother. Knew of her. The gossip networks between graveyards move fast when something big happens. Lily Evans Potter, Muggle-born witch, one of the brightest of her generation. She died protecting you, Harry. That's why you survived. She cast a protection on you with her death, old magic, so old most wizards have forgotten it exists. Her love for you was so powerful that when Voldemort's curse hit you, it couldn't take hold. It bounced back and destroyed him instead. Harry had to look away. His eyes were burning, and he refused to cry. He hadn't cried since he was 4 years old and learned that crying only made Uncle Vernon angrier. She died for me, he whispered. She lived for you too, Margaret said gently. For a year and 3 months, she loved you more than anything in the world. Don't ever forget that, Harry. Whatever happens, whatever you become, you were loved. You are loved. Your mother's sacrifice proves it. That night, Harry lay in his hollow under the oak and stared at the dark branches above him. His mother had loved him. His mother had died for him. His mother's love had saved him from a curse that no one had ever survived. And somewhere out there, was she still? Was she a ghost like these others, bound to some graveyard, waiting for him to find her? The thought kept him awake for hours. When he finally slept, he dreamed of green light and a woman's scream and arms that held him tight as the world exploded around them. The second week brought progress. Harry could sit for an hour now without his thoughts spiraling into revenge fantasies. His breathing came easier, his focus sharper. The bruises on his face had faded to yellow-green, and his ribs only hurt when he moved too fast. And something else was happening. Something strange. The ghosts were teaching him to feel magic, not to use it, not yet, but to sense it the way a blind person might sense sunlight on their face. Warmth and pressure without visible source. Harold called it opening your inner eye, which sounded ridiculous until Harry tried it and found he could actually perceive something. It was like discovering a new sense. The graveyard was alive with energies he'd never noticed before. The oak tree thrummed with slow, deep power, centuries of growth compressed into wood and bark. The stream carried lighter magic, quick and mercurial. The graves themselves. The graves were different. Harry knelt by a stone marked 1756, his hand hovering over the grass. He could feel something underneath. Not the body, he knew the body was just bones by now, but something else. A residue. An impression. Like the ghost was still connected to the place where their physical form lay, even if they'd moved on from this graveyard or passed beyond entirely. What you're feeling is the soul's echo, Harold explained, watching from a few feet away. When a person dies, their soul moves on, usually. Most people don't become ghosts. They go, somewhere else. But the place where they're buried retains something of them. A memory, a connection. Those of us who stay as ghosts are bound to our burial places. Can't go far. But we can feel the echoes of all the others. Where do they go? Harry asked. The ones who don't become ghosts. Harold's expression flickered, something complicated that Harry couldn't read. That's the question, isn't it? In all my decades dead, I've never met anyone who could tell me. Some religions say heaven or hell. Some say reincarnation. Some say nothing, just an end. The truth is, we don't know. Those of us who chose to stay behind chose to stay behind. The ones who went on, they went on. Why did you stay? Harold was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. Fear, he said. I was 18 when I died. 18 years old, gas burning my lungs, watching my friends drown in mud around me. When death came, I felt it reaching for me, this vast, unknowable thing, and I was terrified. So I held on. Refused to go. And now? Now you're stuck here. Now I'm stuck here. Not the worst fate. This is a nice graveyard. Good company. But sometimes I wonder what I missed, choosing fear over the unknown. He shook himself, the movement rippling through his translucent form. That's why I'm telling you this, Harry. Magic, real magic, the kind that touches death and life and the space between, it's not something to play with. You're feeling the echoes now, and that's impressive for a child your age. But there are wizards who go deeper. Who try to command the dead instead of just speaking to them. Who use souls as tools instead of treating them as people. Necromancers, Harry said. He didn't know where the word came from. It rose up from somewhere deep in his memory, maybe a book he'd glimpsed at school, maybe something he'd heard whispered while hiding in his cupboard. But it felt right. It felt true. Harold nodded slowly. Necromancers. The darkest art there is, according to most wizards. Binding souls, raising corpses, speaking to the dead, all considered forbidden magic. But it's not as simple as that. Nothing ever is. What do you mean? I mean that magic isn't good or evil, it's just power. What makes it dark or light is how you use it. A healer who mends wounds uses the same basic magic as a torturer who inflicts them. The killing curse that murdered your parents is just words and intent, same as any other spell. And necromancy. Harold paused, choosing his words carefully. Necromancy has been used for terrible things. No denying that. But it's also been used to let families say goodbye to loved ones who died suddenly. To solve murders by questioning victims. To preserve knowledge that would otherwise be lost. The magic itself isn't evil. People just tend to use it that way. Harry turned back to the grave, feeling the echo pulse beneath his fingers. A woman named Elizabeth, dead for over 200 years, leaving only this faint impression in the earth. She'd had a life, a family, hopes and fears. All of it gone now, reduced to a whisper that only someone like him could hear. Can you teach me? He asked. Necromancy. Harold was quiet for so long that Harry thought he wouldn't answer. Then, I can teach you what I know. Which isn't much, I was a soldier, not a dark art specialist. But there are others who know more. Ghosts in other graveyards, some who were practitioners themselves. If you're serious about this path. I am. Then I'll help you find them. But Harry. Harold waited until Harry met his eyes. Promise me something. Promise me you'll remember that the dead were people. That they have dignity and deserve respect. If you ever start treating souls as tools, as objects, as things to be used and discarded, that's when it becomes dark. That's when it becomes evil. Understand? Harry understood. Better than Harold knew. He'd been treated as less than human his whole life. He knew what it felt like to be a thing, a burden, a freak to be locked away and forgotten. He would never do that to anyone else, living or dead. I promise, he said. And he meant it. 3 weeks after Harry ran away, he discovered he wasn't hiding as well as he thought. The groundskeeper came on Tuesdays and Fridays, just as Harold had said. Old Mr. Perkins, 73 years old, more interested in his thermos of tea than in actually maintaining the grounds. He stuck to the main paths, trimmed the same hedges every week, and never ventured into the older section where Harry had made his home. But Mr. Perkins wasn't the only person who visited graveyards. The woman appeared on a Wednesday morning, while Harry was practicing his breathing exercises under the oak. She walked between the gravestones with purpose, not wandering like a mourner, but searching. Looking at each stone, then moving on. Getting closer. Harry pressed himself into his hollow, heart pounding. The ghosts had scattered, they didn't like interacting with the living, found it uncomfortable, and he was alone. He pulled the tarp over himself and tried not to breathe. Footsteps on wet grass, getting closer. The rustle of expensive fabric. A faint scent of perfume, floral and sharp. The footsteps stopped. "Harry Potter," the woman said. Her voice was crisp, educated, vaguely Scottish. "I know you're there. Please come out." Harry didn't move. "The Ministry of Magic has been looking for you for 3 weeks. Did you really think no one would notice when the boy who lived disappeared from his relative's home? I've been tracking you since Little Whinging. The trail ended here. The Ministry of Magic." The ghosts had mentioned it, the government of Wizarding Britain, headquartered somewhere in London. If they'd been looking for him, that meant the Dursleys had reported him missing, or someone else had noticed, or, "Your relatives did not report you missing," the woman continued, as if reading his mind. "In fact, they seem quite pleased to be rid of you. I had to discover your absence through other means." Harry's blood went cold. Pleased to be rid of him. Of course they were. Why had he expected anything different? "I'm going to move your tarp now," the woman said. "I'd prefer not to use magic on a child, but I will if necessary. Please don't make this difficult." The tarp lifted. Gray light flooded Harry's hiding spot, and he blinked up at a tall woman with silver hair pulled back in a tight bun, wearing emerald green robes that looked like they belonged in a period drama. Her face was stern but not cruel, lined with age and something that might have been worry. "Merlin's beard," she breathed, seeing his face clearly. "What happened to you?" The bruises had mostly healed, but the memories of them were still written in the faint yellow traces around his eye, the way he flinched when she moved too fast. Harry pressed back against the tree roots, making himself as small as possible. "Please don't send me back." The words came out before he could stop them. Small and desperate and pathetic, everything he'd promised himself he wouldn't be. But this woman worked for the government, and government sent children back to their families, and Harry couldn't go back. He couldn't. The woman's expression shifted. The sternness didn't fade, but something underneath it cracked. "Back? To the Dursleys?" Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. "You think I came to take you back to the people who did this to you?" Another nod. The woman closed her eyes. When she opened them, her expression had changed entirely. Still stern, but focused now. Determined. "My name is Minerva McGonagall," she said. "I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and a professor of Transfiguration. I was also a friend of your parents, Harry. I tried to stop Albus from leaving you with the Dursleys. I told him they were the worst sort of muggles, that you would be mistreated. He insisted you would be safe there, that the protection of your mother's blood would shield you." She crouched down, bringing herself to his level, and Harry saw that her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "I should have fought harder. I should have checked on you. I assumed Albus knew what he was doing, that you were happy and safe, and I let myself be convinced. I will carry that failure for the rest of my life." Her voice cracked. "I am so sorry, Harry." He didn't know what to say. An adult was apologizing to him. An adult was crying because he'd been hurt. This had never happened before. "I'm not sending you back," McGonagall continued. "I don't care what Albus says about blood protection or safe environments or any of his carefully reasoned justifications. You're not going back. I'll resign my position before I allow it." Harry's throat felt tight. "Then where, that depends on you." She settled onto the ground, apparently unconcerned about getting her robes dirty. I can take you to the ministry now. They'll place you in a wizarding foster home, a proper one, with people who know who you are and will treat you well. You'll be famous, of course. Everywhere you go, people will stare. But you'll be safe and cared for. Harry considered this. A wizarding family. People who would know about magic, who might even teach him. It sounded possible. Better than the streets, certainly. Better than eating from bins and sleeping in a graveyard. But what's the alternative? McGonagall's eyebrows rose. You're 7 years old. There isn't really, you said, that depends on me. That means there's more than one option. What's the alternative? She studied him for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was careful. The alternative is that I leave you here, for now. I don't report finding you to the ministry. I come back weekly to check on you, bring you food and supplies, make sure you're safe. And when September comes, in about 10 months, you receive your Hogwarts letter and join the wizarding world properly. Why would you do that? Because I can see that you've built something here. McGonagall glanced around the graveyard, her eyes lingering on the oak tree, the hollow, the careful little camp Harry had made. You've survived for 3 weeks on your own. That takes intelligence and resilience far beyond your years. And she paused, something flickering across her face. What? And I can sense something in this place. Magic of a kind I haven't felt in decades. Her eyes found his. You've been learning from them, haven't you? The ghosts? Harry froze. How did she know? Could she see them? Could she? I can't see them, McGonagall said, answering his unspoken question. Few wizards can, without significant training or natural talent. But I can feel their presence. This graveyard is more inhabited than most. And you, Harry Potter, have an aura about you that suggests you've been touched by death magic. Is that bad? It's unusual. McGonagall's tone was carefully neutral. Death magic, necromancy, some call it, is considered dark by the ministry. Forbidden, in most of its forms. If they knew what you could do, they'd take me away. Lock me up. They might try. They would certainly want to study you, to understand how a 7-year-old untrained wizard develops such abilities. She leaned forward. But Harry, I want you to understand something. What the ministry considers dark and what is actually evil are not always the same thing. I've seen dark magic used for good and light magic used for terrible purposes. The measure of a wizard is not what kind of magic they use, but how they use it. It was almost exactly what Harold had told him. Harry felt something in his chest loosen slightly. I want to stay here, he said. At least until Hogwarts. The ghosts are teaching me things, not just magic, but history and patience and how to survive. They're the first, they're the only. He couldn't finish. But McGonagall seemed to understand. The first people who've been kind to you, she said softly. Harry nodded. McGonagall was quiet for a long time. Then she reached into her robes and pulled out a wand, the first real wand Harry had ever seen. It was dark wood, polished smooth, humming with contained power that he could feel even from several feet away. I'm going to cast a few spells on this area, she said. Warming charms on your shelter. A notice me not ward to keep muggles from stumbling on you. An alert that will tell me if you're injured or in danger. She looked at him steadily. And I'm going to trust you, Harry. I'm going to trust that you know what you need better than I do. I'll be back next Wednesday with food and supplies. If you change your mind, if you want to leave, I'll take you somewhere safe. But if you want to stay and learn from your teachers here. I do. Then stay. Learn. Grow. She stood, brushing off her robes. But Harry, be careful. There's a reason necromancy is feared. Not because the magic is evil, but because it touches things that most people aren't equipped to handle. Death, souls, the boundary between worlds, these are not subjects to approach lightly. I understand. I hope you do. She pointed her wand at the hollow and began murmuring incantations. Harry felt the magic settle over his shelter like a warm blanket, subtle but real, changing the space in ways he could sense but not quite describe. When she was done, she turned back to him. One more thing. The tracking spells that led me here, I'm going to leave them in place. It's how I found you, and it's how I'll find you again if you move. I won't give the information to anyone, but I need to know you're safe. Is that acceptable? Harry considered refusing. He'd run away to be free, and being tracked was the opposite of freedom. But McGonagall had been honest with him. She'd offered choices instead of demands. And she'd known about the ghosts and hadn't turned him in. Okay, he said. Good. She allowed herself a small smile, the first he'd seen from her. You're very much like your mother, Harry. She had the same way of meeting your eyes and making you feel like she could see right through you. I'm glad some of that survived. She turned to leave, then paused. The ghosts you've been speaking to, are any of them Potters? Relatives of yours? Harry's heart clenched. No. I asked. They said most ghosts don't stay near where they're buried, something about the trauma of the death. And the ones who do, there's no Potter grave in this cemetery. Your parents are buried in Godric's Hollow, McGonagall said quietly. It's a village in the West Country. There's a memorial there, and their graves. When you're ready, I can take you. Harry's vision blurred. He blinked rapidly, refusing to let the tears fall. Are they ghosts? I don't know. I've visited the memorial, but I've never seen or sensed anything. That doesn't mean they're not there, I'm not particularly sensitive to spirits. But it's possible they've moved on. She looked at him with something like pain in her eyes. I'm sorry, Harry. I know that's not what you wanted to hear. He nodded, not trusting his voice. I'll see you next Wednesday, McGonagall said. Stay safe. Stay smart. And remember, you're not alone anymore. She walked away through the gravestones, her green robes trailing on the wet grass. Harry watched until she disappeared beyond the wall, then turned to find Harold and Margaret standing behind him. She seems decent, Harold said. For a ministry-adjacent witch, anyway. She was telling the truth, Margaret added. I watched her face while she talked. She genuinely cares about you, Harry. Harry sat back down in his hollow, feeling the warmth of McGonagall's spells wrapping around him. He had an ally now. Someone in the living world who knew where he was and wanted to help him. But more importantly, he knew where his parents were buried. Godric's Hollow. A village in the West Country. Their graves waiting for him. And maybe, just maybe, their ghosts. The next 3 months were the happiest of Harry's life. That wasn't a high bar, his life before had been a catalogue of misery broken only by moments of numb survival. But even objectively, even compared to what he imagined happy childhood should be, these months were good. McGonagall came every Wednesday, as promised. She brought food, real food, fresh bread and fruit and sometimes hot soup in a thermos that stayed warm for hours through magical means. She brought clothes that fit him, bought secondhand from a wizarding thrift shop to avoid drawing attention. She brought books, both magical and muggle, and sat with him for an hour or two while he asked questions. But mostly, she let him be. She understood, somehow, that what Harry needed wasn't a parent or a guardian but space. Space to learn who he was. Space to make his own choices. Space to heal from 7 years of being told he was worthless. The ghosts continued their teaching. Edith's patience exercises led to meditation, which led to what she called inner sight, the ability to perceive magic not with his eyes but with his soul. Harold taught him the history of magical warfare, tactics and strategies that had won and lost battles across centuries. Margaret taught him etiquette and social navigation, skills that seemed useless for a boy living in a graveyard but would become essential when he entered the wizarding world. And then there was Morrigan. She appeared one night in late February, stepping out of the shadows between graves like she'd been there all along. She was young, or had been when she died, with dark hair and darker eyes and an expression that suggested she'd seen things that would break lesser spirits. "So you're the one causing all the commotion," she said, looking Harry up and down. "The boy who speaks to the dead." Harry straightened from his meditation posture. "Who are you?" "Morrigan Vance. Died 1612. Burned at the stake by witch hunters, if you must know, always amusing when muggles try to burn a witch. We don't combust the way they expect." She smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. "I've been watching you for weeks, Harry Potter. Watching you learn to feel death magic, to sense the echoes of the departed. You have talent. More than talent, you have instinct. But you're wasting it on basics when you could be learning so much more." "What do you mean?" "I mean necromancy, child. True necromancy, not the watered-down version these friendly spirits have been teaching you. I was a practitioner before I died, one of the last great ones before the ministry drove us underground. And I can teach you things that will make your little sensing exercises look like party tricks." Harold appeared beside Harry, his expression hard. "Morrigan. I should have known you'd come sniffing around eventually." "Harold. Still playing noble soldier after all these years. Charming." She turned back to Harry. "Don't listen to his warnings, boy. I know he's told you necromancy is dangerous. He's right. But danger and evil aren't the same thing. A sword is dangerous, does that make everyone who carries one a murderer?" "You were burned at the stake," Harry said slowly. "Why?" Morrigan's smile turned bitter. "Because I gave a grieving mother 10 minutes with her dead child. Because I helped a woman identify the man who murdered her husband. Because I let the dead speak when the living had silenced them." She gestured at the graveyard around them. "The spirits you've befriended here are nice enough, but they're not teachers. They're academics, historians, well-meaning amateurs. I am what you could become, Harry Potter. The question is whether you have the courage to learn." Harry looked at Harold, then back at Morrigan. The soldier ghost was clearly unhappy, his translucent form flickering with agitation. But he'd also said, just a few weeks ago, that necromancy wasn't inherently evil. That it depended on how you used it. "What would you teach me?" Harry asked. Morrigan's eyes gleamed. "Everything. How to call spirits across vast distances. How to anchor a ghost to the physical world, giving them power they normally wouldn't have. How to sense death before it happens, read the threads of fate, understand the patterns of ending and beginning that define all existence." She paused. "And eventually, how to raise the dead. Not as mindless servants, that's the crude work of hack practitioners, but as themselves. Temporarily, but truly. A mother getting to hold her child one last time. A son saying goodbye to his father. The gift of closure that most people are denied." Harry thought about his own parents. About the graves in Godric's Hollow he still hadn't visited, waiting because he was afraid of what he'd find. About the possibility that they might not be ghosts at all, that they might have moved on, that he might never speak to them. "Can you teach me to call someone who's passed on?" he asked. "Not a ghost, someone who's already left." Morrigan's expression softened, just slightly. "That's advanced work. Years of training, and even then it only works for brief moments. But yes. Eventually, if you're willing to put in the effort, yes." Harry stood up. "Then teach me." Harold made a sound of protest, but Harry held up a hand. "I know the risks. I know she's dangerous. But I also know what I want, and I want this." He met Morrigan's eyes. "But I have rules." First, I won't bind any soul against their will. Second, I won't raise the dead as slaves. Third, I treat every spirit as a person, not a tool. If you try to teach me otherwise, we're done. Morrigan studied him for a long moment. Then she laughed, a genuine laugh, surprised and almost pleased. You've got spine, Harry Potter. I'll give you that. She extended a translucent hand, flickering with power. Agreed. Your rules, my teaching. Let's see what you can become. Harry reached out and took her hand. And the world changed. Morrigan's training was nothing like Edith's patient exercises or Harold's gentle history lessons. It was brutal, demanding, and transformative. Death magic doesn't come from your wand, she told him on the first night. It doesn't come from incantations or rituals or any of the props wizards rely on. It comes from here. She pressed a finger to Harry's chest, right over his heart. From your connection to the other side. From the part of you that remembers being born and knows it will one day die. Every living thing has this connection. Necromancers simply learn to use it. She taught him to feel the barrier between life and death, not as a wall but as a membrane, thin in some places and thick in others. Graveyards were thin. Battlefields were thin. Places where many people had died or where death was commemorated. Hospitals, she said, were some of the thinnest places of all. The dying reach toward the other side, and the dead reach back. That's what creates the thinning. And if you know how to listen, you can hear them, the voices on the edge, the ones caught between, the ones who have questions only the dead can answer. Harry learned to listen. It was slow at first, frustrating, hours of sitting in silence, trying to perceive something that kept slipping away like a word on the tip of his tongue. But gradually, incrementally, he began to hear it. Whispers. Not words, exactly, but impressions. A feeling of someone trying to speak across a vast distance. The sense of presence without physical form. It was like the ghosts he'd always been able to see, but fainter, more distant. Souls who had passed on but left echoes in the places they'd loved or feared. There, Morrigan said one night, as Harry's face lit up with sudden understanding. You feel it now. The echo call. That's the first step. What's the second? Answering. She taught him to send his own presence across the barrier, not his soul, that would be insanity, but a projection of his awareness. Like pressing your face against a window to see what was on the other side. The spirits on the far side responded to this presence. Some recoiled. Some ignored him. But some, the ones who'd left unfinished business, who died with questions unanswered or words unsaid, some of them reached back. The first time Harry successfully made contact, he wept. It was a young woman who died in the 1970s, cancer, quick and merciless, taking her before she could see her daughter graduate from Hogwarts. She'd moved on decades ago, but her echo remained, and through that echo Harry could feel her essence. Her love for her family. Her regret at dying young. Her peace at having let go. She's at rest, Harry told Morrigan, tears streaming down his face. She's not suffering. She's just, content. Most of them are, Morrigan said, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. That's what the ministry doesn't understand. They think necromancy is about disturbing the dead, about dragging souls back against their will. But the truth is, most souls who've moved on are happy to have a brief moment of connection. It reminds them why they lived. It lets them know they're not forgotten. Harry wiped his eyes. Can I tell her family? The woman who died, can I give them a message? You could. But you'd reveal yourself as a necromancer. You'd be labeled dark, dangerous, evil. Is that what you want? Harry thought about it. No. Not yet. But someday. Someday, Morrigan agreed. When you're powerful enough to defend yourself against anyone who try to stop you. When you've built alliances and proved your worth. Then you can bring people comfort without being burned for it. Her expression hardened. Trust me on this, Harry. I made the mistake of helping people openly. I thought being useful would protect me. It didn't. Spring came slowly to the graveyard. Harry barely noticed. He was consumed by his training, spending every night with Morrigan and every day recovering and practicing on his own. The ghosts who'd first befriended him watched with mixed feelings, pride in his progress, concern about his teacher. She's not evil, Harry told Harold one morning. I know you think she is, but she's not. She just doesn't pretend things are nicer than they are. It's not her character I'm worried about, Harold said. It's her methods. She's pushing you too fast, Harry. You're 8 years old. Your magical core hasn't even stabilized yet. The kind of magic she's teaching you could damage you permanently if you're not careful. I am being careful. Are you? When's the last time you slept a full night? When's the last time you did anything besides train? Harry didn't have an answer. Harold was right, he'd been pushing himself relentlessly, driven by the need to learn, to grow, to become powerful enough that no one could ever hurt him again. But he wasn't damaged. He felt fine. Better than fine, he felt alive in a way he never had before. McGonagall noticed, Harold continued. She asked me about it, last Wednesday. Asked if someone new had been teaching you. Harry went cold. You talked to McGonagall? She can't hear me normally, but she brought a device, a spirit amplifier of some kind. Ministry-grade equipment. She wanted to check on you through sources other than her own eyes. Harold's expression was grave. She's worried, Harry. So am I. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're brilliant and driven and learning faster than anyone I've ever seen, but you're also a traumatized child pushing himself to exhaustion because he's afraid of being weak. Harold moved closer, his ghostly form radiating cold. I've seen this before. In the war. Young men who threw themselves into training because feeling nothing was better than feeling afraid. Most of them died, Harry. The ones who survived were the ones who learned to rest. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to point out that he wasn't a soldier, that this was different, that he knew his limits. But the words stuck in his throat because Harold wasn't wrong. He was exhausted. He was running on determination and terror instead of actual energy. And if he kept going like this? I'll slow down, he said quietly. Will you? Yes. I promise. Harold studied him for a long moment, then nodded. I'll hold you to that. April brought changes beyond just Harry's training pace. He'd been living in the graveyard for 6 months now, longer than any period of his life had felt settled. The hollow under the oak had become home, truly home, in a way the cupboard under the stairs never had been. He had routines, morning exercises, midday studies with one of the friendly ghosts, evening training with Morrigan, nights spent sleeping soundly under McGonagall's warming charms. But nothing good lasted forever. Harry had learned that lesson young. The first sign was a visitor. Not McGonagall, a stranger, walking between the graves on a Tuesday afternoon when no one was supposed to come. Harry watched from his hiding spot as the man moved through the cemetery with obvious purpose, his robes a dark gray that blended with the overcast sky. Ministry, Harold whispered, appearing beside Harry. I recognized the cut of his robes. Department of Mysteries, if I had to guess. What's he doing here? Looking for something. Or someone. The man stopped near the center of the graveyard, pulling a small device from his pocket. It looked like a compass but with multiple needles all pointing in different directions. He turned slowly, watching the needles, and Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The needles were pointing at him. He has a tracker, Harry breathed. For death magic. He's tracking me. Then you need to hide better. Come on, there's a crypt on the north side, old and shielded. If we can get you there before too late. The man had started walking toward the oak tree. His pace was unhurried, confident, like someone who knew exactly where his quarry was. Harry's heart pounded as he calculated options: run, hide, fight, but Morrigan appeared before he could decide. "Stay here," she said. "I'll handle this." "Morrigan, you can't," but she was already gone, moving toward the Ministry wizard with an expression that promised violence. Harry couldn't hear what she said to him, couldn't see clearly what happened next, but he felt it. A surge of cold, a pressure in his chest, the membrane between life and death stretching thin. The Ministry wizard screamed. He clutched his head, his tracking device clattering to the ground, and then he turned and ran. Ran like something was chasing him, which, Harry realized, something was. Morrigan's presence pursued him to the graveyard wall, then stopped, her form flickering at the boundary of her territory. "He won't remember finding anything," she said when she returned. "I gave him a taste of the other side. His mind will fill in the gaps with nightmares, not memories." "What did you do to him?" "Showed him his own death. Just a glimpse, enough to terrify, not enough to damage permanently." She smiled grimly. "The Department of Mysteries has been hunting necromancers for centuries. They have tools to track us, contain us, bind us. I've driven off their kind before. But they'll be back, Harry. They'll keep looking until they find you. What do I do? Learn faster. Get stronger. And when September comes, go to Hogwarts where the wards will hide your signature." Her expression softened. "You're not ready to face them yet. But you will be. I'll make sure of it." Harry nodded slowly. 6 months of safety had made him complacent. He'd forgotten that the world was full of people who would hurt him if they could, not just the Dursleys, but wizards too. The Ministry. Dark Lords. Anyone who saw power as a threat instead of a tool. He had to be ready. May arrived with warm rain and the smell of flowers. Harry spent his days reading the books McGonagall brought, magical theory, history, basic spellwork he'd need at Hogwarts, and his nights continuing his training with Morrigan. But he took Harold's advice to heart and rested more. Slept more. Let himself simply exist sometimes, sitting under the oak and watching clouds move across the sky. One evening, McGonagall came with more than just supplies. She brought a letter. "It's early," she said, handing it over. "Normally, acceptance letters don't go out until July. But given your situation, the headmaster wanted to ensure you received yours personally." Harry looked at the envelope. Heavy parchment, sealed with red wax, addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the Hollow beneath the Oak, St. Michael's Cemetery, Little Whinging, Surrey. "They know where I live," he said flatly. "They've always known. Hogwarts tracks every magical child in Britain, it's how we send the letters. Albus knew you were here within days of my first visit." McGonagall's expression was complicated. He chose not to intervene. "Why?" "Because I convinced him not to. I told him you were safe, that you were learning, that forcing you into a foster home would do more harm than good." She sighed. "He wasn't happy about it. But he trusted my judgment. As much as Albus trusts anyone's judgment besides his own, anyway." Harry broke the seal and unfolded the letter. The words blurred together: acceptance, term begins September 1st, supplies enclosed, but one phrase caught his eye. "We await your owl by no later than July 31st. "I don't have an owl. I'll provide one. Or you can simply tell me your answer now, and I'll inform the school." McGonagall watched him carefully. "You don't have to go, Harry. I know I've told you about Hogwarts, made it sound wonderful, but if you'd rather continue your education here." "No." Harry folded the letter and tucked it inside his shirt. "I want to go. The ghosts have taught me a lot, but they can't teach me everything. And I need to be around living people eventually. I can't hide in a graveyard forever." McGonagall smiled, rare and genuine. "I'm glad. You'll do well at Hogwarts, Harry. I'm sure of it. Even with what I can do. The necromancy. Her smile faded slightly. That will need to be kept quiet. The other students, the other teachers, they wouldn't understand. But I know what you are, and I know it doesn't make you evil. Just be careful. Don't reveal yourself until you're ready. I won't. She rose to leave, then paused. There's something else. The ministry wizard who came looking for you in April, he filed a report. It was classified immediately, buried in Department of Mysteries archives. But I have contacts who let me know these things. Her eyes met his. They're watching this graveyard now, Harry. From a distance, with long-range detection equipment. They can't enter without triggering my wards, but they know something powerful is here. Harry's stomach clenched. Are they going to come for me? Not yet. The Department of Mysteries prefers to observe before acting. They'll wait to see what you do at Hogwarts, how you behave, whether you're a threat. She put a hand on his shoulder, the first time she'd touched him since they'd met. Be the person I know you are, Harry. Show them a boy who's strange and gifted but not dangerous. And when you're powerful enough to defend yourself, then you can decide how open to be. What if I can't hide it? What if someone finds out? Then come to me. Immediately. I'll protect you as best I can. Her grip tightened briefly. You're not alone anymore, Harry. Remember that. She left. Harry sat in his hollow, holding the Hogwarts letter, and wondered what his life would look like in 4 months. The summer passed quickly after that. Harry threw himself into preparation, not just training, but learning to act like a normal child. Morrigan helped, oddly enough. She'd been a socialite before becoming a necromancer, had navigated pureblood politics with ease, and she taught Harry the basics of how to interact with people who hadn't grown up talking to ghosts. Don't stare at the air beside them when a spirit is present, they'll think you're mad. Don't mention death casually, living people are squeamish about it. Smile more. Laugh at jokes even when they're not funny. Make yourself small and unthreatening until you understand the power dynamics, then adapt. You're teaching me to manipulate people. I'm teaching you to survive. Manipulation is just survival with better vocabulary. She smiled her sharp smile. You can be honest with people who deserve honesty. But first you have to figure out who that is. And that takes time and observation. McGonagall brought him to Diagon Alley in late July, disguised in a hooded cloak that hid his scar and his face. The wizarding shopping district was overwhelming, color and noise and magic everywhere, crowds of people buying school supplies, advertisements that moved and spoke and occasionally argued with each other. Harry kept his head down and followed McGonagall's brisk pace, trying not to gawk. The wand shop was different. Ollivander's was quiet and dusty and filled with a pressure that made Harry's skin prickle. The old man behind the counter took one look at him and smiled a knowing smile. Harry Potter. I've been expecting you. The wand fitting took over an hour. Wand after wand refused him, shooting sparks or going cold or simply lying dead in his hand. Ollivander's eyes grew more interested with each failure. Curious, he murmured, pulling yet another box from the shelves. Very curious. Your mother's wand was willow, excellent for charm work. Your father's was mahogany, good for transfiguration. But neither suits you. Your magic is older. Deeper. He handed Harry a wand of pale wood, almost white, with a handle that felt like bone. Elder, Ollivander said. The rarest of the wand woods. And the core, that's the interesting part. Thestral tail hair. The only wand in my shop with such a core. Harry took the wand. The moment his fingers touched it, the world shifted. The membrane between life and death, always present at the edge of his awareness, suddenly became crystal clear. He could feel every soul in Diagon Alley, living and dead, bright and faded. He could feel Ollivander's life force, strong despite his age. He could feel the echoes of everyone who died in this building over the centuries. The wand hummed. Warmth spread up his arm. Sparks of pale silver shot from the tip, swirling like spirits dancing. "Oh my," Ollivander breathed. "Oh my. What is it?" "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. And this wand, this particular wand, has never chosen anyone before. I made it as an experiment decades ago, never expecting it to find a match." His eyes gleamed with something between fascination and fear. "You have a rare gift, Mr. Potter. A connection to death that most wizards will never understand. Use it wisely." Harry paid for the wand, 7 galleons, which McGonagall provided from his vault, and left the shop with the elder ancestral hair tucked safely in his pocket. He didn't tell McGonagall what Ollivander had said. He didn't need to. The rest of the supplies were ordinary: robes, books, cauldron, telescope. Harry bought everything on the list and nothing extra, saving his remaining gold for emergencies. By the time they returned to the graveyard, the sun was setting and his arms ached from carrying bags. 1 month, McGonagall said as she helped him store his supplies in a magically expanded trunk. Then the express leaves from King's Cross. Platform 9 3/4, run straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't hesitate or you'll crash. That's insane. That's magic. She smiled. I'll meet you at the platform to make sure you get through safely. And Harry. She hesitated. Whatever happens at Hogwarts, remember what you've learned here. The dead have taught you things most wizards will never know. That's not a weakness, it's a strength. Don't let anyone make you feel ashamed of what you are. Harry nodded. I won't. She left. Harry stood among his new possessions, the trappings of a wizarding education, the tools that would let him enter a world he'd only glimpsed, and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Hope. The final weeks before Hogwarts were strange. Harry found himself saying goodbye to things he hadn't realized he'd grown attached to, the specific shape of his hollow under the oak, the way sunlight filtered through the leaves at midday, the sound of Harold and Margaret bickering like the old couple they'd become across a century of shared afterlife. You'll come back, Harold said on Harry's last night in the graveyard. Hogwarts has holidays. Christmas, Easter, summer. You're always welcome here. I know. Harry hugged himself, suddenly cold despite the August warmth. But it won't be the same. I'll be different. Hogwarts will change me. Everything changes you. That's what life is. Harold smiled. The question isn't whether you'll be different. It's whether you'll be better. What if I'm not? What if I become the thing everyone fears? The dark wizard, the necromancer, the monster. Then you come back here, and we knock some sense into you. Harold's smile turned fierce. You're our student, Harry Potter. Our responsibility. We didn't teach you all this just to watch you go wrong. If you ever lose your way, we'll find you. We'll remind you who you are. Harry felt tears prickling at his eyes. He'd gotten better at crying over the past year, better at letting himself feel things instead of locking everything away. But it still felt strange, this warmth in his chest when ghosts promised to haunt him if he turned evil. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. Thank us by being extraordinary, Morrigan said, appearing from the shadows. By showing the world what a necromancer can be when they're not consumed by fear or hunger for power. By changing the way wizards think about death magic. Her dark eyes gleamed. You have a chance, Harry. A chance I never had. Don't waste it. I won't. He slept one last night in his hollow, surrounded by ghosts who'd become family. When he woke, it was September 1st. Time to meet the living. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Harry had expected magic. He hadn't expected quite this much of it. Owls hooted from cages, cats wound between legs, children ran screaming while parents shouted contradictory instructions. The Scarlet Steam Engine, the Hogwarts Express, dominated the platform, belching white smoke that smelled of coal and adventure. McGonagall had met him at the barrier, as promised, and shepherded him through the magical entrance with minimal fuss. Now she stood beside him, watching the chaos with an expression of fond exasperation. "Every year," she muttered. "Every single year, it's complete bedlam. Is it always like this?" "Worse, usually. You're early, the platform will be packed in another hour." She turned to him, her expression softening. "This is where I leave you, Harry. I can't be seen favoring one student over others. Find a compartment, make friends, and I'll see you at the sorting." "The sorting?" "The ceremony that assigns you to a house. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Each has its own qualities and traditions." She paused. "Your father was a Gryffindor. Your mother too. But the hat sorts based on who you are, not who your parents were. Don't be surprised if you end up somewhere unexpected." Harry thought about the necromancy, the death magic, the months spent learning from ghosts and practicing forbidden arts. Slytherin? Perhaps. It's not a bad house, whatever reputation it has. Some of the finest wizards I've known were Slytherins. She put a hand on his shoulder. "Be yourself, Harry. That's all anyone can ask." She walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Harry took a deep breath, grabbed his trunk, and boarded the train. He found an empty compartment near the back and settled in, watching through the window as more families arrived. Parents hugging children, siblings arguing, everyone looking like they belonged in a world Harry still didn't fully understand. He pressed his forehead against the glass and tried to quiet the nervous energy building in his chest. The compartment door slid open. "Mind if I join you? Everywhere else is full." The speaker was a girl his age, bushy brown hair, front teeth slightly too large, an armload of books threatening to spill from her grip. Her robes were new but plain, her expression equal parts eager and anxious. "Go ahead." She sat across from him, dumping her books on the seat beside her with obvious relief. "I'm Hermione Granger. First year. I've read all the textbooks already, of course, but I'm still terrified. My parents are muggles, that means non-magical, did you know, so I had no idea magic existed until I got my letter." "Are you muggle-born too?" Harry blinked at the flood of words. "No. My parents were magical. But I didn't know about it until recently either." "Oh. That's interesting. How did you?" She stopped, her eyes widening. "Wait. You have a scar on your forehead. You're not, Harry Potter," he said wearily. "Yes." "Oh my goodness." Hermione's hands flew to her mouth. "I've read all about you. The rise and fall of the dark arts, great wizarding events of the 20th century, modern magical history, you're in all of them. You defeated you-know-who when you were just a baby. How did you do it? Was it accidental magic? Some kind of ancient protection? The books don't agree on, I don't know." That stopped her. "You don't know? I was 1 year old. I don't remember any of it." Harry turned back to the window. "My parents died that night. That's what I know." Silence. When he looked back, Hermione's expression had changed, the eager excitement replaced by something softer. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "I shouldn't have, I read about it, but I didn't think about how it must feel for you. To have everyone know your worst day." Harry studied her. The ghosts had taught him to read people, their faces, their voices, the subtle signs that revealed truth or deception. Hermione Granger wasn't performing sympathy. She genuinely felt bad. "It's okay," he said. "You didn't mean anything by it. Still. I'll try to be more thoughtful." She straightened, visibly pulling herself together. "Can we start over? I'm Hermione. I'm a first year. I like books and I'm terrible at flying, according to the theory text, which I've already read. What are you interested in? Harry almost laughed. Almost. History. Magical theory. The parts of magic that most people don't talk about. Like what? For a moment, he considered telling her. The necromancy, the ghosts, the year he'd spent learning forbidden arts in a graveyard. But McGonagall's warning echoed in his mind, don't reveal yourself until you're ready, and he barely knew this girl. Like how wands work, he said instead. Did you know the core material matters more than the wood? The wand I got has thestral hair. The wand maker said it's the only one he's ever made. Hermione's eyes lit up. I've read about thestrals. They're horses you can only see if you've witnessed death. Thestral hair isn't mentioned in any of the standard texts, though. Your wand must be very unusual. It is. And so it began, a conversation about magical theory that lasted the entire train ride, interrupted only by a boy named Neville looking for his toad and a trolley which selling sweets Harry had never heard of. By the time the express pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry had made his first living friend in years. It felt strange. Good strange. The kind of strange he could get used to. Hogwarts rose from the darkness like something out of a dream. Harry had seen pictures in the books McGonagall brought, but pictures couldn't capture the reality. Towers reaching toward a star-scattered sky. Windows glowing with warm light. The sense of magic so thick in the air that even the first years with no training could feel it. They crossed the lake in small boats, 4 to a craft, gliding through black water that reflected the castle above. Harry sat at the front of his boat, next to Hermione and 2 other students whose names he'd already forgotten, and tried to memorize every detail. And then he felt them. The ghosts. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. The castle was saturated with the dead, old spirits and young ones, some tied to the stones themselves and others drifting freely through halls they'd walked in life. Harry's senses, honed by a year of training, nearly overwhelmed him with the sheer density of spiritual presence. Are you all right? Hermione whispered. You've gone very pale. Fine. Just, nervous. The boats reached the shore. The first years climbed out on shaky legs and followed a massive man, Hagrid, the groundskeeper, up a winding path to the castle's main entrance. Massive doors swung open to reveal a stern-faced witch in emerald robes. McGonagall. Her eyes found Harry's for just a moment, a flicker of acknowledgement before she addressed the group. Welcome to Hogwarts. In a few moments, you will pass through these doors and join your classmates. But first, you must be sorted into your houses. They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. While you're here, your house will be like your family. Your triumphs will earn points, any rule breaking will lose them. At the end of the year, the house with the most points wins the House Cup. She led them through a smaller side door into a waiting chamber. Harry hung back, observing his fellow first years. Most looked terrified. A few, mostly those who'd grown up in wizarding families, he guessed, seemed confident. One boy with white blonde hair was loudly telling everyone who'd listened that his father had told him exactly what to expect. Draco Malfoy, Hermione muttered. His family is mentioned in several books. Not favorably. Rich. And old. And traditional. And very, very dark. Harry filed that information away for later. The doors to the Great Hall opened. The first years walked in. Harry's first impression was of candles, thousands of them, floating beneath a ceiling that showed the night sky outside. His second impression was of faces, hundreds of students seated at 4 long tables, watching the new arrivals with expressions ranging from boredom to anticipation. His third impression was of ghosts. They were everywhere. Hovering above the tables, drifting near the walls, watching with the same curiosity as the living students. One, a ghost in a ruff and tights, covered in silver blood, caught Harry's eye and nodded solemnly. The Bloody Baron. Slytherin's ghost. Harold had told him stories. When I call your name, McGonagall said, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat. Abbot, Hannah. A nervous blonde girl stumbled forward. The hat, an old, patched thing that looked like it might fall apart, was placed on her head. A moment later, a tear near the brim opened like a mouth. Hufflepuff. One of the tables erupted in cheers. Hannah Abbott, looking relieved, scurried to join them. The sorting continued. Harry watched each student, trying to guess where they'd go, matching their personalities against what he'd read about the houses. Hermione went to Gryffindor, looking pleased but shooting Harry an anxious glance as she joined the red and gold table. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head, smirking at his fellow first-years. Potter, Harry. The whispers started immediately. Harry walked to the stool, ignoring the stares, and let McGonagall place the hat on his head. Well, 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 said a voice in his mind. What do we have here? Harry kept his thoughts still. The ghosts had taught him mental discipline, how to guard his mind against intrusion, how to present only what he wanted seen. But the hat was different. It was inside his head in a way he couldn't block. No need for defenses, Mr. Potter. I'm bound to confidentiality. The hat's voice was amused. Although I admit, you're the most interesting mind I've seen in decades. Trained by ghosts. A necromancer before your first wand. What an unusual path you've walked. Can you see everything? Harry thought. Everything you are. Everything you could be. The hat paused, considering. There's courage here, plenty of it. Gryffindor would take you gladly. Intelligence too, more than most, Ravenclaw wouldn't be wrong. And loyalty to those who've earned it, though you're slow to trust. Hufflepuff might help you open up. But beneath all that, there's ambition. Not for power or glory, you don't care about those things. Ambition to become something more than you were made. To prove that what you are doesn't define what you'll do. The hat's voice softened. The ghosts gave you tools, Mr. Potter. But they also gave you something rarer, purpose. The question is what you'll do with it. Harry thought about everything he'd learned. The patience from Edith. The history from Harold. The politics from Margaret. The power from Morrigan. He thought about his mother's sacrifice and his father's courage and the Dark Lord who tried to kill him. He thought about who he wanted to be. I want to change things, he thought. I want to prove that necromancy isn't evil. I want to help people who've lost someone, give them the chance to say goodbye. I want to be powerful enough that no one can stop me from doing what's right. Ah, the hat said. Now that's interesting. A long pause. The great hall was silent, watching the hat take longer with Harry than it had with anyone else. You have the courage of a Gryffindor, the hat finally said. The intellect of a Ravenclaw. The loyalty of a Hufflepuff. But the drive to change the world, to remake it according to your vision of what's right, that's purely Slytherin. The hall erupted. Not in cheers, in chaos. The boy who lived, sorted into the House of Dark Wizards. Students were shouting, teachers were murmuring, someone at the Gryffindor table actually stood up in protest. Harry removed the hat and walked to the Slytherin table. He'd expected rejection. He got something stranger. As he approached, the Bloody Baron glided down from the ceiling and positioned himself at Harry's shoulder. The ghost's hollow eyes met each Slytherin's gaze in turn, a silent warning. The students made room. Harry sat down between a dark-skinned boy who introduced himself as Blaise Zabini and a blonde girl who said nothing at all. Across from him, Draco Malfoy stared with an expression that couldn't decide between contempt and calculation. Potter, Malfoy said. I didn't expect to see you here. Life's full of surprises. My father, I'm sure he's very impressive. We can discuss him later. Harry turned to the blonde girl. I'm Harry. What's your name? The girl studied him with ice-blue eyes. Daphne Greengrass. Nice to meet you, Daphne. The feast began. Harry ate mechanically, his attention split between the physical world and the spiritual. The ghosts of Hogwarts swirled around him, curious about the new arrival, whispering among themselves. He caught fragments of their conversation: death magic, trained by spirits, the Potter boy, can you believe it, and let them talk. He was where he was supposed to be. Everything else would follow. Later that night, Harry lay in his four-poster bed in the Slytherin dormitory, listening to his roommates breathing slow into sleep. The room was underground, beneath the lake, and faint green light filtered through the windows from the water above. He closed his eyes and reached out with his senses, feeling the castle around him. Layer upon layer of magic, some of it older than recorded history. Ghosts moving through corridors, going about their endless routines. And somewhere, far above, the living students dreaming of futures they couldn't imagine. He thought about Hermione, bright and eager in Gryffindor. About Daphne, cold and watchful beside him at dinner. About all the challenges that lay ahead, classes and politics, and the inevitable moment when someone discovered what he could do. He thought about his mother, buried in a village he'd never visited, maybe a ghost and maybe not. I'm here, Mum, he thought. I made it. I'm going to make you proud. The castle settled around him like a living thing. Somewhere in the walls, an ancient spirit stirred and turned its attention toward the dormitory, sensing the power within. Harry Potter, son of the graveyard, necromancer of 8 years, smiled in the darkness. His story was just beginning. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Language of Shadows. The Slytherin common room was a study in calculated intimidation. Harry stood at the entrance on his first morning, taking it all in, the green-tinged light filtering through windows that looked out into the lake's depths, the carved serpents winding up stone pillars, the low leather furniture arranged in clusters that demanded you choose a faction before you sat down. Everything about the space said the same thing: power matters here, and if you don't have it, you'd better learn to fake it. The older students had already claimed the best spots near the massive fireplace, their conversations dying to whispers as Harry walked past. He felt their eyes tracking him, calculating. The boy who lived in Slytherin was either an opportunity or a threat, and they hadn't decided which yet. Good. Let them wonder. He found an empty chair near the windows, away from the main clusters, and pulled out his Transfiguration textbook. The words blurred in front of him. He'd already read it twice over the summer, but it gave him something to focus on while he extended his other senses. The common room had 3 ghosts. One was ancient, barely visible, pressed against the wall like a stain that couldn't be scrubbed away. The second drifted near the ceiling, a woman in medieval dress who seemed content to simply exist. The third was the Bloody Baron, sitting in an ornate chair that no student would dare approach, watching everything with hollow eyes. Harry turned a page in his textbook and reached out, just slightly, toward the Baron. You're the one they're all talking about, the ghost said directly into his mind. The sensation was strange, different from speaking aloud with the ghosts in the graveyard. More intimate. The boy who speaks our language. I was taught by the dead, Harry replied the same way. They were kinder than the living. Most of the living are fools. The Baron's lips didn't move, but Harry sensed something like bitter amusement. I've watched 1,000 years of students pass through these halls. The clever ones, the ambitious ones, the ones who thought they'd change the world. Most of them became nothing. The ones who became something usually wished they hadn't. And me? You're different. The Baron shifted in his chair, his chains rattling silently. You don't want power for its own sake. You want it to protect yourself. To prove something. A pause. I was the same, once. Before I became this. Harry wanted to ask more, what the Baron had been, what he'd done to end up covered in silver blood for eternity, but movement at the common room entrance caught his attention. Daphne Greengrass walked in, followed by a shorter girl with dark hair and a nervous expression. The two of them scanned the room, and when Daphne's eyes found Harry, she changed direction smoothly, heading toward his corner. Potter. She sat in the chair across from him without asking permission. This is Tracy Davis. She's my friend. Tracy gave a small wave. Hi. Hello. Harry closed his textbook. Something I can help you with? That depends. Daphne's ice blue eyes studied him with the same calculating expression he'd seen from the older students. You're either the most interesting person to enter Slytherin in a decade, or you're a complete disaster waiting to happen. I'd like to know which before I decide how to handle you. Handle me? Everyone in this house will try to use you somehow. Your fame, your name, your connection to the Dark Lord's defeat, it's all currency here. The question is whether you know that, and whether you have any idea what you're doing. She tilted her head. So. Do you? Harry considered lying. Considered playing dumb, letting her underestimate him, keeping his cards close. But something in Daphne's directness appealed to him. She wasn't trying to manipulate him, she was laying out the game board and asking if he knew how to play. I know more than most people expect, he said. Less than I'd like. But I'm a fast learner. Prove it. How? Draco Malfoy is going to approach you within the hour. His father has already sent him instructions. I overheard him talking to Crabbe and Goyle last night. He's going to offer you an alliance. What will you say? Harry had expected something like this. The ghosts had taught him about pureblood politics, the dance of favors and debts that defined wizarding society. Draco's approach would be the first move in a game that could last years. I'll listen to his offer, Harry said slowly. Then I'll tell him I need time to consider. I won't accept, because accepting puts me in debt to his family before I understand what they want. I won't refuse, because refusing makes an enemy I don't need yet. Daphne's expression didn't change, but something in her posture relaxed slightly. Not bad. What about the Muggle-born girl you were talking to on the train? Hermione something? Granger. She's in Gryffindor. I know where she is. I'm asking what she is to you. Crosshouse friendships are complicated in Slytherin. If you're seen associating with Gryffindors, especially Muggle-born ones, it affects how people view you. Harry felt a flash of irritation. She's my friend. I don't plan to stop talking to her because it might inconvenience someone's political calculations. Then you'll need to be smart about it. Daphne leaned forward. I'm not telling you to abandon her. I'm telling you that everything you do in this house is watched and judged. If you want to maintain a friendship across enemy lines, you need to do it in a way that doesn't make you look weak. And how would you suggest I do that? Make it look strategic. Like you're cultivating connections in other houses for intelligence purposes. Or like you're maintaining a relationship with someone valuable, which, honestly, she might be. Muggle-borns who are genuinely talented are rare and useful. Daphne shrugged. I'm not saying lie about caring for her. I'm saying frame it in terms Slytherins understand. Harry turned this over in his mind. It felt cynical, reducing friendship to political currency, but there was wisdom in it too. He couldn't change how Slytherins thought. He could only learn to work within their framework while keeping his own values intact. Thank you, he said finally. That's actually helpful. Don't thank me yet. Daphne stood. You survived your first test. There will be others. Some of them will come from me. She almost smiled. Welcome to Slytherin, Potter. Try not to get eaten alive in the first week. She walked away, Tracy trailing behind her with a sympathetic glance over her shoulder. Harry watched them go, then returned to his textbook. The Bloody Baron's voice echoed in his mind, she's clever, that one. Be careful. I plan to be careful with everyone. Good. That might just keep you alive. Draco Malfoy made his move during breakfast. The Great Hall was chaotic with the first morning of classes, students checking schedules, owls delivering letters, professors moving between tables. Harry had chosen a seat at the end of the Slytherin table, close enough to seem part of the group but far enough for easy escape if needed. Draco slid into the seat across from him, flanked by his two massive friends. Potter. We got off on the wrong foot yesterday. I'd like to start over. Would you? My family has considerable influence in the wizarding world. Connections that could be very useful to someone in your position. Draco's voice was smooth, practiced, words he'd clearly rehearsed. You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others. I can help you tell the difference. Harry thought about what Daphne had said. Don't accept, don't refuse. That's a generous offer. I assume it comes with expectations. Draco blinked. Whatever response he'd prepared for, this wasn't it. Well, naturally, alliances involve mutual benefit. My father believes that someone with your history could be a valuable partner. Your father. Not you. Of course I believe it too. What specifically does your father think I could offer him? My fame? My name? Or something else? Draco's composure cracked slightly. He wasn't used to being questioned, Harry realized. The Malfoy name opened doors, demanded respect, got him whatever he wanted without having to work for it. Actual negotiation was foreign territory. The boy who lived as a family friend would be politically valuable, Draco said carefully. And my father has resources that could help you, information about your parents, about what really happened that night, things the ministry has kept hidden. Now that was interesting. Harry filed it away. I appreciate you being direct. Let me think about your offer and get back to you. Think about it. Draco's voice rose slightly. Potter, I'm offering you a chance to become indebted to your family before I understand what they really want. Yes, I noticed. Harry kept his voice mild. I don't make decisions like that quickly. If your offer is genuine, it'll still be good in a week. If it's not. He shrugged. Then I'll have learned something valuable either way. Draco stared at him, mouth slightly open. Then he recovered, his expression smoothing into something colder. Fine. Take your time. But don't take too long, my father doesn't appreciate being kept waiting. He stood and walked away, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. Harry returned to his breakfast, aware of the whispers spreading around him. That was well done, said a voice from his left. He turned to find Blaise Zabini had moved to sit beside him, dark-skinned, handsome, with an air of detached amusement that suggested he found everything entertaining. Most people either fall over themselves to accept Malfoy's offers or refuse dramatically and make an enemy. You did neither. Was that the right choice? There is no right choice. There's only the choice you can live with. Blaise helped himself to a piece of toast from Harry's plate without asking. I'm Blaise, by the way. We're in the same dormitory, but you've been avoiding small talk. I've been observing. And what have you observed? Harry considered the question. Blaise hadn't approached him yesterday or this morning, he'd waited, watched, and chosen his moment. That suggested patience and calculation. His casual theft of the toast suggested either confidence or a test. His directness was similar to Daphne's but warmer, more personable. That this house is more complicated than the other three, Harry said. And that everyone in it is playing at least 2 games at once. Blaise laughed. Only 2. You need to observe more. He stood, still chewing Harry's toast. I like you, Potter. You're not what I expected. He walked away before Harry could respond. The Slytherin table suddenly felt less hostile, not friendly, exactly, but readable. Daphne was an analyst, Blaise was an information broker, and Draco was a blunt instrument wielded by smarter people. He could work with this. The first class of the day was Transfiguration. Harry walked into McGonagall's classroom with a mixture of anticipation and caution. She'd been his ally for almost a year, but here she was Professor McGonagall first, strict, impartial, a teacher who couldn't show favoritism without undermining her own authority. The classroom was arranged in rows of desks facing a large demonstration table. A tabby cat sat on the table, watching the students file in with unusual intensity. Harry, remembering something from one of his summer books, had a suspicion about that cat. He chose a seat in the middle of the room, not too eager at the front, not too disengaged at the back, and waited. The last students rushed in just as the bell rang. One of them, a red-haired boy Harry recognized from the sorting, nearly tripped over his own feet in his hurry to find a seat. "That was close," the boy muttered to his seatmate. "McGonagall's supposed to be strict. Wouldn't want to be late on the first." The cat on the table leaped into the air and transformed into Professor McGonagall, robes swirling, landing lightly on her feet with a disapproving expression. "Perhaps, Mr. Weasley, you should aim to arrive before the bell rather than simultaneously with it." The red-haired boy, Weasley, went scarlet. His seatmate, a Gryffindor boy Harry didn't recognize, snickered quietly. "Transfiguration," McGonagall began, sweeping her gaze across the room, "is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." She flicked her wand at her desk, which promptly transformed into a pig and back again. Several students gasped. Harry watched the magic with his inner senses, trying to feel how it worked, the way the desk's essential nature was temporarily overwritten, the structure of reality bending around McGonagall's intent. "Mr. Potter." Her voice cut through his concentration. "You seem particularly attentive. Can you explain the fundamental principle behind transfiguration?" The entire class turned to look at him. Harry felt the weight of their expectations. The famous boy who lived, surely he'd either succeed dramatically or fail spectacularly. "Transfiguration works by altering an object's conceptual identity," he said calmly. "The physical changes follow from the magical restructuring of what the object essentially is. That's why permanent transfigurations are difficult. You're not just changing appearance, you're convincing reality itself that the object has always been something else." McGonagall's expression didn't change, but Harry caught a flicker of something, pride, surprise, in her eyes. "An adequate explanation, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Slytherin." The class settled into taking notes on theory. Harry wrote down the key points but let his attention wander to his classmates. The Gryffindors were mostly nervous, trying to impress. The Slytherins were cautious, weighing every word McGonagall said for hidden meaning. And Hermione, sitting in the front row, hand already in the air for every question, was practically vibrating with eagerness. He caught her eye and smiled slightly. She grinned back before turning to answer McGonagall's next question. Crosshouse friendship, Harry thought. Frame it strategically. By the end of class, they'd been given matchsticks to transform into needles. Most students achieved nothing, a few got their matches to turn silvery. Hermione's needle was perfect by the third attempt, earning her 10 points and a rare compliment from McGonagall. Harry's needle was perfect by the first attempt. He hadn't meant to show off. The magic had simply responded to him. He'd visualized the needle, felt the matchstick's nature, and pushed, gently, carefully, and the change had happened as naturally as breathing. McGonagall noticed. Of course she did. Stay after class, Mr. Potter. The other students filed out, shooting him curious glances. Hermione lingered by the door, concerned, but Harry waved her on. When they were alone, McGonagall cast a silencing charm on the room. Her stern expression softened slightly. That was impressive work, Harry. Beyond what I'd expect from a first year. I've been practicing. With wand movements you've never been taught. On a subject you've never formally studied. She shook her head. I know the ghosts have been teaching you, but this is different. You're not just learned, you're talented. Your magical core is unusually developed for your age. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to the compliment. Is that bad? It's notable. It will draw attention. She paused. I won't tell you to hide your abilities, that would be impossible and unfair. But be aware that exceptional talent creates exceptional expectations. And in Slytherin especially, it creates exceptional enemies. I've already met Draco Malfoy. Draco is the least of your concerns. McGonagall's voice hardened. His father, Lucius, is on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. He has the power to make your life very difficult if you become an inconvenience. She hesitated. And there are others watching you. The Department of Mysteries hasn't forgotten that tracker they sent to your graveyard. Harry's stomach tightened. They followed me here. They're not allowed inside the castle, Hogwarts wards are too strong. But they've been asking questions. About the unusual magical signature that appeared in Surrey last year. About the boy who can see and speak to ghosts. She met his eyes directly. Dumbledore has been deflecting them, but he can't do it forever. Eventually, they'll demand answers. What should I do? For now, nothing. Focus on your studies. Make allies. Show the world the brilliant student I know you are, not the necromancer they fear. Her expression softened again. You're not alone in this, Harry. I promised to protect you, and I meant it. But the best protection is making yourself too valuable and too public to quietly disappear. She lifted the silencing charm. You may go. Don't be late to your next class. Harry gathered his things and left, his mind churning with the implications of their conversation. The Department of Mysteries was still watching. Draco's father had power over the school. And somewhere, the Dark Lord who'd killed his parents was still out there, weakened but not destroyed. He had enemies he'd never met and allies he wasn't sure he could trust. Welcome to Hogwarts. The first week established patterns. Harry excelled in every class except potions, where Professor Snape seemed determined to find fault with everything he did. The man was tall and thin, with greasy black hair and a hooked nose, and his eyes followed Harry with an intensity that felt personal. Potter, Snape said during their first lesson, after Harry's potion had been, objectively, among the best in the class. Apparently fame isn't everything. A passable first attempt, but lacking the precision I'd expect from someone so celebrated. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied calmly. I'll try harder next time. Snape's eye twitched. He'd expected defiance, Harry realized. Expected the arrogant son of James Potter, ready to be put in his place. Calm acceptance threw off his script. See that you do. The hostility didn't fade as the week continued. If anything, Snape became more pointed in his criticisms, more determined to provoke a reaction. Harry gave him nothing. Years of surviving the Dursleys had taught him how to weather abuse without breaking. But he noticed things. The way Snape's breath caught when Harry turned a certain angle. The way his voice sometimes cracked on the word Potter. The way he avoided looking directly at Harry's face whenever possible. He knew your mother, the Bloody Baron said one night, when Harry sat alone in the common room studying. Severus Snape. They were friends, as children. Some say more than friends. Harry looked up from his charms essay. He loved her. Love. Obsession. The line blurs with that one. The Baron drifted closer, his chains rattling softly. She chose your father instead. Snape never forgave it. And when she died protecting you. He trailed off meaningfully. He blames me. He blames everyone. Your father for taking her. Himself for driving her away. The Dark Lord for killing her. And you have her eyes, boy. Every time he looks at you, he sees what he lost. Harry digested this. It didn't make Snape's treatment acceptable, but it made it understandable. The man was twisted up in grief and guilt and decades-old jealousy. He couldn't see Harry clearly because Harry wasn't the one he was really looking at. How do I handle him? With patience. Let him rage against the ghost he sees. In time, he may notice the boy standing in front of him. The Baron paused. Or he may not. Some wounds never heal. Hermione found him in the library on Saturday afternoon. I've been trying to get you alone for days, she said, sliding into the chair across from him. You're always surrounded by Slytherins or professors or ghosts. Yes, I've noticed you talking to thin air. I'm not stupid. Harry set down his quill. I didn't think you were. Then explain. Her voice was firm but not accusing. On the train, you said you were interested in parts of magic most people don't talk about. You have a wand with a core no one's ever heard of. And you keep having conversations with people who aren't there. She leaned forward. What are you, Harry? He should lie. He should deflect. He should, I'm a necromancer. The word hung between them. Hermione's eyes went wide. That's dark magic, she whispered. The books say necromancy is one of the most forbidden. The books were written by people who don't understand it. Harry kept his voice low, conscious of other students nearby. Necromancy is communication with the dead. It can be used for terrible things, yes, binding souls against their will, raising corpses as slaves. But it can also be used to let a grieving mother say goodbye to her child. To solve murders by asking the victims who killed them. To preserve knowledge that would otherwise be lost. Hermione stared at him. Her expression shifted through several emotions, fear, fascination, skepticism, before settling on something like cautious interest. How did you learn? Necromancy isn't taught anywhere, is it? I was raised by ghosts. Harry told her the story, the abbreviated version, leaving out the worst of the Dursleys' abuse but including the graveyard, the spirits who'd taken him in, Morrigan's training. By the end, Hermione's eyes were wet. You were 7, she said softly. You ran away from home and ghosts raised you. That's strange. Sad. She blinked rapidly. And amazing. And terrifying. You're telling me that you've been talking to dead people since you were a child, learning magic that most wizards think is evil, and now you're at Hogwarts pretending to be normal. I'm not pretending. I'm just, not volunteering information. Harry. Hermione reached across the table and grabbed his hand. If anyone finds out, the Ministry, the other students, they'll destroy you. You know that, right? That's why I'm telling you. He met her eyes. You're the first living person besides McGonagall who knows. I'm trusting you, Hermione. With my life, essentially. She squeezed his hand. Why me? Because on the train, when I said my parents died, you stopped and apologized. You didn't see me as a story, you saw me as a person. He smiled slightly. The ghosts taught me to read people. You're genuine. Everything about you is genuine. And I need someone genuine in my life. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, decisively. I won't tell anyone. And I want to learn more, not to do necromancy myself, but to understand it. To help you if I can. She pulled out a notebook and quill. Start from the beginning. What's the fundamental theory behind death magic? Harry laughed, actually laughed, for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts. You're going to take notes. I take notes on everything. It's how I learn. She poised her quill expectantly. Well. And so Harry began to teach, passing on what he'd learned in the graveyard, and for an hour the library became a different kind of classroom entirely. October brought the first real test of Harry's Slytherin navigation skills. The Halloween feast was legendary, mountains of food, bats fluttering beneath the enchanted ceiling, students and teachers alike in high spirits. Harry sat with Blaise and Tracy, who'd gradually become something like friendly acquaintances, while Daphne observed from across the table with her usual calculating expression. They were halfway through the main course when Professor Quirrell burst through the doors. Troll, he screamed. Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He collapsed in a dead faint. The great hall erupted in chaos. Harry barely noticed. His attention was fixed on Quirrell, or rather, on what he sensed coming from Quirrell. There was something wrong with the man, a presence attached to him that felt like death magic twisted into something obscene. A fragment of soul, maybe. A parasite. It reminded him of the Horcrux entry he'd read about in one of Morrigan's recommended texts. Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the panic. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. The Slytherins began filing out, but Harry hung back. Something was wrong, more wrong than just a troll. His instincts, honed by months of training with the dead, screamed at him to pay attention. Hermione. She'd left the feast early, he'd seen her go, upset about something. She didn't know about the troll. And the Gryffindor common room wasn't near the dungeons, but the girls' bathroom on the first floor was. He slipped away from the Slytherin group and ran. The troll was exactly as bad as he'd expected. Harry found it in the first floor corridor, heading toward the bathroom where he could hear Hermione's muffled sobs. 12 feet tall, gray skin like old stone, a club the size of a small tree. The smell alone was enough to make his eyes water. He didn't have time to think. He acted. Hey! The troll turned, its tiny eyes finding him. It grunted, confused, then raised its club. Harry reached inside himself, to the power Morrigan had taught him to use. The membrane between life and death was thin here, violence always made it thinner, and he pressed against it, calling out to the things that dwelt on the other side. Come. The corridor went cold. The torches flickered. And from the shadows, shapes began to form, faint, translucent, barely visible. The ghosts of every creature this troll had killed, every victim of its mindless violence, drawn by Harry's call. The troll felt them. Its simple mind couldn't understand what was happening, but it recognized predators. It whimpered, backing away, its club lowering. Leave, Harry said quietly. Go back to the dungeon. Leave and don't hurt anyone. The troll stared at him. Then it turned and fled, crashing through a side corridor, running from the ghosts only it and Harry could see. Harry released his hold on the spirits. They faded back across the membrane, grateful for the brief moment of existence, carrying with them the troll's terror. The corridor warmed. The torches steadied. Harry. Hermione stood in the bathroom doorway, her face tear-streaked, her eyes wide with shock. She'd seen it, not the ghosts themselves, but the effect. The way reality had bent around Harry's will. Are you okay? Harry asked. Yes. How did you, later? We need to get back to our common rooms before anyone realizes we're gone. They ran, splitting at the main staircase. Harry made it back to the Slytherin dormitory just as the prefects finished their head count, slipping in behind a group of older students who hadn't noticed his absence. Blaise caught his eye across the room, one eyebrow raised. Harry shook his head slightly, not here, and Blaise nodded, accepting the deflection. Later, in his four-poster bed with the curtains drawn, Harry replayed the encounter in his mind. He'd commanded the dead in front of a witness. He'd revealed his abilities to save his friend. It had been the right choice, the only choice, but it was also a risk. Hermione knew now. Really knew, not just intellectually but viscerally. She'd seen what he could do. He hoped he could still trust her with that knowledge. She found him the next morning before breakfast, her face pale but determined. I'm not going to tell anyone, she said without preamble. What you did last night, that was amazing. And terrifying. But you saved my life. You used this power that everyone calls dark and evil, and you used it to save someone. That's not evil, Harry. That's good. Most people wouldn't see it that way. Most people are idiots. She took a deep breath. I want to help you. I don't know how yet, I can't do what you do, but I can research. I can be a second pair of eyes. I can help you navigate a world that would destroy you if they knew the truth. Harry looked at her, this brave, brilliant, strange girl who'd decided to believe in him despite everything she'd been taught. The ghosts had given him family when he had none. Now, for the first time, the living were offering the same. Okay, he said. Partners. Partners. They shook hands, and Harry felt something settle in his chest. A sense of rightness, of pieces falling into place. He still had enemies. He still had secrets that could destroy him. But he also had allies, McGonagall, Hermione, the ghosts of Hogwarts watching over him. Maybe that would be enough. The weeks following Halloween established a new rhythm. Harry spent his days navigating classes and Slytherin politics, his evenings studying with Hermione in the library, and his nights conversing with the ghosts of Hogwarts. Each domain required different skills, different masks, different versions of himself. In Transfiguration, he excelled without showing off, good enough to earn points, not so exceptional that he drew unwanted attention. McGonagall understood the balance he was striking and graded him accordingly. In Charms, Professor Flitwick was delighted by Harry's theoretical knowledge and practical skill. The tiny professor would often keep Harry after class to discuss advanced concepts, treating him more like a promising apprentice than a first-year student. In Potions, Snape continued his campaign of subtle hostility, but Harry had learned to let it wash over him. The man wanted a reaction, a confirmation of his bitter assumptions about the Potter heir. Harry refused to provide it. In defense against the dark arts, Harry watched Quirrell carefully. The professor stuttered, flinched at shadows, and smelled strongly of garlic, all of which seemed designed to make him appear weak and harmless. But the presence Harry had sensed at Halloween was still there, lurking behind Quirrell's watery eyes. He's hosting something, Harry told Hermione during one of their library sessions. A fragment of a soul, maybe. Something that shouldn't be there. Hermione's face went pale. Like a possession? Similar. But not quite. It's more, symbiotic. Whatever it is, it's been there long enough that they've become entangled. Harry frowned. I can't tell what it is without getting closer, and that seems like a terrible idea. Could it be related to you-know-who? He's supposed to be gone, but if a piece of him survived. Harry had been thinking the same thing. The feeling he got from Quirrell reminded him of descriptions he'd read about Dark Lords who cheated death, the twisted magic, the corruption of natural laws. If Voldemort had found a way to persist after his supposed destruction. I don't know enough yet. But I'm going to find out. The castle's ghosts were invaluable sources of information. Harry cultivated relationships with spirits throughout Hogwarts, learning their names and stories, treating them with the respect Morrigan had taught him was essential. In return, they told him things, secrets they'd overheard, history they'd witnessed, patterns in the castle's behavior that living students never noticed. Nearly Headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, was chatty and friendly, grateful for anyone who took the time to talk to him. He told Harry about the castle's hidden passages, the teachers' routines, the endless small dramas that played out among the student body. The Fat Friar of Hufflepuff was gentler, more philosophical. He'd been a monk in life and still carried that peaceful energy. He helped Harry understand the spiritual aspects of necromancy, the nature of the soul, the meaning of death, the questions that had no answers. The Grey Lady of Ravenclaw was more elusive. She'd spoken to Harry once, briefly, recognizing him as something different from the usual students who tried to get her attention. You walk the boundary, she'd said. Few living can do that without falling. Be careful which side you fall toward. And the Bloody Baron, Harry's first and most powerful ally among the Hogwarts ghosts, became something like a mentor. He'd been a dark wizard in life, Harry learned. Not evil, exactly, but ruthless. He'd killed the woman he loved and spent 1,000 years drowning in guilt. Power corrupts, the Baron told him one night. Not because power is evil, but because power reveals who you truly are. The weak can pretend to be good because they're never tested. The powerful have no such luxury. What about you? Were you good? I was selfish. I wanted what I wanted, and I took it without considering the cost. The Baron's chains rattled as he shifted. Helena, the woman I killed, she refused me. I couldn't accept it. Couldn't accept that she had her own will, her own desires, her own life apart from my plans for her. His voice was barely audible. I told myself it was love. It wasn't. Love doesn't possess. Love doesn't destroy. Harry thought about his mother, dying to protect him. About the ghosts in the graveyard, caring for a child they'd never met. About Hermione, keeping his secrets not because she had to but because she chose to. I think I understand, he said quietly. Then you understand more than I did at your age. Hold on to that understanding, Harry Potter. It's the only thing that will keep you human. December brought snow and approaching exams. Harry found himself increasingly drawn into the mystery of Quirrell and whatever was hidden on the third floor. He knew about Fluffy, the three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor, from conversations overheard by helpful ghosts. He knew the teachers had created additional protections. He knew something valuable was being kept at Hogwarts, something Dumbledore thought was worth risking students' safety to protect. And he knew Quirrell was interested in it. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said during one of their research sessions. It has to be. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, and he's a friend of Dumbledore's. The stone can produce the elixir of life, immortality in a bottle. Immortality. Harry turned the word over in his mouth. That's what Voldemort was after, wasn't it? Power over death. If that thing inside Quirrell is really part of you-know-who, he'd want the stone more than anything. Harry nodded slowly. The pieces were coming together. Voldemort, or what remained of him, was possessing Quirrell, using him as a puppet to get close to the stone. The troll on Halloween had been a distraction, a way to explore the castle while everyone was focused elsewhere. We need to tell someone, Hermione said. Dumbledore, or McGonagall, or, tell them what? That I used necromancy to sense a dark presence in a professor? That we've been researching forbidden magic in the library? Harry shook his head. We don't have proof. Just suspicions based on abilities I'm not supposed to have. Then what do we do? We watch. We wait. We gather evidence. Harry met her eyes. And if Quirrell makes his move before we're ready, we stop him. Stop him? Harry, you're 11 years old. I'm 11 years old with a lifetime of training from dead Dark Lords and battle mages and necromancers. Quirrell is a weak man being ridden by a parasitic soul fragment. Harry smiled grimly. I like my odds. The Christmas holidays arrived with a blanket of fresh snow. Most Slytherins went home for the break. The dungeon common room felt almost abandoned with just a handful of students remaining. Harry had chosen to stay, partly to avoid questions about where his family was and partly because he had research to continue. Hermione had gone home to her parents, but she'd left him with a stack of books on protective magic and a promise to write daily. True to her word, owls arrived every morning with long letters full of questions and theories and occasional sketches of holiday decorations. Harry spent his days exploring the castle and his nights conversing with the ghosts. The holiday quiet made the spirits more visible, more willing to talk. He learned things about Hogwarts that no living person remembered, secret passages, hidden chambers, the castle's own strange form of consciousness that the ghosts could feel but not explain. On Christmas morning, he woke to find presents at the foot of his bed. This had never happened before. The Dursleys had given him nothing, not even acknowledgement. But here, in this castle full of strangers, someone had thought of him. Hermione had sent a box of chocolate frogs and a book on defensive shields. McGonagall's gift was a photograph, moving, wizarding style, of a young couple with a baby. James Potter, dark-haired and laughing. Lily Potter, red-haired and radiant. And Harry himself, barely a year old, reaching toward the camera with chubby hands. He stared at the photograph for a long time, watching his parents wave and smile and hold him close. The ghosts had described them, but this was different. This was real. This was proof that he'd been loved, that he'd had a family, that his life hadn't always been darkness. The last package had no card. It contained a cloak of some silvery fabric that seemed to flow like water through his fingers. When he put it on, his body vanished entirely. An invisibility cloak. Valuable beyond measure. But from who? A slip of parchment fell from the folds. Your father left this in my possession. Use it well. Harry folded the cloak carefully and tucked it into his trunk. Questions for later. For now, he had a castle to explore and a mystery to solve. The Mirror of Erist found him on Boxing Day. Harry had been wandering the castle under his new cloak, testing its limits, when he stumbled into an unused classroom containing nothing but an enormous mirror in an ornate golden frame. The inscription around the top read, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. Harry approached carefully, his senses alert for traps. When he stood before the mirror, he saw his mother. Not the photograph version, younger, frozen in time. This Lily Potter was a ghost, translucent and glowing, standing beside him with tears running down her face. She reached out as if to touch him, and Harry felt something pull at his heart. Mom. Harry. Her voice was in his mind, not his ears, the way ghosts spoke when they wanted privacy. My beautiful boy. Look at how you've grown. He was crying. He hadn't realized until the tears blurred his vision. Is this real? Are you really here? The mirror shows the deepest desire of the heart. Your deepest desire is to see me, to speak to me, to have what you missed. Her expression was sad and loving. I've been watching you, Harry. Through the veil, through the boundary you walk so easily. I've seen what you've become. Are you a ghost somewhere? Can I find you? I moved on, my love. When I died protecting you, I chose to go rather than stay. The sacrifice required it, my soul had to pass through the boundary completely for the protection to anchor. She smiled through her tears. But you've learned to speak across that boundary. You've learned what no wizard in centuries has mastered. And so we can have these stolen moments, this mirror that shows what could be. Harry pressed his hand against the glass. His mother's hand moved to match it, separated by nothing but cold surface. I've thought about you every day. The ghosts told me stories, but I never knew, I couldn't be sure if you were still somewhere. I'm at peace, Harry. Your father too. We watch you when we can, though the veil makes it difficult. We're so proud of you. So proud of the boy you've become despite everything. Everything. His voice cracked. Mom, I'm a necromancer. People would call me dark. Evil. People are fools. Lily's voice was fierce. There is no light magic or dark magic, there is only intent. You've taken the power of death and used it for kindness, for connection, for love. You've honored the dead instead of exploiting them. That is not evil, Harry. That is beautiful. They talked until the sun rose, hours passing like minutes. Lily told him about his father, James's humor, his loyalty, his occasional stupidity that she'd loved despite herself. She told him about Sirius Black, James's best friend, locked in Azkaban for crimes Harry didn't understand. She told him about Remus Lupin, the kind one, the one who'd struggled most after their deaths. And she told him about Voldemort. He's not truly dead, she said. The night he killed us, the night his curse rebounded, he should have been destroyed completely. But he'd already fractured his soul, hidden pieces of himself in objects to anchor him to life. Horcruxes, they're called. As long as they exist, he cannot die. How many? I don't know. Even from beyond the veil, that knowledge is obscured. But you can sense them, Harry. Your connection to death magic means you can feel the wrongness of a soul torn apart. You've already sensed one, the thing riding Professor Quirrell. Harry's blood went cold. Quirrell is a Horcrux. Not exactly. Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort's main soul, what's left of it. The Horcruxes are elsewhere, hidden. But they're all connected, all linked to the same original soul. Lily's expression turned serious. You have a gift, my son. A terrible, wonderful gift. Use it to find the Horcruxes. Destroy them. And when the time comes, finish what I started the night I died. I will, Harry promised. I'll end him. For you. For Dad. For everyone he's hurt. Lily smiled, and the expression was so full of love that Harry felt his heart might break. I know you will, my brave boy. Now go. Live your life. Make friends, learn magic, be happy. The war will come when it comes, don't waste your childhood preparing for battles that haven't started yet. She began to fade. Harry pressed harder against the glass. Will I see you again? Will this work again? The mirror is dangerous, it shows desire, not truth. Dumbledore will move it soon, and you won't find it again. Her voice was growing faint. But you know how to call across the veil now. When you're ready, when you need me, reach out. I'll be listening. I love you, Mum. I love you too, Harry. More than death. More than forever. She vanished. The mirror showed only Harry's reflection, a small boy with messy black hair and tear-streaked cheeks, standing alone in an empty room. But he wasn't alone. He never had been. January brought the return of students and the acceleration of Quirrell's plans. Harry could feel it, a building pressure in the castle, a sense of events approaching their climax. The thing inside Quirrell was growing impatient, pushing its host harder. Quirrell's stuttering had become more pronounced, his flinches more frequent. Whatever timeline they'd been working on had moved up. He's going after the stone soon, Harry told Hermione. I can feel it. Then we tell someone. We have to. I'll tell McGonagall. Not everything, but enough to put her on alert. Harry paused. And I'll tell her about Quirrell. She can pass it to Dumbledore without revealing my source. The conversation with McGonagall was difficult. She listened without interruption, her expression growing more concerned with each revelation. When Harry finished, she sat in silence for a long moment. You're certain about Quirrell? As certain as I can be without confronting him directly. And you won't tell me how you know? I can't. Not without revealing things that would put me in danger. McGonagall's lips pressed thin. I don't like secrets, Mr. Potter. But I've trusted you this far, and you haven't steered me wrong. She stood. I'll inform the headmaster. He's been away on business, but he should return by tomorrow. In the meantime, stay away from the third-floor corridor. If you're right about Quirrell, the last thing we need is you confronting him alone. Yes, Professor. She dismissed him, but as he reached the door, she called out, Harry. Whatever happens, you're not responsible for stopping this. You're 11 years old. Let the adults handle it. Harry nodded, but they both knew it was empty reassurance. If the adults could handle it, Voldemort would have been stopped years ago. The confrontation came 3 nights later. Harry was in the Slytherin common room, working on a potions essay, when a ghost he didn't recognize materialized beside him. The man with 2 faces goes to the forbidden corridor, the ghost whispered. The headmaster has been called away. The path is clear. Harry was on his feet instantly. When? Now. He moves now. Harry ran. The castle at night was a maze of shadows and moonlight. Harry moved through it like one of the ghosts himself, years of graveyard training making his footsteps silent. The third-floor corridor was ahead, the door that led to Fluffy standing open. He should wait for McGonagall. Should send word and let the teachers handle it. But Quirrell was already inside. Already past the first obstacle. By the time anyone else arrived, the stone might be gone, and with it, Voldemort's chance at resurrection. Harry descended into the darkness. The obstacles were easier than he'd expected. Fluffy was asleep, a harp playing itself in the corner. Someone had known the trick. Harry dropped through the trapdoor into soft, grabbing vines that released him when he went limp. A room full of flying keys yielded to a summoning charm. A giant chess set let him pass when he spoke to the White King's ghost, a spirit bound to the pieces centuries ago, grateful for conversation. Each room had been designed to stop a dark wizard, but none of them had accounted for a necromancer. Harry moved through them like water through cracks, using skills no one knew he had. The final room was different. Quirrell stood before a mirror, the same mirror Harry had found at Christmas. His turban was unwound, revealing the back of his head, and what Harry saw there made his stomach clench. A face. Pressed against Quirrell's skull like a terrible parasite. Red eyes and slit nostrils and a mouth that twisted into something almost like a smile. "Harry Potter," the face said. Voldemort's voice was high and cold. "I wondered if you would come." Harry stopped at the room's threshold. His hand was on his wand, but he didn't draw it. "Not yet. You knew I could sense you." "I suspected." The disturbance on Halloween was suggestive. A child who could command the dead. Interesting. Very interesting. Voldemort's lips didn't move quite right, stretched over Quirrell's skull. "I've been watching you, Harry. Through this fool's eyes. You're not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "A Gryffindor. A hero. Someone easy to predict and easier to destroy." The red eyes gleamed. "Instead I find a Slytherin. A necromancer. Someone who's walked paths I walked in my youth. We have more in common than you know." "We have nothing in common. Don't we? You were raised without love, without family, forced to survive on your own wits. You discovered abilities that others called dark and embraced them anyway. You learned that the world is not kind to those who are different." Voldemort's voice was almost gentle. "I know that path, Harry. I walked it before you were born." Harry felt the pull of the words, the seductive logic, the promise of understanding. It would be easy to agree. To find common ground with the monster who murdered his parents. But his mother's voice echoed in his memory, "There is no light magic or dark magic, there is only intent." "You're wrong," Harry said quietly. "We're not the same. You saw darkness in yourself and decided the world was dark. I saw darkness and chose to be the light anyway." Voldemort's expression flickered, surprise, maybe, or irritation. Pretty words. But meaningless. "You can't stop me, child. The stone is within my grasp. Immortality, power, revenge, everything I've worked toward for decades. Then take it." Voldemort blinked. "What?" "The mirror. Dumbledore's final protection. You've been standing there for minutes trying to figure out how to retrieve the stone." Harry gestured. "Go ahead. Take it." For a moment, no one moved. Then Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound that made Quirrell's face twist grotesquely. "You're bluffing." "I'm really not." Harry stepped into the room, keeping his distance but making himself visible in the mirror's reflection. "I know how this mirror works. It shows the deepest desire of your heart. For you, that's the stone, but the stone is hidden inside the mirror. The only way to get it is to want it without wanting to use it. And you, Voldemort, want nothing except to use it. Then how, I could get it. If I wanted to." Harry smiled thinly. "My deepest desire isn't the stone. It's to see my mother again. The stone is worthless to me. I could stand in front of that mirror and the stone would appear in my pocket because I don't actually want it. Voldemort's red eyes blazed. Then get it for me. Give me the stone, and I'll let you live. I'll give you power beyond your imagination. We could be allies, Harry, master and apprentice, reshaping the wizarding world together. No. No. After everything I've offered. You killed my parents. Harry's voice was steady. You tried to kill me. You've spent a decade as a parasite, eating away at decent people to sustain your pathetic existence. And you think I'd help you? He shook his head. I don't want your power, Voldemort. I have my own. He reached out with his senses, across the membrane between life and death, calling to the spirits that lingered in this ancient chamber. There weren't many. Hogwarts' living presence overwhelmed most ghostly energies, but there were some. Echoes of old magic. Fragments of builders and students and teachers who'd left pieces of themselves in these stones. They answered. The temperature dropped. The torches flickered. And from the shadows, pale shapes began to form, not full ghosts, but impressions, memories given temporary substance by Harry's will. Voldemort hissed, recoiling. Necromancy. You really are, what you could have been, maybe. What you threw away when you chose fear over love. Harry felt the spirits gather around him, a shield of the dead against the monster who'd cheated death. You made one mistake, Tom. You spent so long running from death that you forgot to respect it. The dead have no love for you. I am Lord Voldemort. You're a ghost who forgot to lie down. Harry's voice rang through the chamber. And I've been speaking to ghosts since I was 7 years old. They have no secrets from me. Including yours. He pushed, and the spirits surged forward. Not attacking, they couldn't physically harm Voldemort, but overwhelming. A wall of cold and presence and memory, forcing Quirrell back from the mirror, forcing Voldemort to focus on defense instead of offense. The Horcruxes, Harry said, pressing his advantage. The diary. The ring. The locket. The cup. Others you haven't made yet. I know what you've done, Tom. I know how you've anchored yourself. And I will find them. I will destroy them. And when there's nothing left of you but this pathetic wraith, Voldemort screamed. The sound was fury and fear and something almost like despair. He threw Quirrell's body toward Harry, abandoning his host, a black cloud of malevolent spirit tearing free and hurling itself at the nearest exit. Harry let him go. Quirrell collapsed, the double face gone, just a broken man bleeding from his eyes and ears and nose. Harry knelt beside him, feeling for a pulse, finding one faint and fading. He's killing you, Harry said quietly. The possession. It's been killing you for months. Quirrell's eyes fluttered open. I know. His voice was barely a whisper. I was weak. He promised power. Knowledge. I was a fool. Yes. You were. I'm sorry. Quirrell's hand found Harry's. I didn't mean, he was so strong. I know. The pulse faded. Quirrell's eyes went glassy. Harry felt the man's soul slip free of his body, hover for a moment in confusion, and then, with a push of Harry's power, move on toward whatever waited beyond the veil. He didn't become a ghost. Harry made sure of it. After everything Quirrell had been through, he deserved peace. Dumbledore found him an hour later, still sitting beside the body. The headmaster looked old, older than Harry had ever seen him. His eyes swept the chamber, taking in the mirror, the spirits fading back into the stones, the child who'd done what grown wizards couldn't. Harry, he said quietly. What happened here? Harry told him. Not everything, not the necromancy, not the details of his power, but enough. Voldemort's possession. The stone's protection. Quirrell's death. Dumbledore listened without interruption. When Harry finished, the old man sat down heavily on the chamber's cold floor. "I underestimated you," he said finally. "I hoped, you would be a child. Innocent. Protected from the darkness that's coming." He laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Instead I find a warrior. A boy who's already faced the monster and won. I didn't win. Voldemort escaped. But you drove him off. Without the stone. Without reinforcements. Without any of the advantages he thought he had." Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's, and there was something new in them, respect, maybe. Wariness, certainly. "You are not what I expected, Harry Potter. I keep hearing that." "I imagine you do." Dumbledore rose slowly. "The stone will be destroyed. Nicholas and I have discussed it. This attempt was too close, we cannot risk another." He paused. "As for you, I think we have much to discuss. But not tonight. Tonight, you should rest." Harry stood. His legs felt weak, his magic depleted. The conversation could wait. "One question," he said as Dumbledore began to leave. "The invisibility cloak. It was my father's." Dumbledore's expression flickered. "Yes. Thank you for returning it." He walked away before Dumbledore could respond. The corridors were dark and empty, the castle sleeping around him. Harry made his way back to the Slytherin dormitory, collapsed into his bed, and slept without dreams. The year ended quietly. Gryffindor won the House Cup after Dumbledore awarded last-minute points for bravery and resourcefulness in the face of danger. Harry suspected it was a coded reference to his confrontation with Voldemort, but the old man never confirmed it. Hermione had passed her exams with the highest marks in their year. Harry came second, which was exactly where he wanted to be, impressive enough to be respected, not so impressive that he drew unwanted attention. Daphne approached him on the last day before the train. "You know more than you're telling anyone," she said without preamble. "Something happened at the end of the year. Quirrell died, and you were involved. Maybe. The ghosts have been acting strange around you." Respectful, almost. Her ice-blue eyes studied him. "What are you, Harry Potter?" "I'm your housemate. Your ally, potentially, if you're interested." "And what would an alliance with you involve?" "Protection. Information. Eventually, a side in the war that's coming." Harry met her gaze steadily. "Voldemort isn't dead, Daphne. He's weak and scattered, but he'll return. When he does, you'll want friends who can face him." She was quiet for a long moment. Then she extended her hand. "Alliance, then." "Provisionally. Until I know more about what I'm agreeing to." Harry shook her hand. "That's all I ask." The Hogwarts Express carried them back to London through green summer countryside. Harry sat with Blaise and Tracy. Daphne had joined another compartment, needing space to process their conversation, and watched the landscape roll past. "Writing this summer?" Blaise asked lazily. "I assume you're not actually going back to those Muggle relatives Dumbledore thinks you live with." "No. I have somewhere else to go." Harry smiled slightly. "But I'll write." "Good. Slytherin solidarity and all that." The train pulled into King's Cross. Students spilled onto platform 9 3/4, greeted by families, disappearing through the barrier into the Muggle world. Harry waited until the crowd thinned, then stepped through himself. McGonagall was waiting on the other side. "I'll walk you to the edge of the station," she said. "Then you're on your own. I assume you have transportation arranged." "I'll be fine." They walked in comfortable silence. At the station's exit, McGonagall stopped. "You did well this year, Harry. Better than anyone could have expected." She paused. "I'm proud of you." "Thank you, Professor Minerva. When we're not at school, you can call me Minerva." Harry smiled, a real smile, rare and genuine. "Thank you, Minerva." She nodded once, then turned and walked away. Harry stepped out into the London summer, breathed the warm air, and began the journey back to his graveyard. Back to his mother's spirit, to the ghosts who'd raised him, to the hollow under the oak tree that had been his first real home. Back to prepare for the war he knew was coming. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, the airs whisper the summer between first and second year passed in a rhythm Harry had come to love. Mornings belonged to the physical world, exercises Harold had designed to keep his body sharp, runs through the Surrey countryside before the heat became unbearable, practical work maintaining his shelter under the oak. The graveyard had changed in his absence, new graves had been dug, fresh spirits wandering confused among the stones until Harry helped them understand what they'd become. Afternoons were for study. McGonagall, Minerva, visited twice weekly now, bringing books and news from the wizarding world. The ministry was in chaos after Quirrell's death and the revelation that something had been hunting the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore had deflected the worst questions, but rumors were spreading. "They're calling you the boy who lived again in some circles," Minerva told him during one visit. The story leaked somehow. A first-year student facing down an unknown threat in the castle depths. Let them talk. Rumors are useful. They're also dangerous. The Department of Mysteries has increased their surveillance. They know you're connected to what happened. Harry accepted this news calmly. He'd expected it. The unspeakables had been watching him since the tracker incident, and his confrontation with Voldemort had only intensified their interest. But Hogwarts wards had hidden the specifics of his abilities, and that protection would resume in September. Evenings belonged to the dead. Morrigan had returned from wherever she wandered during his school months, and her training resumed with new intensity. She'd heard about his confrontation with Voldemort, ghost networks moved information faster than Owl Post, and she was determined to push him further. "You drove him off with intimidation and parlor tricks," she said bluntly. "If he'd called your bluff, if he'd attacked instead of fled, you'd be dead." "I know." "Then learn. Learn to do more than frighten, learn to fight." The lessons that followed were brutal. Morrigan taught him to weaponize death magic, to channel the cold of the grave into attacks that drained warmth and life from living targets. She taught him to raise wards that fed on approaching threats, to bind spirits temporarily into objects for later use, to feel the threads of fate that connected the living to their eventual deaths. "Every person carries their death with them," she explained one night. "A shadow walking beside them, waiting. A true necromancer can see these shadows. Can, with enough power, even manipulate them." "You mean kill people?" "I mean understand mortality in its fullest form." Her dark eyes met his. "Killing is easy, Harry. Any fool with a wand can kill. What I'm teaching you is comprehension. The ability to see death not as an ending but as a transformation. To work with it instead of against it." Harry practiced. He learned to see the death shadows Morrigan described, faint, flickering things that revealed how each person would eventually die. Some shadows were clear: illness, old age, natural causes. Others were murky, suggesting violence or accident or fate not yet determined. His own shadow was the murkiest of all. "Because your fate is entangled with Voldemort's," Morrigan said when he asked. "The prophecy, the connection, the piece of his soul that touched you, it all creates uncertainty. Multiple possible deaths, multiple possible lives, all superimposed until the moment of resolution." "What prophecy?" Morrigan went still. "You don't know." "Know what?" She was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was careful. "There is a prophecy concerning you and the Dark Lord. I don't know its exact wording, such things are closely guarded, but its existence is known among the dead. Voldemort heard part of it before your birth. That's why he came for you. Why he chose you specifically." Harry felt cold that had nothing to do with ghostly presence. "A prophecy. Something that says I have to, what? Kill him?" Be killed by him? Prophecies are tricky things. They describe possibilities, not certainties. The future is not fixed, it's a river with many channels. Prophecies simply identify which channels are most likely given current conditions. Morrigan drifted closer. But yes. The prophecy almost certainly concerns the final confrontation between you and Voldemort. One of you will end the other. That much seems unavoidable. Harry absorbed this. He'd always known, on some level, that his conflict with Voldemort would end in violence. But having it confirmed, knowing that fate itself had marked him for this fight, was different. Then I'd better be ready, he said quietly. Yes. You had. Hermione's letters arrived daily, filled with questions about magical theory and updates on her summer reading. She devoured every book on defensive magic she could find and had started researching the history of Dark Lords, trying to understand what made Voldemort different from his predecessors. He's the only one who's come back from apparent death, she wrote in late July. Grindelwald was defeated and imprisoned, but he stayed human. The Dark Lords before him either died properly or were sealed away. Voldemort actually achieved some form of immortality. How? Harry wrote back carefully, omitting details about Horcruxes but confirming her suspicions. He found a way to anchor his soul to the physical world. Multiple anchors, probably. That's why he couldn't be killed permanently, his main soul was destroyed, but the anchors remained. Like redundant backups in a computer system, Hermione responded. If we found and destroyed the anchors, he'd become mortal again. In theory. But finding them would be nearly impossible. They could be anywhere, protected by any kind of magic. Then we need more information. Have you asked your sources? Harry smiled at her delicate phrasing. I'm working on it. The ghosts knew fragments about Horcruxes, the general theory, historical examples, the signs of soul fracture. But specific information about Voldemort's anchors was harder to find. He'd been secretive even in his inner circle, trusting no one with the full picture. Harry did learn one useful thing, the diary. A ghost named Erasmus, who died in the 1970s and maintained connections to the magical underworld, told him about a book that had passed through dark channels after the war. Lucius Malfoy acquired it, Erasmus said. A diary that once belonged to the Dark Lord himself. He bragged about it at private gatherings, said it was filled with Voldemort's memories, his secrets. He planned to use it as leverage if the Dark Lord ever returned. Where is it now? Still with Malfoy, presumably. He keeps it in his manor, hidden among his other dark artifacts. Erasmus's spectral face twisted with distaste. The man collects such things the way others collect fine art. Status symbols for those who admire cruelty. A diary filled with Voldemort's memories. Harry's necromantic senses tingled at the description. A soul anchor didn't need to be a physical object, it could be knowledge, memories, personality preserved in magical form. The diary was almost certainly a Horcrux. The morning of July 31st, his 12th birthday, Harry woke to find the graveyard transformed. The ghosts had decorated. It was a strange sight, translucent streamers woven between gravestones, ethereal flowers blooming from spectral stems, Harold and Margaret arguing about where to position a ghostly banner that read "Happy Birthday Harry" in wavering letters. We wanted to celebrate, Margaret explained when Harry emerged from his hollow, blinking in surprise. You've never had a proper birthday, have you? The living ones you spent with those awful muggles, and last year you were at Hogwarts without us. This is... Harry didn't have words. The dead, who had so little ability to affect the physical world, had spent hours, maybe days, preparing this. For him. Don't get emotional, Morrigan said dryly, appearing from the shadow of the oak. It's just a few decorations. The old ones insisted. I insisted, Harold corrected. Morrigan helped. Surprisingly. I have depths. Harry laughed, a real laugh, full and warm. He spent the day surrounded by his strange family, sharing stories and memories and a birthday cake that Minerva brought when she visited that afternoon. It was the best birthday of his life. As evening fell, Lily's voice touched his mind from across the veil. "Happy birthday, my love. 12 years old. You're becoming such a remarkable young man." "Thanks, Mom." Harry sat alone by her grave marker, one he'd created himself, a simple stone with her name and dates. "I miss you. I'm always here. Watching. Proud." A pause. "This year will be harder than the last. Something is stirring in the wizarding world. Something connected to Voldemort's past." "The diary?" "Yes. It's been activated. Someone has begun writing in it, feeding it, awakening what sleeps inside." Lily's voice carried worry. "Be careful, Harry. The diary spirit is not Voldemort as he is now, it's him as he was. Young, brilliant, dangerously charming. Don't underestimate it." "I won't." "And Harry, the girl who's writing in it. She's not evil. She's being manipulated, drawn in by a master manipulator. Remember that when the time comes." Harry promised to remember. His mother's presence faded, leaving him alone with the evening stars and the weight of coming challenges. The diary was active. Someone at Hogwarts was feeding a piece of Voldemort's soul. He had work to do. September 1st arrived with grey skies and the promise of rain. Harry met Minerva at King's Cross as usual, but this year their conversation was more serious. She'd heard rumors about the diary too, through her own channels, not his, and the possibility of a Horcrux at Hogwarts deeply concerned her. "Dumbledore suspects something," she said as they walked toward the barrier. "He's been investigating Malfoy, trying to determine if any dark artifacts have left his possession recently. But Lucius is careful. He leaves no traces. He doesn't need to leave traces if he's already planted the diary at school. Which is why I need you to be my eyes and ears, Harry. I can't investigate students without arousing suspicion. But you, a fellow student, moving through the castle, talking to ghosts others can't see, you can find things I can't." Harry nodded. "I'll find it. Be careful. If the diary really is what we suspect, it's more dangerous than anything you've faced. Soul magic corrupts those who interact with it. Don't engage directly, report to me and let adults handle the actual confrontation." Harry agreed, though they both knew he'd handle the confrontation himself if it came to that. Platform 9 3/4 was its usual chaos. Harry navigated through the crowd, found an empty compartment, and settled in to wait. He'd written to Hermione about their meeting point, and she appeared within minutes, dragging a trunk nearly as large as she was. "I've been researching all summer," she said by way of greeting, dropping into the seat across from him. "Soul magic, dark artifacts, possession cases, I've read everything I could find. And it's terrifying." She pulled a notebook from her bag, pages covered in her precise handwriting. "If your sources are right about the diary, it's not just a storage device. It's a fragment of consciousness, capable of independent thought and action. It would want to preserve itself, to grow stronger. It would need to feed on something. Magical energy? Life force? Emotional energy, probably. Trust, affection, secrets, things a person would pour into a diary without thinking about it. The more the victim writes, the stronger the fragment becomes." Hermione's face was pale. "And if it gets strong enough, it might be able to manifest. Take over its host completely." Harry remembered his mother's warning, she's being manipulated, drawn in by a master manipulator. A young girl, probably, writing her deepest feelings in what she thought was a normal diary. Unknowingly feeding a monster. We need to find out who has it. Without alerting them. If we confront the victim directly, the diary might retaliate, use them as a weapon or escape into someone else. Hermione bit her lip. "We need to be subtle." "I can do subtle." The ghosts hear everything. And I can watch the students. Look for changes in behavior, signs of possession or influence. She straightened. We'll find it, Harry. Before it hurts anyone. The train began to move. Harry watched London slide away through the window and thought about the war he was already fighting, not with curses and armies, but with information and preparation. The diary was just the first battle. There would be more. The sorting passed without incident. Harry clapped politely as new Slytherins joined their table, noting faces and names for future reference. Daphne sat beside him, her presence a silent reminder of their provisional alliance. Good summer, she asked, her tone carefully neutral. Productive. Yours? Enlightening. I did some research on the topics we discussed before term ended. Her ice blue eyes met his. I have questions. After dinner. We can talk in the common room. She nodded and returned to her food. Across the great hall, Harry caught Hermione's eye. She gave a subtle nod, indicating she was already watching for suspicious behavior. The feast ended. Students dispersed to their dormitories. Harry found a quiet corner of the Slytherin common room and waited for Daphne. She arrived with Tracy in tow, both girls wearing expressions of careful curiosity. You said Voldemort wasn't dead, Daphne began without preamble. That he'd return. I've spent the summer investigating that claim. And I found nothing conclusive. Officially, he was destroyed when his curse rebounded. Unofficially, there have been sightings, rumors of a shadowy presence in Albania, reports of dark magic in places he once frequented. She leaned forward. But nothing explains how he could possibly survive. The killing curse doesn't fail. It destroys the soul. Unless the soul isn't all in one place. Daphne's eyes widened slightly. You're talking about soul magic. That's illegal. The Ministry doesn't even acknowledge it exists. The Ministry also said Voldemort was dead. They were wrong about that too. Harry. Daphne's voice was sharp. What do you know? He considered how much to tell her. She was smart, politically connected, potentially useful. But she was also ambitious, which meant she'd leverage information for personal gain if given the chance. Voldemort created anchors, he said carefully. Objects that hold pieces of his soul. As long as they exist, he can't truly die, his main soul will find a way back, attached to hosts, rebuild its power. Quirrell was just the first host. There will be others. You're saying he's essentially immortal. I'm saying he cheated death. But cheating has consequences. Each anchor weakens him, fragments his mind, makes him less human. And the anchors can be destroyed. Harry paused. I think one of them is at Hogwarts right now. Tracy made a small sound of alarm. Daphne's expression went still, her political mask, Harry recognized. What kind of anchor? A diary. Given to a student, probably. Someone who'll write in it, feed it, give it strength. He met her eyes. I need to find who has it before the diary becomes strong enough to act. And what will you do when you find it? Destroy it. Daphne studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. I'll help. Not out of altruism. If there's really a piece of the Dark Lord at Hogwarts, finding and destroying it would be politically valuable. She almost smiled. Alliance confirmed, Potter. What do you need? Eyes on the younger students. Especially girls, the diary would probably appeal more to someone who likes writing about feelings. Watch for personality changes, isolation, unusual behavior. I'll coordinate with Tracy. We'll be subtle. Good. Harry stood. And Daphne, be careful. If the diary suspects someone's looking for it, it might become dangerous. I'm always careful. She left with Tracy. Harry remained in his corner, thinking about the pieces on the board. Hermione watching from Gryffindor. Daphne watching from Slytherin. The ghosts watching everywhere else. Now he just needed to find his target before the diary found him. The first sign of trouble came 2 weeks into term. Harry was walking to defense against the dark arts, now taught by a preening peacock named Gilderoy Lockhart, when he felt something wrong. A whisper at the edge of his awareness, like a voice speaking just below hearing range. He stopped. Concentrated. The whisper grew slightly clearer. So hungry, so long sleeping, let me out, let me hunt. The voice was cold, ancient, and very large. Harry followed the sound, ignoring the fact that he was going to be late for class. The whisper led him through corridors, upstairs, around corners, always ahead of him, always just out of reach. Finally, he found himself in a deserted hallway on the second floor. The whisper was louder here, coming from the walls themselves. Blood. I smell blood, the enemy of the air, let me kill. Harry pressed his hand against the stone. The wall was cold, colder than it should be. And behind it, inside it, something massive was moving. What are you? He murmured. The whisper stopped. For a heartbeat, there was total silence. Then, speaker. A speaker after so long. The voice boomed through Harry's mind, no longer whispered but shouted. He staggered, grabbing the wall for support. You can hear me. You speak the tongue. Are you the heir? Have you come to release me? Harry understood, suddenly, what he was dealing with. The voice. The walls. The castle's ancient history. A basilisk. Hidden in the Chamber of Secrets. Speaking Parseltongue. And he could hear it because he was a Parselmouth, a gift from Voldemort's failed killing curse, never discovered until now. I'm not the heir, Harry replied, finding the sibilant language coming naturally to his tongue. Who put you here? Slytherin. The founder. 1,000 years sleeping, waiting for the heir to wake me. Waiting to hunt the enemies of wizardkind. The basilisk's voice carried ancient loneliness. Are there still enemies? Mudbloods contaminating the school? Harry felt cold fury at the slur, but he kept his voice calm. The school has changed. There are no enemies here, only students learning magic. The heir would not say so. The heir comes to me, speaks to me, tells me of the contamination. Promises me blood soon. A pause. But you are speaker too. 2 heirs. Or is one false? Where is the other speaker? The one who wakes you. Comes through the wall, through the secret ways. Young voice. Female. Carries something old and dark. The basilisk's tone shifted, becoming almost uncertain. The dark thing speaks to her. Makes her open the chamber. But the girl does not want to. The girl weeps when she cannot remember. The diary. It was possessing someone, making them open the Chamber of Secrets and communicate with the basilisk. The victim had no idea what they were doing. I need you to do something for me, Harry said carefully. When the false heir comes again, don't obey. Don't hunt. Wait until I can find out who they are. You ask me to disobey the heir's blood? I ask you to wait. The person coming to you isn't the heir, they're being controlled by something dark and false. Help me free them. The basilisk was quiet for a long time. Harry could feel its presence behind the walls, massive, ancient, more intelligent than he'd expected. You speak truth, it said finally. I taste no deception in your words. I will wait, speaker. But not forever. The hunger grows. I'll be quick. Harry pulled back from the wall, his mind racing. The Chamber of Secrets was real. A basilisk lived inside the castle. And someone, some girl with the diary, was being used to unleash it. He had to find her. Fast. A basilisk. Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. Harry, do you know how dangerous? I know. I've been doing research since I found it. They were in an unused classroom, Ward said against eavesdropping. Hermione's face was pale in the wand light. Basilisks kill with their gaze. One look and you're dead. And they're venomous, one of only 3 known substances that can destroy Horcruxes, actually. She stopped. Wait. If the diary is a Horcrux, and basilisk venom can destroy Horcruxes, then the weapon we need is already in the castle. Harry nodded. I know. But I can't get the venom without convincing the basilisk to give it to me, and I can't do that until I deal with the diary. Why not? You said you spoke to it, and I told it to wait. But its master is the diary, ultimately. If I try to take the venom while the diary is still controlling someone, the diary might sense the threat and order an attack. Harry shook his head. I need to find the victim first. Remove the diary from their possession. Then I can approach the basilisk safely. So we're looking for a girl with the diary. That narrows it to half the school. Less than that. The basilisk said the voice was young, 1st or 2nd year, probably. And the Malfoys would have chosen someone vulnerable, someone easy to manipulate. Harry thought about it. Someone connected to blood traders or muggleborns. A victim that would embarrass their enemies when the truth came out. Hermione's expression shifted. The Weasleys. What? Ron Weasley's younger sister started this year. Ginny, I think. 1st year Gryffindor. The Weasleys are famous blood traders, the Malfoys hate them. If Lucius wanted to plant the diary somewhere it would cause maximum damage. He'd give it to a Weasley. Harry felt sick. A 1st-year girl, 11 years old, being possessed by a fragment of Voldemort. Forced to open the Chamber of Secrets, communicate with a basilisk, lose chunks of her memory while a monster used her body. I need to confirm it, he said. Talk to the ghosts, see if they've noticed anything about Ginny Weasley. Can you watch her? Note when she disappears, any changes in behavior. I'll be careful. If the diary suspects we know. I know. We're running out of time. The attack started 3 days later. Harry was leaving the library when he heard screaming. He ran toward the sound and found a crowd gathered in the 2nd-floor corridor, the same corridor where he'd spoken to the basilisk. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, hung from a torch bracket by her tail. She was stiff and gray, frozen in apparent death. On the wall behind her, words gleamed in red, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Filch was howling, accusing students at random. Teachers were pushing through the crowd, trying to restore order. And standing at the edge of the chaos, small and pale and shaking, was Ginny Weasley. Harry watched her. Her eyes were wide with horror, but beneath that, he could see it now that he knew to look, there was something else. Confusion. Gaps in her expression where memory should be. She didn't remember writing the message. Didn't remember petrifying the cat. The diary had taken over and left her with nothing but fear. I'm sorry, Harry thought toward her. I'm going to help you. I promise. He slipped away before anyone noticed him and went to find the Bloody Baron. The chamber has been opened before, the Baron confirmed that night. 50 years ago. A student died, a girl in the 2nd-floor bathroom. Her ghost still haunts the place. Moaning Myrtle. That's what they call her now. In life, she was Myrtle Warren. Muggle-born. She saw the basilisk's eyes and died instantly. The Baron's chains rattled as he shifted. The student responsible was never officially identified. The school blamed Hagrid, he was keeping dangerous creatures, made an easy scapegoat. But those of us who remember know better. Tom Riddle. The prefect who discovered Hagrid's guilt and was given a special award for services to the school. The Baron's voice dripped contempt. He'd already made the diary by then, I believe. Was using it to document his experiments. And now someone has it again. Is using it to do the same things he did. The girl. Weasley's youngest. The Baron nodded slowly. I've been watching, as you asked. She disappears for hours at a time, always near the second-floor bathroom. And she speaks in her sleep, hissing, like snakes. Her roommates are terrified but don't want to get her in trouble. Harry felt his determination harden. Ginny Weasley was suffering, being used, her mind invaded by a monster who'd killed before. He had to end this. How do I get into the chamber? Through the bathroom. Myrtle's bathroom. There's an entrance hidden in the sinks, a tap with a snake carved on the side. Speak to it in Parseltongue and the path will open. And the diary? How do I separate it from Ginny without alerting the fragment inside? The Baron was quiet. That, young Potter, I do not know. The diary is soul magic of the darkest kind. It will not release its victim willingly. Then I'll have to be unwilling enough for both of us. The attacks continued over the following weeks. Colin Creevey was petrified while trying to photograph Harry in the corridor. Justin Finch-Fletchley was found stiff near the library. Nearly headless Nick himself was frozen mid-float, his ghostly form turned grey and immobile. The school descended into paranoia. Students walked in groups, clutching mirrors to check around corners. Teachers escorted classes between lessons. Dumbledore's expression grew more grave with each incident. And Harry, watching from the shadows, gathered information. He confirmed that Ginny was the diary's victim through careful observation, noting her absences, her pallor, the way she flinched whenever someone mentioned the attacks. He learned the chamber's location by befriending Myrtle Warren, who was tragically eager for company and happy to share the circumstances of her death. The last thing I saw was great big yellow eyes, she moaned. By that sink, the one that never worked properly. There was a boy's voice, speaking in that horrible hissing language, and then the eyes. I'm sorry, Myrtle. That must have been terrible. No one cares about poor Myrtle. Dead and forgotten. But she smiled slightly at his sympathy. You're different, Harry Potter. You actually see us. Hear us. It's nice. You've been alone too long. That's going to change. He meant it. When this was over, he'd make sure Myrtle wasn't forgotten anymore. The opportunity came in February. Harry was monitoring Ginny through his ghost network when a report came. She'd gone to the second-floor bathroom again, alone, at midnight. The diary was driving her to open the chamber. He moved. The corridor was empty, the bathroom dark except for moonlight through the windows. Harry pushed open the door quietly and found Ginny standing at the sink with the snake tap, her hand on the metal, her lips moving in Parseltongue she shouldn't know. Ginny. She spun around, and Harry saw two people looking out of her eyes, the terrified girl and the cold presence controlling her. Potter. The voice that came out of Ginny's mouth wasn't hers. Deeper, smoother, with the trace of an accent that didn't belong to a Weasley. I wondered when you'd come. Let her go, Tom. Ginny's face smiled, but it was wrong, too controlled, too precise. You know who I am. Interesting. The old man must have told you, or that ghost woman who's been sniffing around. The smile widened. I've been aware of you, you know. Ever since you spoke to my basilisk. You're a Parselmouth, like me. Unlike you in every way that matters. Are you sure? Ginny's body took a step forward, and Harry forced himself not to retreat. I've read this girl's thoughts, Potter. I know what you are. A necromancer. A speaker to the dead. You've walked darker paths than most would dare, and you're only 12. Another step. We're the same. Both of us touched by power most wizards can only dream of. Both of us shaped by circumstances beyond our control. The difference is that I didn't choose to become a monster. No. Then what do you call commanding the dead? Binding spirits to your will. Using powers the ministry calls forbidden. Ginny's head tilted. You've already chosen, Harry. You just haven't admitted it to yourself. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a small glass vial. Basilisk venom, obtained 2 nights ago when he'd visited the chamber alone, spoken to the serpent, and convinced it that he, not the diary, was the true heir to Slytherin's legacy. You speak with compassion, the basilisk had said. The girl speaks with hunger. I know which voice carries the founder's true spirit. It had given him the venom willingly. And now Harry held enough to destroy the diary forever. I know what you are, Harry said quietly. A fragment. A sliver of Tom Riddle's soul, poured into a book to preserve his memories and powers. You're not really him, just a copy, frozen at 16, unable to grow or change. Ginny's expression flickered. I am the heir of Slytherin, you're a ghost. Less than a ghost. At least ghosts chose to stay. Harry raised the vial. And I'm going to send you on. With that? Ginny laughed, but there was an edge to it now. You'd have to destroy the diary itself, and I won't let you anywhere near it. Where is it? Somewhere this girl will never remember. Somewhere you'll never find. Ginny's hand rose, pointing at Harry. And now, I think, it's time to end this. Pity, I had such hopes for you. Kill him. The last words were hissed in Parseltongue, and Harry heard the basilisk begin to move behind the walls. Massive coils shifting, ancient hunger awakening. But Harry had prepared for this too. No, he replied in the same language. The false heir speaks. I am the true one. Sleep. The movement stopped. The basilisk hesitated, caught between 2 commands from 2 speakers. The girl has the dark thing, the serpent said, confusion in its ancient voice. But you taste of truth. Who is master? She is a victim. The dark thing controls her. Harry kept his voice calm, though his heart was pounding. I will free her. Then I will be the only speaker, and you will have clarity. A long pause. Then, free her quickly, true speaker. The hunger grows. The presence retreated. Ginny's face contorted with rage. How dare you, I am the heir, you're a parasite wearing a child's face. Harry stepped forward, and this time Ginny retreated. Tell me where the diary is, or I'll find it myself. Either way, you're finished. You can't, I've been trained by necromancers who make you look like an amateur, Tom. I've faced your future self and driven him off. You're 16 years old and trapped in a book. Harry smiled grimly. Do you really think you can stop me? Ginny's hand went to her robes, pulling something out, a small black book, leather-bound, innocent-looking. The diary. She'd had it on her the whole time. Give it to me, Harry said. Never. But her voice was weaker now, the confidence cracking. I'll possess her completely. Burn away her soul and take her body. You'll have to kill her to stop me. No. Harry raised the vial again. I only have to hurt you enough to break your hold. Then the diary goes in this venom, and you go wherever failed Horcruxes go. He moved faster than Ginny's possessed body could react, months of training, years of conditioning, all focused into one explosive moment. His hand caught her wrist, twisted, and the diary fell from her grip. Tom Riddle screamed through Ginny's mouth as Harry caught the book and poured basilisk venom over its cover. The diary dissolved. Black liquid poured from its pages, hissing and bubbling where it touched the stone floor. A spectral form rose from the remains, young, handsome, features twisted in agony, and then exploded into nothing. Ginny collapsed. Harry caught her before she hit the ground, feeling her pulse, her breathing, the normal rhythm of a single soul in a single body. She was alive. She was herself again. He carried her out of the bathroom and went to find help. The aftermath was complicated. Ginny remembered nothing clearly, just fragments, nightmares, a sense of something terrible that she couldn't quite grasp. Harry told Dumbledore most of the truth, omitting only his conversations with the basilisk and the details of his necromantic abilities. The headmaster accepted the story with thoughtful eyes that suggested he knew more than he was saying. "You destroyed a piece of Voldemort," Dumbledore said quietly during their private conversation. "That is no small thing, Harry. There are more pieces." "Yes. I suspected as much." Dumbledore sighed. "You've confirmed what I've long feared." Tom did not stop at one anchor, he would have wanted the symbolic power of multiple protections. A pause. "How many, do you think?" "I don't know. But I intend to find out." "As do I." Dumbledore studied him. "You've grown remarkably since last year, Harry. More confident. More capable. Almost as if someone has been training you." Harry said nothing. "I don't require your secrets," Dumbledore continued. "Not yet. You've earned the right to privacy through your actions. But know this, when the time comes, when the war truly begins, I will need to understand what you are and what you can do. For everyone's sake. When that time comes, I'll tell you what you need to know." It was as close to a promise as he could give. The school year ended with celebrations and relief. The petrified students were revived with Mandrake potion. Hagrid, who'd been taken to Azkaban as a precaution, was released with apologies. And Harry Potter's reputation grew again, not as the boy who lived, but as something newer. Something stranger. "They're saying you killed a basilisk," Hermione reported on the train home. "Single-handedly defeated a 1,000-year-old monster. I talked to it. That's not the same as killing it. Try telling them that." She smiled slightly. "You're becoming a legend, Harry. Whether you want to be or not. I'd rather be effective than legendary. You're becoming both." She squeezed his hand. "2 Horcruxes down. How many more to go?" "I don't know. But I'll find them." Harry looked out the window at the passing countryside. "I have to." Summer returned, and with it, the graveyard. Harry resumed his training with Morrigan, his studies with the ghosts, his quiet preparation for the war he knew was coming. He was 12 years old, and he'd already faced Voldemort twice, once as a wraith, once as a memory. The next confrontation would be worse. But he had time. Time to grow stronger, to build alliances, to find and destroy the remaining Horcruxes. Time to become the weapon the prophecy seemed to demand. And in the quiet moments between training sessions, when the graveyard was peaceful and the ghosts were resting, Harry would sit by his mother's marker and tell her everything. "I'm coming for him, Mum," he thought toward the veil. "One piece at a time, I'm taking him apart." Lily's presence, faint but warm, wrapped around him like a remembered embrace. "I know you are, my love. I know you are." Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Prisoner's Truth. The summer before third year brought change to the graveyard. Harry felt it in his first week back, a subtle shift in the spiritual landscape, like pressure building before a storm. The ghosts were restless, whispering among themselves in ways they hadn't before. Even Morrigan seemed distracted, her lessons occasionally trailing off mid-sentence as she stared at something Harry couldn't perceive. "What's happening?" he finally asked, 3 weeks into July. Morrigan's dark eyes focused on him slowly. "The veil is thinning. Not everywhere, just in certain places. Azkaban, mostly. The wizard prison. The wizard nightmare." Her voice carried unusual weight. "Azkaban is built on an island that was already touched by death magic when the Ministry claimed it. The Dementors who guard it aren't creatures in the normal sense, they're manifestations of despair, drawn to suffering, feeding on positive emotions. They've been there so long that the boundary between life and death has worn thin around them." Harry thought about what he knew of Dementors, the soul-sucking guards that made Azkaban the most feared prison in the wizarding world. He'd read about them in the books Minerva brought, academic descriptions that seemed inadequate for the horror they described. Why is it thinning more now? Because someone is reaching through. Morrigan drifted closer, her form flickering with agitation. A prisoner. One who's been there 12 years, surrounded by dementors, slowly dying inside. Except he's not dying, he's holding on. And the magic he's using to survive is resonating with the death magic around him. Who? Sirius Black. The name hit Harry like a physical blow. He knew it, had learned it from his mother's spirit during their conversations through the veil. Sirius Black, his father's best friend, his godfather. The man everyone said had betrayed his parents to Voldemort. He's innocent, Harry said quietly. Morrigan went still. How do you know that? My mother told me. Through the veil, after I destroyed the diary. Harry had kept this conversation private, holding the information close while he figured out what to do with it. Sirius wasn't the secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew was. Pettigrew was the spy, the traitor. He framed Sirius after Voldemort fell and faked his own death. Your mother. Morrigan's voice was careful. You've spoken to her directly. The mirror of Eriste created a connection. Since then, I've been able to reach her sometimes, not often, not easily, but enough. Harry met the ghost's eyes. She told me the truth. Sirius spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. Morrigan was quiet for a long moment. Then, this complicates things. Why? Because Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban 3 days ago. He's the first person ever to do so. The Ministry is in a panic, they think he's coming to kill you. The news spread through the wizarding world like wildfire. Sirius Black escapes Azkaban, the Daily Prophet screamed. Mass murderer at large. The articles were full of fear-mongering, Black's supposed crimes, his connection to the Dark Lord, his presumed obsession with Harry Potter. They're saying he killed 13 people with a single curse, Hermione wrote in her daily letter. And that he laughed while they took him away. Harry, if he's really coming after you, Harry wrote back carefully, unable to explain the full truth through Owl Post. Don't believe everything you read. There's more to this story than the prophet knows. I'll explain when I see you. Minerva's visits became more frequent. She brought news of the Ministry's response, Dementors stationed around Hogwarts, Aurors searching the countryside, the entire magical community on high alert. Dumbledore is furious about the Dementors, she reported. He doesn't trust them near students. But the minister insisted, public pressure, political necessity. She paused. Harry, I need to ask. Do you know something about Black that I don't? Harry weighed his options. Minerva had been his ally for years, had protected him, had earned his trust. But this was information that could destroy careers if it got out, the wrongful imprisonment of an innocent man, the Ministry's failure to give him a trial, the real traitor still at large. Yes, he said finally. But I can't tell you yet. Not until I have proof. Proof of what? That Sirius Black is innocent. Minerva's face went through several expressions, shock, disbelief, calculation. Harry, if you're wrong about this, I'm not wrong. I have it from a source I trust absolutely. He met her eyes. When I have proof you can act on, I'll bring it to you. Until then, please, don't tell anyone about this conversation. She studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. I'll trust you. But Harry, be careful. Innocent or not, Black is a desperate man. Desperate men do dangerous things. The train to Hogwarts brought an unexpected encounter. Harry had found a compartment with Hermione and settled in for the journey when the temperature dropped sharply. Frost crept across the windows. The lights flickered and died. What's happening? Hermione's voice was tight with fear. Harry felt it before he saw it, a presence outside the compartment door, cold and hungry and utterly wrong. Not death, not exactly, but something adjacent to it. Something that fed on the absence of life rather than its presence. The door slid open. A Dementor floated in the entrance, its rotting cloak trailing wisps of darkness, its face, if it had a face, hidden beneath a hood that seemed to absorb light. It turned toward Harry, and he felt its attention like ice water poured directly into his soul. Interesting, something whispered in his mind. Not words exactly, but meaning pressed directly into his consciousness. You taste of death. You walk the boundary. You are strange. Harry reached for his power, the connection to the other side that Morrigan had taught him to use. The Dementor wasn't a ghost, wasn't a spirit in the normal sense, but it existed in the same space between life and death that Harry had learned to navigate. I am a speaker, he replied in the same wordless language. You will not feed here. The Dementor recoiled. Its hood turned toward him more fully, and Harry sensed something like surprise from it, an emotion he wouldn't have thought it capable of feeling. You command us. I speak to what you are. The death-touched recognize each other. Harry stood, putting himself between the Dementor and Hermione. Leave this train. There is nothing here for you. A long moment of tension. Then the Dementor withdrew, gliding backward through the door and out into the corridor. The temperature rose. The lights flickered back on. Hermione was staring at him with wide eyes. What did you do? I talked to it. Harry sat back down, his legs suddenly weak. They're not what I expected. Not mindless. They have something like consciousness. You talked to a Dementor. They exist in the space between life and death. It's where I've been training for years. He ran a hand through his hair. I don't think it'll bother us again. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then, you said Sirius Black is innocent. And now you can communicate with Dementors. She shook her head. Harry, what happened this summer? A lot. I'll explain everything, I promise. But first I need to find Sirius before the Ministry does. Third year at Hogwarts began under a shadow. The Dementors patrolled the school's borders, visible from the windows of every tower. Students were forbidden from leaving the grounds without escort. And everywhere Harry went, whispers followed, about Black, about danger, about the boy who lived being targeted by a mass murderer. Harry ignored the whispers and focused on his investigation. Peter Pettigrew was the key. His mother had been clear, Pettigrew was alive, had been the real traitor, was hiding somewhere in his animagus form. If Harry could find him, he could prove Sirius's innocence and expose the Ministry's failure. The problem was that Pettigrew could be anywhere. An unregistered animagus, a rat, according to Lily, could hide indefinitely among ordinary vermin. Harry needed a way to narrow down the search. He found it through the ghosts. The Shrieking Shack, the Bloody Baron told him one night. It's connected to Hogwarts through a tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow. In the old days, it was used to contain a student during his transformations, a werewolf, if the rumors are true. His friends would join him there in their animal forms. What friends? 3 of them. They called themselves the Marauders. One became a stag, one a large dog, one a rat. The Baron's hollow eyes glittered. The werewolf still lives, I believe. Teaching here this year. Harry's mind raced. The new defense professor, Remus Lupin. Tired-looking, kind-faced, vaguely familiar. If he was the werewolf, then his friends. His father had been one of them. A stag animagus, probably. Sirius would be the dog. And Pettigrew, the rat. The rat that no one had ever found a body for. The rat that could have hidden among ordinary vermin for 12 years. The rat that someone at Hogwarts might still own. Ron's rat, Hermione said flatly when Harry explained his theory. You think Peter Pettigrew has been hiding as Ron Weasley's rat for 12 years? It fits. The Weasleys are a wizarding family, he'd have access to magical news, would know what was happening in the world. And no one would suspect a pet rat of being a wizard in hiding. Harry, that's... She trailed off, thinking. Actually, that's disturbingly plausible. Scabbers has been in the family for over a decade. Ron said he was an old rat, unusually long-lived. Because he's not really a rat. But how do we prove it? We can't exactly accuse Ron's pet of being a mass murderer. Harry had been thinking about this. The direct approach wouldn't work. Pettigrew would flee if he suspected someone new. He needed to trap the rat before revealing anything. I need to talk to Professor Lupin. Remus Lupin's office was cluttered with books and dark detecting devices, the remnants of his curriculum scattered across every surface. He looked up when Harry knocked, and something in his expression shifted: recognition, memory, old pain. Harry. Please, come in. Harry closed the door behind him and cast a privacy ward before Lupin could react. The professor's eyebrows rose. Impressive wand work for a third year. I've had good teachers. Harry sat down across from Lupin and met his eyes directly. You knew my parents. It wasn't a question. Lupin's face went through several expressions before settling on something like resigned acceptance. I did. Your father was one of my best friends. We were inseparable at school, James, Sirius, Peter, and me. His voice caught slightly on the names. I was devastated when everything happened. You believe Sirius killed them. He was the secret keeper. He was the only one who could have betrayed them. Lupin's hands clenched on his desk. I've asked myself 1,000 times how I missed the signs. How I didn't see what he'd become. And I've never found an answer. What if the answer is that there were no signs? What if Sirius was never the traitor? Lupin went very still. What are you saying? My mother told me. Harry let the words land, watching Lupin's reaction. Through means I can't fully explain, I've been able to communicate with her spirit. She told me the truth about that night, that Sirius wasn't the secret keeper. Peter was. And Peter was the spy. That's impossible. Peter is dead. Sirius killed him, Peter faked his death. Cut off his own finger, transformed into his animagus form, escaped while everyone assumed he'd been destroyed. Harry leaned forward. He's a rat, Professor. A rat who's been hiding for 12 years, watching, waiting. And I think he's here, at Hogwarts. Lupin's face had gone pale. Here. Ron Weasley's pet rat. Scabbers. He's been with the family for over a decade, far longer than any normal rat lives. And the timing matches perfectly. For a long moment, Lupin said nothing. His hands trembled on the desk, his eyes distant, his mind clearly racing through implications Harry couldn't follow. If this is true, he finally said, then I spent 12 years hating the wrong man. 12 years believing my best friend was a murderer while the real traitor lived in comfort with another wizarding family. His voice broke. 12 years that Sirius spent in Azkaban for nothing. Help me prove it. You can cast the spell to force him back into human form, I've read about it. If we can expose Pettigrew, we can free Sirius. And if we're wrong? If your mother's message was somehow mistaken? Then Scabbers will just be a rat, and we'll have wasted an evening. Harry met his eyes. But I'm not wrong, Professor. I know I'm not. Lupin studied him for a long time. Then, slowly, he nodded. Tonight. After curfew. We'll need to get the rat without alerting the Weasleys. If Peter suspects anything, he'll run. Leave that to me. I have ways of finding things that don't want to be found. The ghosts of Hogwarts made excellent scouts. By midnight, Harry knew exactly where Scabbers was, sleeping in Ron Weasley's bedside drawer in Gryffindor Tower. He also knew that Ron was a heavy sleeper, that the dormitory window was left cracked for air circulation, and that the fat lady was drowsing in her portrait. Getting in was the challenge. Harry wasn't a Gryffindor, and the common room entrance wouldn't recognize him. But the castle had other ways in, passages the living had forgotten but the dead remembered well. He found the entrance behind a tapestry on the 5th floor, a narrow tunnel that wound through the castle's bones, emerging through a hidden panel in the Gryffindor first-year dormitory. Harry moved through it silently, his years of graveyard training making his steps inaudible. The dormitory was dark, filled with the soft sounds of sleeping boys. Harry crossed to Ron's bed, found the drawer, and carefully extracted a sleeping rat. Scabbers barely stirred. Harry had prepared a containment spell, one that would prevent transformation, ensure the rat couldn't escape no matter what form it took. He was back in the corridor in 3 minutes, Lupin waiting at the agreed meeting point. "You have him." Harry showed him the rat in its magical cage. Scabbers was awake now, tiny eyes darting around in what might have been panic. "Let's find somewhere private," Harry said. "This might get loud." The room of requirement provided what they needed, an interrogation chamber, walls warded against escape, a clear space in the center. Harry placed the cage on the floor and stepped back. Lupin raised his wand, his face set in grim determination. Hominum revelio. Light flashed. The cage shattered. And where a rat had been, a man now crouched, thin, balding, watery-eyed, twitching with fear. Peter Pettigrew. "Remus," he squeaked. "Remus, old friend, it's so good to see you, shut up." Lupin's voice was ice. 12 years, Peter. 12 years I thought Sirius killed you. Thought he betrayed James and Lily. And all along, it was you. I didn't, I had no choice, the Dark Lord, he would have killed me, so you killed them instead. Harry stepped forward, and Pettigrew flinched back. You told Voldemort where to find my parents. You got them murdered. And then you framed the man who tried to avenge them. Please, you don't understand, I understand perfectly. Harry let his power rise, the cold of the grave seeping into the room around him. Pettigrew's eyes went wide with animal terror. You're a coward and a traitor. You've been hiding for 12 years while an innocent man rotted in prison. And now you're going to confess. I'll never, yes, you will. Harry reached across the boundary, into the space between life and death, and touched the thread of fate connected to Peter Pettigrew's soul. The rat Animagus gasped, going rigid. What are you, showing you what awaits? Harry pushed, and Pettigrew saw, truly saw, what lay beyond the veil for those who died with guilt on their souls. The coward screamed, a high thin sound of pure terror, and collapsed to his knees. I'll confess. I'll confess everything. Just stop, please, stop. Harry released him. Pettigrew slumped forward, sobbing, broken in minutes by a glimpse of his eventual fate. Remus. Harry's voice was calm. Record his confession. Everything, the secret keeper switch, the betrayal, how he faked his death and framed Sirius. Lupin, pale and shaken by what he'd witnessed, raised his wand and cast the recording charm. An hour later, they had everything. Getting the confession to the right people was delicate work. Harry couldn't simply march into the ministry and demand Sirius's release, he was a 13-year-old student with no official authority. Instead, he went through Minerva, who went through Dumbledore, who went through Amelia Bones. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was a stern woman with a monocle and a reputation for impartiality. When she heard Pettigrew's recorded confession, watched the man himself confirm every detail under Veritaserum, her face went through fury to ice-cold determination. This is the greatest miscarriage of justice in ministry history, she said flatly. Sirius Black was denied a trial. Denied any opportunity to defend himself. He was thrown into Azkaban based on circumstantial evidence and public hysteria. Can you fix it? Harry asked. I can try. Bones met his eyes. Black is still at large. Finding him and bringing him in safely will be the challenge. He's been running for months, hunted by Aurors and Dementors alike. He may not trust any attempt at contact. I can find him. Bones's eyebrow rose. Can you? He's been reaching through the veil. Death magic resonating with the Dementor's presence. I felt it this summer, and I can feel it now. Harry paused. He's close. Hiding near Hogwarts, watching me. If I reach out, he'll come. You're proposing to contact an escaped prisoner. I'm proposing to bring an innocent man in from the cold. Harry held her gaze. Unless you'd prefer he remain a fugitive while the Ministry debates procedure. Bones was silent for a long moment. Then she almost smiled. You're either very brave or very foolish, Mr. Potter. I've been told it's hard to tell the difference. Harry found Sirius in the shrieking shack. He went alone, despite Hermione's protests, despite Lupin's concerns. This was something he needed to do himself, meeting the godfather he'd never known, the man who'd suffered 12 years of hell for a crime he didn't commit. The shack was as decrepit as its reputation suggested, rotting furniture, dusty floors, an atmosphere of decay and abandonment. But Harry could feel the life hiding within it, a spark of warmth in all the cold. Sirius. A figure emerged from the shadows. Gaunt, matted hair, hollow eyes, the photograph in the Daily Prophet had captured none of Azkaban's true cost. Sirius Black looked like a man who died and forgotten to lie down. Harry. His voice was rough from disuse. You look just like James. Except the eyes, Lily's eyes. I know. Everyone tells me. Sirius laughed, a broken, painful sound. I imagine they do. God, I never thought I'd see you again. When I escaped, all I could think about was finding you, protecting you from Peter. Peter's been caught. He confessed everything. The Ministry knows the truth. Sirius went very still. What? Amelia Bones has his testimony. She's preparing to announce your exoneration. You're free, Sirius. Harry stepped closer. You can stop running. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then Sirius's face crumpled, years of desperate hope and bitter despair collapsing into tears he couldn't contain. He fell to his knees, sobbing, and Harry crossed the distance between them to kneel beside him. 12 years, Sirius gasped. 12 years in that place, with the Dementors, with the screaming, every day thinking about James and Lily, thinking I'd failed them. You didn't fail anyone. Peter did. I convinced them to switch. Told them I was too obvious a choice, that no one would suspect Peter. Another ragged sob. It was my idea. My brilliant, stupid idea that got them killed. Harry put a hand on his godfather's shoulder. The man was shaking, his emaciated body barely able to contain the emotions flooding through him. My mother doesn't blame you, Harry said quietly. I've spoken to her, through the veil, in ways I can't fully explain. She told me you're innocent. She told me to find you. Sirius looked up, his hollow eyes widening. Lily, you've talked to Lily. She's at peace. She and my father. They watch over me when they can. I don't understand. How can you? I'm a necromancer, Sirius. Raised by ghosts since I was 7 years old. The dead are my family, my teachers, my allies. Harry smiled slightly. It's a long story. But I'll tell you all of it, if you want. A necromancer. Sirius laughed again, but there was wonder in it now. James's son, a necromancer. He would have had so many questions. Would have wanted to know everything about how it worked, what you could do. His voice caught. He was always curious. Too curious for his own good. Will you come with me? The Ministry will want to process your exoneration formally. And Dumbledore has offered you sanctuary at Hogwarts until it's safe. Sirius wiped his eyes with a shaking hand. Yeah. Yeah, I'll come. He looked at Harry with something like hope, fragile, barely daring to exist. Will you? Will you stay with me? While they do whatever they need to do. I'm not going anywhere. Harry helped his godfather to his feet. You're my family, Sirius. The first living family I've had in years. We're in this together. They walked out of the shrieking shack together, into a night that suddenly seemed less dark. The exoneration was front-page news. Sirius Black innocent, real traitor confesses, the prophet announced. Ministry apologizes for tragic error. The articles were full of outrage and hand-wringing. How could this have happened? Who was responsible? What reforms were needed? Peter Pettigrew was sentenced to Azkaban for his crimes, the irony lost on no one. And Sirius Black, after 12 years of imprisonment and months of desperate flight, was finally free. Harry watched it all unfold with a satisfaction he tried not to show too obviously. He'd done this, not alone, but he'd been the catalyst. Found the truth, gathered the proof, brought an innocent man home. It felt good. It felt like the kind of thing a hero should do. But it also felt dangerous. He'd revealed more of his abilities than he'd intended, the conversation with Dementors, the way he'd broken Pettigrew with a glimpse of death's true face. People were asking questions he didn't want to answer. The Ministry is curious about you, Minerva told him during one of their conversations. Specifically, the Department of Mysteries. They've noticed that you seem to have unusual talents. Are they going to do something about it? Not yet. Your role in Black's exoneration has made you popular, the boy who exposed a miscarriage of justice. Moving against you now would be politically difficult. She paused. But they're watching, Harry. More closely than ever. Let them watch. Harry kept his voice even. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just not limited by the same rules they are. That's exactly what concerns them. Third year ended with a summer invitation. Sirius had been granted custody of Harry, a formality, really, since Harry had never lived with the Dursleys in any meaningful sense, and had purchased a house in London. Grimmauld Place, his family's old home, inherited despite his mother's attempts to disown him. It's not pretty, Sirius warned him on the last day of term. Dark magic everywhere, cursed objects in half the closets, and a portrait of my mother that screams blood purity nonsense whenever anyone walks past. But it's secure. And it's mine. I'll visit, Harry promised. But I have a place I need to be first. The graveyard. They raised me. They're my family too. Sirius nodded slowly. He'd heard the full story by now, the Dursleys' abuse, Harry's escape, the years of training with the dead. It had shaken him, Harry could tell, but it had also helped him understand the boy his godson had become. You're not what James and Lily would have expected, Sirius said quietly. But I think they'd be proud anyway. I know I am. Thank you. Come to Grimmauld whenever you want. Stay as long as you like. We've got 12 years of catching up to do. Harry smiled, a real smile, the kind he still rarely gave. We do. I'll see you in a few weeks. He took the train back to London, walked to the edge of the city, and then, in a swirl of shadows that his ghost teachers had recently taught him, apparat directly to his graveyard in Surrey. The dead were waiting for him. Welcome home, Harold said, drifting forward with his usual smile. I see you've had an eventful year. You could say that. Harry looked around at the familiar stones, the ancient oak, the hollow that had been his first real home. I freed an innocent man, destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul, and learned to talk to Dementors. An average year, then. Harold's smile widened. Come. Morrigan's been developing new training exercises. And your mother has been asking to speak with you. Harry followed him deeper into the graveyard, leaving the concerns of the living world behind. For now, he was home. The summer passed in a rhythm of training and recovery. Morrigan's new exercises were brutal, pushing Harry's ability to perceive and manipulate death magic far beyond anything he'd attempted before. She had him practice sensing Horcruxes at distance, detecting soul fractures in objects and places, even briefly touching the consciousness of dying creatures to understand the moment of transition. "You'll need this," she explained. "The Dark Lord has hidden his anchors well. Finding them will require sensing magic most necromancers never master." "How many are left?" "Unknown. But your mother's information suggests at least 4 more, possibly 5. Morrigan's dark eyes met his. "You've destroyed the diary. That leaves the ring, the locket, the cup, and at least 1 more. Perhaps his snake, if the rumors about it are true. And something else. Something connected to Hogwarts, Ravenclaw's diadem, maybe. He was obsessed with the founders. Then that's your next target." She drifted closer. "But be careful, Harry. Horcruxes are not passive. They defend themselves, corrupt those who handle them. Even someone with your gifts can be affected." Harry thought about the diary, the way it had nearly consumed Ginny Weasley. "I know. I'll be careful. See that you are. You're too valuable to lose to your own overconfidence." July brought another development, Sirius's formal acceptance as Harry's guardian. The paperwork had been processed, the ministry approvals obtained, and suddenly Harry had something he'd never had before, a legal family. Someone the world recognized as responsible for him, someone who could sign forms and make decisions and exist as a permanent presence in his life. It felt strange. Good, but strange. "I don't want to take you away from the ghosts," Sirius said during one of Harry's visits to Grimmauld Place. "They raised you. They're important to you. But I want to be part of your life too, if you'll let me." "You already are." Harry looked around the dark house with its peeling wallpaper and cursed furniture. "This place needs work. Tell me about it." Sirius laughed. "I've been fighting the house elf for weeks. Creature's been here alone since my mother died, and he's not exactly thrilled about my return. But we're making progress. I can help. With the dark magic, I mean. I can sense it, identify what's actually dangerous versus what's just unpleasant." Sirius's eyes brightened. "That would be amazing. There's a locket in one of the cabinets that nobody can touch without feeling sick. I've been meaning to get someone to look at it." Harry felt something cold brush against his awareness. "Show me." The locket was in a glass cabinet in the drawing room, nestled among other dark artifacts like a jewel in a crown of thorns. Heavy gold, ornate, with a serpentine S in glittering green stones. Harry felt the wrongness from across the room. "Don't touch it," he said sharply as Sirius reached for the cabinet. "That's a Horcrux." Sirius's hand froze. "What?" "A piece of Voldemort's soul. It must have been hidden here, maybe by Regulus." Harry remembered the name from conversations with Sirius. "Your brother who joined the Death Eaters." "Regulus." Sirius's voice was hollow. "He died trying to desert. I always thought the Dark Lord killed him for cowardice. But if he found a Horcrux, if he tried to destroy it, he might have died a hero." Harry approached the cabinet carefully, extending his senses. The locket pulsed with dark energy, malevolent and hungry, but contained by the glass for now. "I need basilisk venom to destroy it. The same thing I used on the diary. Do you have any?" "I can get more." Harry turned to face his godfather. "Sirius, this changes things. There's a Horcrux in your house, one of the anchors keeping Voldemort tied to life. If we destroy it, we're one step closer to killing him for good." Sirius's expression hardened. "Then let's destroy it." Returning to Hogwarts for the basilisk venom required care. The school was closed for summer, but Dumbledore had given Harry permission to visit for research purposes, a vague authorization that the headmaster seemed to interpret liberally. Harry used the Shrieking Shack entrance, navigated the tunnel to the castle, and made his way to Myrtle's bathroom. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets opened at his command. Harry descended into the darkness, following the path he'd walked a year ago. The basilisk was waiting. Speaker. Its voice echoed through his mind, ancient and patient. You return. I need your help again. Harry approached the massive serpent without fear. More venom. One of the dark things like the diary, it needs to be destroyed. The false heir's creations. The basilisk's eyes, carefully averted from Harry's gaze, gleamed with something like satisfaction. Take what you need. I have waited 1,000 years to serve a worthy master. Destroying that corruption is worthy work. Harry collected several vials of venom from the serpent's willingly offered fangs. The basilisk seemed almost eager to help, glad to have purpose after centuries of isolation. Will you stay here? Harry asked. In the chamber? Where else would I go? This is my home. A pause. But I would welcome visits, Speaker. The darkness grows lonely. I'll come back when I can. And maybe, when this is all over, we can find you somewhere better to live. The basilisk's presence seemed to warm slightly. You are kind, for a human. The founders chose well when they created the line that produced you. Harry wasn't sure about that, but he accepted the compliment and made his way back to the surface. The destruction of the locket was spectacular. Harry conducted the ritual at Grimmauld Place, with Sirius watching from a safe distance and Minerva present as a witness. The basilisk venom ate through the Horcrux's protections in seconds, and what emerged was worse than the diary had been, a screaming, thrashing manifestation of Voldemort's teenage self, howling threats and promises and desperate pleas before dissolving into nothing. When it was over, Harry slumped against the wall, exhausted. 3 down, he said. At least 3 more to go. You'll find them. Sirius's voice was rough with emotion. You'll find them all. I will. Harry looked at the destroyed locket, the twisted metal still smoking on the floor. But not alone. I need help, more than ghosts and professors and one recently freed godfather. What kind of help? The kind that can work in the wizarding world openly. Political allies, information networks, people who can investigate places I can't reach. Harry met his godfather's eyes. You have connections, Sirius. Old pureblood families who might be sympathetic. Can you help me build something? Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled, his first real smile since escaping Azkaban. I spent 12 years in prison dreaming about revenge. About making Peter pay, making the Death Eaters pay, making everyone who'd ever served Voldemort suffer for what they did. His voice hardened. But this is better. This is actually doing something. Building instead of destroying. Is that a yes? That's a hell yes. Sirius reached out and gripped Harry's shoulder. Let's build you an army, godson. The 4th year was coming. The Triwizard Tournament would bring new challenges, new dangers, new opportunities. But as Harry sat in the graveyard on the last night of summer, surrounded by the ghosts who'd raised him and the memories of everything he'd survived, he felt ready. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. 1 innocent man freed. A network beginning to form around him, Hermione's brilliance, Daphne's political acumen, Sirius's connections, Minerva's protection. Voldemort was still out there, waiting to return. The prophecy still hung over Harry's head, marking him for a confrontation he couldn't avoid. But he wasn't the scared boy who'd run from the Dursleys anymore. He was the son of the graveyard, the speaker to the dead, the one who walked the boundary between life and death as easily as others walked between rooms. And when the time came, he would be ready. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Goblet's Choice. The Hogwarts Express rattled through the Scottish countryside under a sky heavy with September clouds. Harry sat in a compartment with Hermione, Daphne, and Blaise, the 4 of them forming an unlikely alliance that had solidified over the summer through careful correspondence and shared purpose. The Triwizard Tournament, Blaise said, examining his nails with studied disinterest. 3 schools, 3 champions, tasks designed to kill anyone stupid enough to compete. Should be entertaining. It's supposed to be safe now, Hermione countered. They've implemented new precautions since the last time someone died. When was the last death? 1792. Ah. So only 2 centuries of accumulated safety measures. I feel much better. Daphne cut through their banter with her usual precision. The tournament is politically significant. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be sending delegations, future leaders of magical France and Eastern Europe. Alliances formed here could matter for decades. Harry had been thinking the same thing. His summer had been productive, 3 Horcruxes destroyed, Sirius established as his guardian, the beginnings of a network taking shape. But he was still a 14-year-old student with limited reach. The tournament offered opportunities he couldn't ignore. "Who do you think will be chosen as Hogwarts champion?" he asked. "Cedric Diggory is the favorite," Daphne replied. 7th year, popular, competent. The Goblet will probably choose someone like him, impressive enough to represent the school but not so exceptional that they'll overshadow the headmaster. Unless someone interferes with the selection. 3 pairs of eyes turned to Harry. "You think someone will cheat?" Hermione asked. "I think the tournament is a perfect opportunity for chaos. 3 schools, international attention, powerful magic, ancient artifacts." Harry kept his voice even. "If I wanted to cause trouble, this is exactly when I'd do it." "You're paranoid," Blaise observed. "I've survived 2 confrontations with Voldemort's soul fragments and exposed a ministry cover-up. Paranoia seems reasonable." No one argued the point. The welcoming feast introduced 2 pieces of news that dominated conversation for the next week. First, the Triwizard Tournament was real, would be held at Hogwarts, and would involve tasks that the headmaster described with barely concealed enthusiasm as challenging in the extreme. Second, an age line would prevent anyone under 17 from entering. The Goblet of Fire would select 1 champion from each school, and its choice would be binding, a magical contract that couldn't be broken without severe consequences. Harry watched Dumbledore's announcement with careful attention. The headmaster seemed genuinely excited about the tournament, but there were shadows under his eyes that suggested other concerns. The search for Horcruxes, probably. Dumbledore had been investigating since Harry had shared what he knew, though they'd coordinated only loosely so far. "You're thinking about something," Hermione murmured beside him. "Always. Something specific. You have that look." Harry smiled slightly. "I'm thinking about how many ways this tournament could go wrong. And how many of those ways would end with me in the middle of the chaos." "Harry, you can't enter." "The age line, I don't want to enter. That's the problem. If someone wants me involved, they won't care what I want." Hermione's face paled as she understood. "Someone could enter your name for you." "Someone could. And if the Goblet accepts it, I'd be bound by magical contract to compete." Harry watched the enchanted ceiling shift from sunset colors to starlight. "I need to prepare for that possibility." The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived on October 30th with all the pomp their schools could muster. Beauxbatons descended from the sky in a massive powder-blue carriage pulled by flying horses the size of elephants. Their headmistress, Madame Maxime, was possibly the tallest woman Harry had ever seen, and their students moved with the effortless grace of people who'd been trained in etiquette since birth. Durmstrang emerged from the Black Lake in a ship that looked like a ghost vessel given physical form. Their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, had the cold eyes of a man with secrets, and their students wore heavy furs and expressions of barely concealed assessment. Harry watched both groups with professional interest, identifying the likely champions, the political players, the potential threats. His attention snagged on 2 figures in particular. From Beauxbatons, a silver-haired girl whose presence seemed to shift the air around her, drawing attention from every male student within range. Partvila, Harry's ghost-trained senses told him. Potentially powerful, definitely dangerous in ways most wouldn't expect. From Durmstrang, a stocky young man with a familiar face and a familiar walk. Victor Krum, the Quidditch star. But more interesting was the way Karkaroff hovered near him, protective and possessive in equal measure. The Vila girl is Fleur Delacour, Daphne informed him during dinner. Her grandmother was full-blooded. She's supposed to be Bosbaden's best hope for champion. And Crumb? Durmstrang's obvious choice. Though I've heard he's not as enthusiastic about competing as his headmaster would like. Harry filed away both pieces of information. The tournament was shaping up to be more complex than a simple athletic competition. Halloween night brought the selection. The Great Hall was packed, students from all three schools gathered to watch the Goblet of Fire make its choices. The artifact sat on its pedestal, a roughly carved wooden cup, filled with dancing blue-white flames that cast strange shadows across the walls. Dumbledore approached it with ceremony. The goblet is ready to make its decision. When a champion's name is called, I ask them to proceed to the chamber behind the staff table. The flames turned red. A piece of parchment shot into the air. The champion for Durmstrang will be Victor Crumb. Applause from the Durmstrang table as Crumb rose and walked to the chamber, his expression carefully neutral. The flames turned red again. Another parchment. The champion for Bosbatons will be Fleur Delacour. The silver-haired girl rose gracefully, her presence drawing sighs from male students across the hall as she disappeared into the back chamber. Once more, the flames shifted. The champion for Hogwarts will be Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded with cheers. Cedric, looking stunned but pleased, made his way through the congratulations to join the other champions. Dumbledore smiled. Excellent. We now have our 3 champions. The goblet's flames turned red again. Harry felt cold dread settle in his stomach as another piece of parchment shot upward, spinning in the air before drifting down into Dumbledore's hand. The headmaster's face went blank as he read it. Harry Potter. The hall went silent. Every eye turned toward the Slytherin table where Harry sat frozen, his worst fears confirmed. Harry Potter, Dumbledore repeated, his voice harder now. Please come to the champion's chamber. Harry rose on legs that felt numb. The walk to the front of the hall seemed endless, whispers following him like knives. He could hear the accusations already forming: cheater, attention seeker, arrogant celebrity who couldn't stay out of the spotlight. None of them understood. None of them could feel what Harry felt, the goblet's magic wrapping around him like chains, binding him to a contract he'd never agreed to sign. Someone had done this to him. And when he found out who, they would regret it. The chamber behind the staff table was tense. The 3 champions stood in an awkward cluster, their confusion evident as Harry entered. Behind him came Dumbledore, followed by the other headmasters and several ministry officials whose names Harry didn't know. What is the meaning of this? Madame Maxime demanded. Hogwarts cannot have 2 champions. I assure you, this was not planned, Dumbledore replied, his voice tight. He's obviously cheated, Karkaroff sneered. The famous Harry Potter, unable to let others have the spotlight, I didn't put my name in. Harry's voice cut through the argument, cold and flat. I didn't ask for this. Someone entered me without my consent. Impossible, Karkaroff scoffed. The age line can be circumvented by anyone with sufficient magical knowledge. Which I don't have, but plenty of adults do. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. Ask yourselves, who benefits from me being forced into a deadly tournament? Who would want the boy who lived in a situation where he might conveniently die? Silence fell over the room. The implications hung heavy in the air. You're suggesting someone wants you dead, Madame Maxime said slowly. I'm suggesting that someone entered my name for reasons that aren't in my interest. Death is certainly one possibility. Dumbledore was watching Harry with sharp eyes. Can you prove you didn't enter yourself? I can submit to Veritaserum. I can show you my wand spell history. I can demonstrate that I was in the Slytherin common room all evening, witnessed by dozens of housemates. Harry's voice remained steady. What I can't do is unbind myself from the contract the goblet just created. Someone wanted me in this tournament, headmaster. The question is what we do about it. The contract is binding, said one of the ministry officials, a small man with fussy robes. Mr. Potter must compete or face severe magical consequences. Then he competes, Dumbledore said quietly. But we investigate how this happened. Someone has committed a serious crime tonight, and I intend to find out who. Harry nodded, but his mind was already working. The tournament was a distraction, a trap, or an opportunity, maybe all three. He needed to identify the threat before the first task, prepare for challenges he knew nothing about, and continue his hunt for Horcruxes. No pressure. The school's reaction was predictable. Half the students believed Harry had cheated. The other half believed he'd been set up. Very few fell in between. He found himself isolated in ways he hadn't experienced since first year. Slytherin suspicious of his methods, other houses suspicious of his house, everyone suspicious of the famous name that kept attracting trouble. Hermione remained loyal, of course. So did Daphne, though her support was more calculated. She saw political value in being associated with whatever Harry was becoming. Blaise was amused by the whole situation, treating it as entertainment rather than crisis. And there was one unexpected ally. Potter. Harry turned to find Cedric Diggory approaching him in an empty corridor. The Hufflepuff champion looked tired, shadows under his eyes suggesting sleepless nights. Diggory. I don't think you cheated. Cedric held up a hand before Harry could respond. I've watched you for 3 years. You don't seek attention, you avoid it whenever possible. And this tournament is exactly the kind of thing you'd hate. Your observation skills are better than most. I'm a Hufflepuff. We notice things others overlook. Cedric paused. I wanted you to know that whatever happens in the tournament, I don't consider you an enemy. We're both being used in some game we don't understand. We might as well not be used against each other. Harry studied the older boy. Honest face, steady gaze, genuine concern. Cedric Diggory was exactly what he appeared to be, a good person caught in a bad situation. Agreed, Harry said. If I find out anything about who did this, I'll tell you. I'd appreciate the same courtesy. Done. Cedric extended his hand, and Harry shook it. Good luck, Potter. I think we're both going to need it. November brought the wand-weighing ceremony and Harry's first real introduction to the other champions. The event was held in a small classroom, the 4 champions seated while their wands were examined by an ancient wand-maker named Ollivander. Harry remembered his first visit to the man's shop, the way Ollivander had reacted to his unusual wand, the warnings about power and darkness. Ah, Mr. Potter. Ollivander took Harry's wand with reverent care. I remember this one. Elder and Thestral tail hair. 11 inches. Unyielding. His pale eyes gleamed. Has it been serving you well? It has. I would imagine so. A wand like this, it chooses carefully. And it expects great things from its wielder. Ollivander tested the wand, producing a spray of silver sparks that seemed to dance with unusual complexity. Curious. The wand has changed since I made it. Grown, almost. Adapted to your particular magic. He handed it back with something like respect. Take care with it, Mr. Potter. Wands of Elder have a complicated history. The ceremony continued with photographs and interviews that Harry endured with minimal engagement. The other champions were more forthcoming, Fleur charming, Victor stoic, Cedric earnest, but Harry's attention was elsewhere. He was watching Karkaroff. The Durmstrang headmaster kept glancing at Harry with an expression that wasn't quite fear but wasn't far from it. He touched his left arm occasionally, an unconscious gesture that Harry recognized from his reading about Death Eaters. Karkaroff had the dark mark. He'd been a follower of Voldemort. And he was terrified of something connected to Harry. He thinks you know about him, Hermione said when Harry shared his observation. Former Death Eaters live in fear of exposure. You're famous for defeating Voldemort, maybe he thinks you have some special insight into his followers. Or maybe he knows something about why I'm in the tournament. You think Karkaroff entered your name? I think he's connected somehow. Harry stared into the fire in the library's reading corner. He was a Death Eater. He defected, named names, avoided Azkaban through betrayal. If Voldemort is making moves, trying to return, Karkaroff would know about it. But why put you in the tournament? What does Voldemort gain? Access. The word came out cold. The tournament provides opportunities that wouldn't exist otherwise. Champions are separated from normal security, sent into dangerous situations, put in positions where accidents could happen. Harry's jaw tightened. If Voldemort wanted to get to me, to capture me or kill me, the tournament would be an excellent way to do it. Then we need to protect you. Extra wards, defensive preparations, I need to be ready for the tasks. That's the most important thing. Harry met her eyes. Whatever's coming, it'll come during the tournament. I need to survive long enough to face it. The first task was dragons. Harry learned this 3 days before the event through a combination of ghost intelligence and careful observation. The 4 creatures had been brought to the Forbidden Forest in secret, but nothing was truly secret from the dead. The ghosts of hunted animals had seen everything and reported to their speaker. Hungarian horntail, Swedish shortsnout, common Welsh green, and Chinese fireball, Harry told Cedric during a clandestine meeting. 1 for each champion. We have to get past them somehow, probably retrieve something they're protecting. Cedric's face was pale. Dragons. Actual dragons. Apparently the tournament organizers have a unique definition of safe. How are we supposed to fight dragons? I'm good at transfiguration, not, he gestured helplessly. You don't fight them. You distract, evade, outmaneuver. Harry had been thinking about this since learning the task. What's your best subject? Transfiguration, like I said. Then transfigure something into a distraction. A bigger threat than you, or something that triggers the dragon's hunting instincts. Harry considered. Dogs. Dragons have an ancestral hatred of dogs, they compete for the same prey in some regions. Transfigure rocks into a pack of dogs, send them running, and the dragon should chase. Cedric stared at him. How do you know that? I read. Harry smiled thinly. I also talked to dead dragon handlers, but that's a longer story. You're strange, Potter. So I've been told. The morning of the first task arrived cold and grey. Harry stood in the champion's tent, listening to the distant roar of dragons and the murmur of crowds. The other champions dealt with the stress in their own ways, Fleur pacing, Victor sitting motionless, Cedric practicing wand movements under his breath. Harry reached out with his other senses. The arena was built in a natural hollow near the forest's edge. The dragons were secured in individual enclosures, waiting to be released one by one. Around the hollow, spectators filled stands that had been constructed overnight, students, officials, reporters, curious wizards from across Europe. And beneath everything, the dead watched. The ghosts of the forest, animals, ancient wizards, forgotten battles, were drawn to the spectacle. Harry felt them gathering, curious about the living who'd invaded their territory. He drew strength from their presence, their ancient patience a counterweight to his modern anxiety. Potter. You're up. Harry walked into the arena. The Hungarian horntail was waiting. 50 feet of black scales and bronze spikes, with yellow eyes that tracked Harry's every movement. The dragon crouched protectively over a cluster of eggs, one of which, Harry knew, was golden and contained the clue to the next task. The crowd fell silent. Everyone waiting to see what the boy who lived would do. Harry raised his wand and summoned his broom. He'd been practicing for weeks, racing through the Forbidden Forest at night, weaving between trees, pushing his flying skills far beyond what he'd developed in Quidditch. The firebolt responded to his call, shooting from the distant castle into his waiting hand. Then he was airborne, and everything simplified. The horntail was fast but not maneuverable. Harry dove and climbed and rolled, staying just ahead of gouts of flame that turned the air to heat shimmer. The dragon chased him around the arena, frustration building as its prey refused to die. Harry led it in circles, watching its movements, learning its patterns. When he saw his opening, a moment when the dragon overextended, leaving its nest briefly unguarded, he dropped like a stone. His hand closed around the golden egg. The crowd erupted. Harry climbed away from the screeching dragon, holding his prize, and allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. First task survived. 3 more to go. Now he just had to figure out what the egg meant before someone used the tournament to kill him. The egg was a puzzle. When opened, it produced a screaming wail that seemed designed to shatter eardrums. Harry tried different approaches, listening carefully, opening it in different conditions, but nothing produced useful information. The answer came from an unexpected source. "Put it underwater," Myrtle said during one of Harry's visits to her bathroom. "The mere people use that frequency. You can only hear it properly in their element." "How do you know that?" "A boy used to come here, years ago, trying to figure out the same thing. He eventually drowned himself in the prefect's bath to hear the message." Myrtle sighed romantically. "He was very dedicated." Harry took the egg to the lake that night, submerging himself in cold black water while holding the golden shell. When he opened it, the screaming transformed into a haunting song. "Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss, an hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took." The mere people had something of his. He had an hour to retrieve it from the lake. Harry surfaced, shivering, and started planning. "Gillyweed," Hermione said after extensive research. "It'll give you gills and webbed extremities for about an hour. Perfect for the task. Where do I get it?" "Professor Snape's private stores, probably. Or Neville, his grandmother sends him rare plants sometimes." Harry decided to try Neville first. The boy had been growing in confidence since Harry had started occasionally helping him with herbology, recognizing a fellow outsider who'd been underestimated his whole life. "Gillyweed?" "Yeah, I've got some." Neville produced a clump of slimy greenish-gray weed from his personal greenhouse. "Gran sent it last month. I've been growing more, it's tricky but really interesting." "Why do you need it?" "The second task involves the lake." Neville's eyes widened. "You're going swimming? In February? In Scotland?" "With magical gill-growing assistance, yes." "That's mental." But Neville handed over the gillyweed anyway. "Be careful, Harry. The mere people are territorial, and there are Grindylows and other things down there." "I'll manage." Harry pocketed the weed. "Thanks, Neville. I owe you. Just survive. That's payment enough." The second task dawned gray and cold as predicted. Harry stood at the lake's edge with the other champions, all of them handling the February chill with varying degrees of discomfort. The crowd was smaller than the first task, fewer people willing to freeze for hours watching a lake surface, but still substantial. "Something of yours has been taken," Dumbledore announced to the champions. "You have 1 hour to retrieve it from the merpeople's village at the bottom of the lake. Begin." Harry swallowed the gillyweed and dove. The transformation was strange, his neck splitting open into gills, his hands and feet becoming webbed, his body adapting to the crushing cold. He kicked downward into darkness, following the pull of magic toward whatever had been taken. The lake was deeper than he'd expected, and darker. Fish scattered at his approach. Grindylows lurked in the weeds, kept at bay by warning sparks from his wand. The pressure increased as he descended, and something in Harry's death-touched senses began to resonate. There were ghosts down here. Ancient ones, spirits of drowned creatures, lost wizards, forgotten battles fought before the castle existed. They watched Harry with curiosity as he swam past, recognizing the kinship in his magic. "Speaker," one of them whispered. "You come to the deep places. I'm looking for what was taken from me. The air breathers hold them in the village center. For treasures for 4 champions. The ghost, something that might have been a merman in life, drifted closer. But be warned, speaker. The magic that binds them is older than the school. They truly cannot be saved if you fail. Harry swam faster. The merpeople's village appeared out of the gloom, stone structures covered in algae, decorated with bones and salvage from the surface world. In the central square, 4 figures floated in enchanted sleep, tethered to posts driven into the lakebed. Harry recognized them immediately. Hermione. A young girl who looked like Fleur's sister. Cho Chang, whom Victor had been spotted with at the Yule Ball. And Daphne Greengrass. They'd taken Daphne. Harry had expected Hermione, she was his most obvious friend, his closest ally among the living. But the goblet or whoever had arranged this had chosen differently. They'd seen the political alliance Harry had built with Daphne and decided she was what he'd sorely miss. The implications were troubling. Someone understood his plans better than they should. Harry cut Daphne free and was starting toward Hermione when the other champions arrived. Victor reached Hermione first, transforming back from a half-shark form to cut her loose. Cedric claimed Cho moments later. Fleur hadn't arrived. Harry looked at the young girl still tethered, Fleur's sister, probably about 8 years old, and felt the clock ticking in his head. The hour was almost up. If Fleur didn't come. The magic that binds them is older than the school. They truly cannot be saved if you fail. Harry made a decision. He grabbed the girl, cutting her loose despite the merpeople's protests, and kicked toward the surface with both rescued figures in tow. The water spirits guided him upward, clearing obstacles, pushing away the cold, a favor for the speaker who treated them with respect. He broke the surface 30 seconds before the hour ended, Daphne and Fleur's sister gasping awake in his arms. The crowd went wild. You rescued my sister. Fleur found Harry later that afternoon, her silver hair plastered with drying lake water, her expression complicated. You weren't going to make it in time. I was attacked by Grindylows. They delayed me. She looked at him with eyes that had lost their usual aristocratic coolness. You didn't have to save her. The task only required one rescue. I wasn't going to let a child drown because of a competition. Fleur studied him for a long moment. Then, without warning, she leaned forward and kissed him on both cheeks, the formal French greeting, but warmer than formality required. You are not what I expected, Harry Potter. The stories make you sound like a Gryffindor glory seeker. But you are something else. She smiled slightly. Something better, perhaps. I'm just someone trying to survive a tournament I didn't choose to enter. Perhaps. But how you survive says much about who you are. She stepped back. If you need assistance before the 3rd task, you have only to ask. I owe you a debt. Harry accepted the offer with a nod. Another ally, another connection. The web around him grew more complex with each passing week. And somewhere in the shadows, someone was still watching, still planning, still waiting for the moment to strike. March brought troubling news. Barty Crouch, the ministry official overseeing the tournament, had disappeared. His house elf had been found stunned at the World Cup months ago, and now the man himself had vanished under mysterious circumstances. Harry didn't believe in coincidences. Crouch was the one who sent Sirius to Azkaban without a trial, he told his inner circle, Hermione, Daphne, and Sirius himself during a secret flow call. He was also a hardliner against Voldemort during the First War. If something happened to him, someone's eliminating threats, Sirius finished. Or witnesses. Crouch knew things about the Death Eaters that most people have forgotten. Or he became a liability to someone's plans. Daphne's voice was thoughtful. Crouch was erratic this year, distracted, paranoid. My father noticed during ministry functions. Something was affecting him. The Imperius curse? Hermione suggested. Possibly. Or some other form of control. Harry stared into the fire. We need more information. Sirius, can your contacts investigate Crouch's movements before he disappeared? I'll see what I can find. And I'll keep watching from inside the tournament. Harry's jaw tightened. Someone orchestrated all of this, my entry, the tasks, probably Crouch's disappearance. I need to find them before they make their final move. April brought the Yule Ball, delayed from Christmas by the tournament's adjusted schedule. Harry attended with Daphne, a political statement disguised as a date. They made an striking pair, Harry in formal black robes, Daphne in ice blue silk that matched her eyes. The photographers loved it, and the whispers began immediately. The Slytherin prince and princess, Blaise observed dryly from the sidelines. How terribly predictable. Predictable can be useful, Harry replied. Let them see what they expect to see. The ball itself was pleasant enough, music, dancing, refreshments that actually tasted good for once. Harry spent the evening networking, speaking with officials and foreign students, building connections that might prove useful later. But his attention kept returning to one figure. Mad-Eye Moody, the new defense professor, watched Harry from across the hall with his magical eye. The retired Auror had been intense all year, paranoid, aggressive, constantly scanning for threats, but tonight his focus seemed sharper than usual. Harry trusted his instincts. Something about Moody was wrong. He'd felt it since September, a subtle wrongness that didn't match what he knew about the famous Auror. The ghosts couldn't explain it either. Moody's reputation was legendary, his history unimpeachable. But reputation wasn't reality, and Harry had learned to trust what he felt over what he was told. Dance with me, he murmured to Daphne. Why? Because I need to look distracted while I watch Moody. They moved onto the floor, Harry leading them through the steps while keeping the professor in his peripheral vision. Moody was drinking from his ever-present flask, a hip flask he claimed held medicine for his various ailments. But the way he drank. He's taking polyjuice potion, Harry said quietly. Daphne's hand tightened on his shoulder. What? The drinking pattern. Every hour, on the hour, a substantial swallow. That's polyjuice, it requires regular doses to maintain the transformation. Harry's mind raced. Mad-Eye Moody isn't Mad-Eye Moody. Someone is impersonating him. Who? I don't know. But whoever it is has been inside Hogwarts all year, teaching students, attending meetings, watching me. Harry's voice went cold. This is our enemy, Daphne. This is the one who put my name in the goblet. The dance ended. Harry smiled for the crowd, guided Daphne off the floor, and began planning how to expose an imposter without alerting them to the danger. The revelation changed everything. Harry couldn't confront Moody directly, the imposter was too dangerous, too well positioned. He needed proof, backup, and a plan that would contain the threat without giving them time to act. He went to Dumbledore. You're certain? The headmaster's face was grave as Harry explained his observations. As certain as I can be without forcing him to transform. The drinking pattern is unmistakable, I've studied polyjuice extensively. Why would someone impersonate Alastor Moody? Access. Influence. The ability to move through Hogwarts without suspicion. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. He's been watching me all year, Professor. Whoever is wearing Moody's face entered my name in the goblet. They've been waiting for something, some moment in the tournament when they can act. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The third task is in June. A maze filled with obstacles, where champions will be isolated and vulnerable. The perfect opportunity to make someone disappear. Indeed. Dumbledore's expression hardened. We'll set a trap. During the third task, when the imposter thinks his plan is succeeding, we'll expose him. But Harry, you must be careful. If he realizes we know, he may act prematurely. I understand. And Harry. Dumbledore hesitated. If my suspicions about who is behind this are correct, the danger is greater than you know. Voldemort has been waiting for this moment. Whatever happens in that maze, be prepared for the worst. I'm always prepared for the worst. Harry smiled grimly. It's how I've survived this long. June arrived with summer heat and mounting tension. The third task was announced, a massive maze grown on the Quidditch pitch, filled with magical creatures and enchanted obstacles. The first champion to reach the Triwizard Cup at the maze's center would win. Harry spent the days before the task in intense preparation. He reviewed every defensive spell he knew, practiced his combat magic with Morrigan's ghost until exhaustion claimed him, and spoke with every spirit in Hogwarts who might have useful information. The night before the task, his mother's voice touched his mind. "Harry. You must listen carefully." "Mom. Something terrible will happen tomorrow. I can see it from here, the threads of fate converging on that maze." Her voice carried urgency he'd never heard before. "Voldemort is coming back. Fully, physically, restored to his body. The impostor's plan is to deliver you to him." "I know. Dumbledore and I have a plan, your plan won't be enough." "He's thought of everything, Harry. The cup itself is the trap, it's a portkey. If you touch it, you'll be transported somewhere else. Somewhere Voldemort is waiting." Harry's blood went cold. "Then I won't touch it." "You may not have a choice. The magic is designed to be triggered by the winner. And if you refuse to compete, the impostor will simply take you by force." Lily's voice softened. "But there's another option. A way to turn his trap against him." "Tell me." "Let it happen. Let him take you to Voldemort." Before Harry could protest, she continued, "But be prepared. Bring everything you need to survive, weapons, potions, allies among the dead. Let them think they've won, and then show them what the son of the graveyard can really do." Harry closed his eyes. His mother was asking him to walk into the enemy's hands, trusting his training and his power to see him through. It was either the bravest plan he'd ever heard, or the most foolish. "I'll be ready," he promised. "I know you will, my love. I believe in you." Her presence faded. Harry sat in the darkness of his dormitory and began preparing for war. The maze loomed before him like a living thing. The hedges were 15 feet tall, shifting and rustling in ways that had nothing to do with wind. Somewhere inside, creatures waited, blast-ended skrewts and boggarts and things that hadn't been named. And at the center, the Triwizard Cup gleamed like a promise. Or a threat. Harry entered the maze at the cannon's blast, moving quickly through the green darkness. His wand lit the way, and his other senses, the death-touched awareness Morrigan had trained into him, felt the obstacles before he reached them. He defeated a boggart by refusing to fear it. Evaded a skrew through careful maneuvering. Solved a riddle from a sphinx with answers drawn from years of study. Each obstacle fell before him, and the maze opened wider and wider. He found Cedric along the way, fending off an acromantula that was trying to eat him. Harry helped, and together they drove the giant spider away. "The cup's ahead," Cedric gasped, bleeding from a wound on his arm. "We can reach it together." Harry looked at the older boy, honest, brave, everything a champion should be. And he thought about what waited at the cup's destination. "Listen to me carefully," Harry said. "The cup is a portkey. If you touch it, you'll be transported somewhere dangerous. Voldemort is waiting." Cedric's face went pale. "What? I know it sounds insane. But you have to trust me, don't touch the cup. Get out of the maze, find Dumbledore, tell him what I said." Harry met his eyes. "I'm going to spring their trap and destroy it from the inside. But I need you to survive and warn the others." "Harry, you can't, I can. I have advantages they don't expect." Harry gripped Cedric's shoulder. "Please, Cedric. This is the only way." Cedric stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. If you die in there, Potter, I'm going to be very angry. Noted. Cedric turned and ran back the way they'd come. Harry watched him go, then turned toward the center of the maze. The cup waited. The trap waited. And Harry walked toward it with open eyes. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Graveyard Returns. The cup was cold beneath Harry's fingers. The moment he touched it, the world dissolved into a hook behind his navel, a sensation of being yanked through space and time. The maze vanished, the crowd vanished, everything vanished except the rushing darkness and the certainty that he was being delivered to his enemy. He landed hard on damp earth, rolling with the impact the way Harold had taught him years ago. His wand was in his hand before he stopped moving, his senses reaching out to map the terrain around him. A graveyard. Of course it was a graveyard. Harry almost laughed at the cosmic irony. They'd brought him to his element, his territory, the place where his power ran deepest. Whoever had designed this trap had no idea what they were dealing with. The cemetery was old and poorly maintained, crooked headstones, overgrown grass, a church ruin visible against the night sky. Harry felt the spirits immediately, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, the accumulated dead of centuries sleeping beneath his feet. And in the center of the graveyard, a ritual circle. Cauldron. Candles. Runes carved into the earth. A bundle of robes beside the cauldron that moved with something less than human motion. Kill the spare. The voice was high and cold and utterly inhuman. Harry dove to the side as a green flash of light split the air where he'd been standing, the killing curse, aimed at a target that had already moved. They expected Cedric, Harry realized. They planned for 2 arrivals. He used the confusion to assess his situation. The caster was a man he didn't recognize, tall, twitching, with the wild eyes of someone under imperious control or simply broken. And beside the cauldron, the bundle of robes was moving, revealing something pale and terrible. Voldemort. Or what remained of him. The thing in the robes was barely human, a twisted, fetal form with red eyes and serpentine features. The wraith that had possessed Quirrell had found a new host, a homunculus body sustained by dark magic and snake venom and whatever else kept such abominations functioning. Potter, it hissed. How fortunate that you came alone. You're smaller than I expected. Harry kept his voice steady, buying time while he reached out to the dead beneath his feet. The way people talk about you, I thought you'd be more impressive. The homunculus Voldemort laughed, a high, terrible sound. Bravado. How Gryffindor of you. But it won't save you. It turned to its servant. Begin the ritual, Wormtail. Harry's eyes narrowed. Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew. Except Pettigrew was supposed to be in Azkaban, sentenced after Harry had exposed him last year. If he was here, then. He escaped, Harry said flatly. Or someone helped him escape. Loyal servants are hard to find. And Peter, for all his failings, has proven useful. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. Now, Potter, you will witness my resurrection. And then you will die, and the boy who lived will become the boy who failed. Harry could have run. Could have grabbed the cup portkey and returned to Hogwarts. But his mother's words echoed in his mind, let them think they've won, and then show them what the son of the graveyard can really do. He'd prepared for this. He was ready. Get on with it, then, Harry said calmly. I'd like to see how this works. The ritual was ancient and terrible. Pettigrew worked with shaking hands, adding ingredients to the cauldron while chanting in a language older than Latin. Bone of the father, unknowingly given. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed, Pettigrew screamed as he cut off his own hand, letting it fall into the potion. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Harry let them cut him. It was a calculated risk. The blood they took strengthened their ritual but also created a connection, a link between Harry's magic and whatever body Voldemort was creating. And connections worked both ways. Pettigrew dropped Harry's blood into the cauldron. The liquid inside flared white-hot, and the homunculus was lowered into it, vanishing beneath the surface. Silence. Then the cauldron exploded. From the steam and debris, a figure rose. Tall, thin, pale as bone, with red eyes and slit pupils and a face that had abandoned humanity for something older and colder. Voldemort, reborn. "Robe me," he said, and Pettigrew scrambled to obey. The Dark Lord stepped from the ruined cauldron, flexing fingers that hadn't existed minutes ago. He examined himself with obvious satisfaction, the new body, the restored power, the culmination of years of planning. Then he turned to Harry. "You're afraid," Voldemort observed. "I can smell it. But you're not running." "Interesting. Would running help?" "No. But most would try anyway." He drew a wand from his robes. "You," Harry noted, with a core that hummed with familiar magic. "You're unusual, Potter. I've known that since you drove me from Quirrell's body. Tell me, how did you do it?" I asked nicely. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved. "Humor. James's influence, no doubt. Very well, keep your secrets. They'll die with you shortly." He raised his wand. "But first, a duel. I want to see what the famous boy who lived can do against a proper wizard." Harry raised his own wand. "You might be disappointed." "I doubt that." Crucio. Harry dove sideways, the torture curse missing by inches. He rolled to his feet and fired back, not a spell, but a wave of cold that frosted the grass around Voldemort's feet. The Dark Lord's eyes widened. "What, death magic?" Harry said quietly. "I was raised by ghosts, Tom. Did your spy not tell you that?" He reached down through the earth, through the soil and stone and bone, and called. The dead answered. The graveyard erupted. Spirits rose from their graves like mist becoming form, dozens, then hundreds, the accumulated dead of a village cemetery spanning centuries. They weren't solid enough to fight physically, but they didn't need to be. Their presence alone chilled the air, dimmed the light, pressed against the living with the weight of ages. Voldemort staggered, his confidence cracking. "Impossible. This magic is older than you. Older than Hogwarts." Harry walked forward through the crowd of ghosts, power flowing through him like he was a conduit for something vast and eternal. "You spent your whole life running from death, Tom. You tore your soul apart trying to escape it. But you never understood it. I am the greatest Dark Lord in history." Voldemort's voice rose to a scream. "I have conquered death itself. You've hidden from it. There's a difference." Harry stopped 10 feet from his enemy, surrounded by the dead. "These spirits have watched you since you were a boy in that orphanage. They've seen what you've done, who you've killed, how you've twisted yourself into something barely human. And they have a message for you." The ghosts spoke in unison, a chorus of whispered voices. "We remember. We wait. We will welcome you home." Voldemort's face contorted with rage and something else, something that might have been fear. He raised his wand, and Harry raised his, and for a moment they stood frozen, two wizards at the center of a storm of spirits. Then Voldemort attacked. The duel was like nothing Harry had experienced. Voldemort was fast, precise, devastating. His curses flew with killing intent, each one capable of ending the fight in an instant. The Dark Lord hadn't become the most feared wizard of the age by accident. His power was real, his skill undeniable. But Harry had advantages Voldemort didn't expect. The ghosts fought alongside him, disrupting Voldemort's aim with sudden cold, whispering distractions at crucial moments. Harry's necromantic training let him sense attacks before they landed, feel the killing intent in the magic itself. And the connection formed by his blood, the link between them, let him predict where Voldemort would strike next. They circled each other through the graveyard, exchanging curses and counters. Harry's robes were singed, his arm bleeding from a glancing hit. But Voldemort was breathing hard, frustration mounting as his certain victory proved elusive. You're stronger than I expected, the Dark Lord admitted. But not strong enough. Avada Kedavra. Harry didn't dodge this time. He raised his wand and cast the first spell that came to mind, Expelliarmus, the disarming charm, channeling every ounce of power he possessed. The two spells connected. Light exploded between them, golden and terrible. Harry felt his wand vibrating, felt the magic straining at the connection, felt something ancient awakening in the space between their curses. Priori incantatem, a voice whispered in his mind. The brother wands remember. From Voldemort's wand, ghostly shapes began to emerge. An old man Harry didn't recognize. A woman in shabby robes. And then, Lily Potter stepped from the golden light. Harry. Her voice was exactly as he remembered from the mirror, from the veil-touched conversations. You're doing wonderfully, love. But you need to break the connection. The port key, grab it and go. I can't leave. Hill, he can't follow you. The port key is one way without recasting. Her ghostly hand seemed to cup his cheek. You've proven your point. You've shown him what you are. Now go, and prepare for the real war. James Potter emerged next, his smile so like Harry's own. Listen to your mother. She's always been the smart one. Behind them, more shapes were forming, Voldemort's victims, decades of murder given temporary form. The Dark Lord was screaming, trying to break the connection, but the magic held him fast. Go! Lily shouted. Harry broke the connection and ran. He grabbed the Triwizard Cup, felt the port key activate, and the graveyard vanished. The last thing he saw was Voldemort's face, twisted with fury, and the ghosts of his parents standing between them like a final protection. Then everything was light and motion and arrival. He landed on the Quidditch pitch to chaos. The maze was still standing, but no one was looking at it. The crowd was on its feet, ministry officials were running in every direction, and Cedric Diggory was shouting something that Harry couldn't hear over the ringing in his ears. Dumbledore reached him first. Harry. The headmaster's face was pale with concern. What happened? Voldemort. Harry's voice was hoarse. He's back. Fully resurrected. He had Pettigrew, Peter escaped somehow, and they used my blood in a ritual. The word sent shockwaves through the nearby officials. Fudge, the Minister for Magic, was shaking his head in denial before Harry finished speaking. Impossible. He who must not be named is dead. This is clearly a delusion, I can show you the memory. Harry met the minister's eyes. Pensive testimony. Every detail of the ritual, the resurrection, the duel. His voice hardened. Voldemort is alive, Minister. You can believe me or you can bury your head in the sand. Either way, war is coming. The boy is traumatized, Fudge blustered. He's been through a terrible ordeal, he's been through worse and remained lucid. Dumbledore's voice cut through the denial. I believe Harry, Cornelius. And I think you should too. The argument continued, but Harry stopped listening. His attention had been caught by movement at the edge of the pitch, Mad-Eye Moody pushing through the crowd toward him with single-minded purpose. The imposter. Harry raised his wand. Stop right there. Potter, what are you? He's not Moody. Harry's voice carried across the suddenly silent crowd. He's been impersonating Moody all year. He's the one who put my name in the goblet. He's been working for Voldemort. The fake Moody's face contorted. He reached for his wand, but Dumbledore was faster, a flick of his wrist, and the imposter was bound in magical ropes, crashing to the ground. Get Veritaserum, Dumbledore commanded. And someone find the real Alastor Moody. If he's still alive, he'll be wherever this man has been keeping him. The imposter laughed, a high, unstable sound. Too late. My master has returned. Everything you do now is just delaying the inevitable. We'll see about that. Harry walked forward until he stood over the bound figure. Who are you? The polyjuice was wearing off. The imposter's features shifted, smoothed, became younger and more feral. Harry recognized the face from old photographs in the Prophet archives. Bartemius Crouch Jr. Supposedly dead in Azkaban. Another loyal servant, hiding in plain sight. You're all going to die, Crouch giggled. My master will kill every one of you. And I'll have helped make it happen. No, Harry said quietly. You won't. He turned away from the madman and walked toward Dumbledore, leaving the chaos behind. There was work to do. The aftermath was brutal. Fudge refused to believe Voldemort had returned, despite the evidence, despite Crouch's confession, despite everything. The Ministry closed ranks around Denial, unwilling to admit that their comfortable world was about to end. He's afraid, Sirius explained during a late-night conversation at Grimmauld Place. The wizarding world doesn't want another war. They'd rather pretend everything's fine than face the truth. Then they're fools. Yes. But powerful fools with the entire government behind them. Sirius's face was grim. Dumbledore's been trying to rally opposition, but the minister has too much control. Anyone who publicly supports the idea of Voldemort's return gets discredited, demoted, or disappeared. Harry absorbed this. He'd expected the ministry to be difficult, but outright denial was worse than he'd feared. It meant he couldn't rely on official channels, couldn't expect the government to help fight the war that was coming. He'd have to build something else. The Order of the Phoenix, he said slowly. That's what Dumbledore is reforming, isn't it? You know about that? The ghosts remember the First War. A secret organization, fighting Voldemort outside ministry control. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I want in. Harry, you're 14, I've fought Voldemort twice and survived. I've destroyed 3 of his Horcruxes. I know more about his weaknesses than anyone alive. His voice was flat. Age is irrelevant, Sirius. This is my war as much as anyone's. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. I'll talk to Dumbledore. But Harry, are you sure about this? Once you're in, there's no going back. The Order will expect everything from you. I don't have anything left to give except everything. Harry smiled grimly. Let's do this. The summer passed in a blur of meetings and preparations. Harry was introduced to the Order of the Phoenix properly, a collection of Dumbledore's allies, ranging from respected professors to eccentric inventors to scarred veterans of the First War. They gathered at Grimmauld Place, which Sirius had offered as headquarters, and planned for a conflict the Ministry refused to acknowledge. Harry told them everything. The Horcruxes, the prophecy, his abilities as a necromancer. The room went silent when he explained what he could do: speak to the dead, sense dark magic, perceive the threads connecting souls to their bodies. That's extraordinary, Kingsley Shacklebolt said carefully. And potentially very dangerous. It's both, Harry agreed. But it's also our best weapon. Voldemort fears death above all things. I can use that fear against him. How? By finding and destroying his Horcruxes. 3 are already gone, the diary, the locket, and the ring. Harry had destroyed the ring earlier that summer, tracking it to a shack in Little Hangleton through ghost intelligence. That leaves the cup, the diadem, and possibly his snake. Maybe one more. You've done more damage to He Who Must Not Be Named in 3 years than we managed in a decade of war. Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, recovered but traumatized from his imprisonment, stared at Harry with his magical eye. How? I had good teachers. Harry thought of Morrigan, of Harold, of all the ghosts who'd shaped him into something the wizarding world had never seen. And I don't have the same limitations you do. The Ministry can't arrest me for crimes they don't know about. The Order accepted his involvement, though not without reservations. Harry was assigned to intelligence work, using his ghost network to gather information, tracking Death Eater movements, searching for the remaining Horcruxes. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But it was a start. July brought his 15th birthday and an unexpected gift. Harry was sitting in the graveyard at midnight, his traditional birthday retreat, when the veil between worlds grew thin enough for direct communication. "Happy birthday, love." Lily's voice was clearer than it had ever been, her presence warm and close despite the boundary between them. "Thanks, Mum." Harry smiled into the darkness. 15. "I never thought I'd make it this far." "You've done more than survive. You've become something remarkable." Pride colored her words. "James and I watch you constantly, you know. We see what you're building, the allies you're gathering, the way you're preparing. We're so proud. I couldn't have done it without you. Without the training, the information, the support from the other side. You would have found a way." Lily paused. "But Harry, there's something you need to know. Something I've been reluctant to tell you." Harry's smile faded. "What is it?" "The prophecy. You know it exists, but you don't know its contents." Another pause. "Dumbledore has been protecting you from it, waiting until you were ready. But I think you need to hear it now. Tell me." Lily's voice shifted, taking on a formal quality that suggested she was quoting directly, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Silence settled over the graveyard. Harry absorbed the words, feeling their weight. "Neither can live while the other survives," he repeated slowly. "That means one of you must kill the other. In the end, there's no other way." Lily's voice was gentle but unflinching. "You've always known this, I think. On some level." "Yes." Harry stared at the stars above the graveyard. "I just hoped I was wrong. You have power the Dark Lord knows not. That's your advantage, your necromancy, your connection to death, everything you've learned from the spirits who raised you." Lily's presence seemed to strengthen. "Voldemort has spent his entire life running from death. You've embraced it. That will make the difference when the time comes." "When will that be?" "I don't know. Prophecies don't come with schedules. But soon, I think. The war is accelerating, I can feel it from here." Her voice softened. "Be ready, Harry. Be ready for everything." "I will be." He sat in the graveyard until dawn, surrounded by the dead who'd raised him, and contemplated the ending that awaited. 5th year at Hogwarts began under a shadow. The Ministry had sent a High Inquisitor, Dolores Umbridge, a toad-faced woman in pink who combined incompetence with cruelty in equal measure. She taught defense against the dark arts from a textbook that mentioned no actual defense, and she punished students who spoke about Voldemort's return with detentions that left scars. Harry endured her for exactly 3 weeks. "You will not use dark magic in my classroom." Umbridge shrieked after Harry demonstrated a shield spell that drew on death magic for strength. "I used a defensive technique that saved my life against Voldemort." Harry's voice was calm. "Would you prefer I'd died? There is no Voldemort. The Dark Lord is gone, and anyone who says otherwise is a liar and a troublemaker. The Dark Lord killed my parents and used my blood to resurrect himself 2 months ago. I watched it happen." Harry met her eyes without flinching. "You can call me a liar if you want. But when he comes for you, and he will, remember that I tried to warn you." Umbridge gave him detention. Harry reported to her office, saw the blood quill on her desk, and made a decision. "No. Excuse me. I won't use that quill. Blood quills are classified as instruments of torture, illegal to use on anyone, let alone a student." Harry remained standing by the door. "You can report me to the Ministry, if you like." I'll show them the quill, the scars on students who've already been punished, and then we'll see whose career ends. Umbridge's face went purple. You wouldn't dare, I've faced Voldemort twice and lived. Do you really think I'm afraid of a bureaucrat? He walked out. The next day, the Daily Prophet ran a story about torture implements discovered at Hogwarts. Umbridge was recalled to the Ministry for evaluation. And Harry Potter's reputation shifted once again, from celebrity to disturber, from boy who lived to something more complicated and more dangerous. He was becoming what the prophecy demanded. The search for Horcruxes intensified. Harry spent every spare moment coordinating with his ghost network, tracking rumors of dark artifacts, following leads that might point toward Voldemort's remaining anchors. The cup was somewhere in Gringotts, protected by goblin security and Lestrange family paranoia. The diadem was at Hogwarts itself, hidden in the Room of Requirement. He found the diadem in November. The Room of Hidden Things was a maze of forgotten objects, centuries of abandoned possessions piled in chaotic heaps. Harry navigated it with his death sense, following the thread of wrongness that marked Voldemort's soul fragment. The diadem sat on a tarnished wig stand, beautiful and terrible. Ravenclaw's lost artifact, corrupted into a vessel for murder. Harry drew a vial of basilisk venom from his robes. For down, he murmured, and poured the venom over ancient silver. The Horcrux screamed. Darkness exploded outward, a manifestation of Voldemort's teenage self shrieking curses and promises. Harry stood unmoved as the apparition dissolved into nothing, leaving only a damaged piece of jewelry behind. He pocketed the ruined diadem. Evidence, maybe. Or a reminder. Only the cup and the snake remained. Christmas brought tragedy. Arthur Weasley was attacked by Voldemort's snake, Nagini, while guarding the Department of Mysteries. Harry saw it happen, a vision forced through the scar connection that woke him screaming in the middle of the night. St. Mungos, he gasped to the professors who came running. Arthur Weasley. He's been bitten. He's dying. They got there in time. Barely. Arthur survived through blood-replenishing potions and antivenom, but the attack confirmed two things Harry had suspected. First, Nagini was definitely a Horcrux. The snake carried a piece of Voldemort's soul, making it essential to his immortality. Second, the scar connection went both ways. Voldemort could push visions into Harry's mind, but Harry could potentially see through Voldemort's eyes as well. A dangerous vulnerability, and a possible weapon. You need to learn Necromancy, Dumbledore said during their first meeting after the attack. To close your mind against intrusion. I've been practicing mental defenses since I was 7. The ghosts taught me. Harry paused. But blocking Voldemort entirely might not be the right strategy. Explain. The connection lets me see what he sees. Feel what he feels. If I can control it, enter his mind deliberately instead of being invaded, I could learn his plans, his locations, his weaknesses. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. It's a risk. But it might be worth taking. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. That's very Slytherin of you. I've been told. Very well. We'll work on controlled access rather than complete blocking. But Harry, be careful. The mind is a fragile thing, and Voldemort's is more twisted than most. I know. Harry smiled grimly. But I've been swimming in darkness since I was a child. I won't drown. The months that followed were a careful dance of preparation and patience. Harry refined his mental connection to Voldemort, learning to peek through the Dark Lord's eyes without being noticed. He saw Death Eater meetings, torture sessions, planning discussions. He fed information to the Order, always careful to hide the source. He trained with increasing intensity, combat magic, defensive techniques, the darker aspects of necromancy he'd previously avoided. Morrigan pushed him further than ever, teaching him to weaponize death in ways that made him uncomfortable. You're going to kill him, she said bluntly during one session. Not capture, not contain, kill. That requires a willingness to do whatever's necessary. I know. Do you? You've destroyed Horcruxes, faced him in duels, survived more than most. But you've never actually taken a life. Her dark eyes bore into his. When the moment comes, can you do it? Harry thought about his parents, murdered before he could know them. About the victims whose ghosts he'd spoken with, the people destroyed by Voldemort's ambition. About the war that was coming, the lives that would be lost if the Dark Lord wasn't stopped. Yes, he said quietly. I can do it. Good. Then let's make sure you're ready. Spring brought the final piece of the puzzle. Harry's vision showed him Voldemort visiting Gringotts, not physically, but through a possessed Death Eater. The Dark Lord was checking on something in the Lestrange vault. Something precious. The cup. He's worried, Harry reported to the Order. The destruction of the diadem affected him more than I expected. He's checking his other Horcruxes, making sure they're safe. Then he knows someone is hunting them, Sirius observed. He suspects. He doesn't know who or how. Harry paused. But he'll figure it out eventually. We need to move on the cup before he relocates it. Gringotts is impenetrable, Kingsley said skeptically. Even with inside help, the security is, I have inside help you don't know about. Harry had been cultivating contacts among the goblin dead for months, spirits who remembered every secret of their beloved bank and resented the living goblins who'd forgotten them. I can get into that vault. I just need backup. When? Soon. As soon as possible. Before Voldemort decides to move. The planning took 2 weeks. The execution took 1 night. Breaking into Gringotts was simultaneously the most terrifying and exhilarating experience of Harry's life. He went with a small team, Sirius, Tonks, and Hermione, who'd insisted despite everyone's objections. They entered through a maintenance tunnel the ghost goblins had revealed, navigated past security measures that should have been impassable, and found their way to the Lestrange vault. The cup sat on a pedestal in the center, surrounded by treasure that multiplied when touched, a clever trap that would bury intruders in an avalanche of gold. Harry used his death sense to identify the real cup among the copies, levitated it carefully without touching anything else, and applied basilisk venom before they left the vault. The screaming started immediately. Run! Harry shouted as alarms began to blare throughout the bank. They ran. Past goblin guards, past security dragons, past wards that should have stopped them but couldn't quite catch people who knew all the weak points. They burst out onto Diagon Alley and disapparated before anyone could follow. Safe house. Catch breath. Count fingers. 5 down, Harry said, looking at the ruined cup in his hands. Only the snake remains. And then? Hermione asked quietly. And then we end this. The final battle came in June. Voldemort attacked Hogwarts. He came with an army, Death Eaters, giants, Dementors, werewolves, everything he could muster for a single devastating assault. The castle's defenders were outnumbered but determined, fighting for their home and their future. Harry watched from the astronomy tower as the battle began. The wards held for now, but they wouldn't hold forever. Voldemort's forces were too numerous, too relentless. It's time, his mother's voice whispered from across the veil. Nagini is with him at the forest's edge. Kill the snake, and he becomes mortal. Harry took a breath. This was it, the moment everything had been building toward. 15 years of survival, of training, of preparation. He descended into the battle. The grounds were chaos. Curses flew in every direction. Students and teachers fought alongside Order members against waves of dark creatures. Harry moved through the carnage like a ghost himself, using his death sense to dodge attacks before they landed, striking down Death Eaters with magic that made them scream. He found Voldemort at the forest's edge, as his mother had said. The Dark Lord stood in a circle of loyal followers, Nagini coiled at his feet, watching the battle with cold satisfaction. Potter. Voldemort smiled as Harry emerged from the trees. You've come to die at last. One of us will die tonight. Harry raised his wand. The prophecy says so. The prophecy says you have power I know not. But I've seen nothing tonight that frightens me. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. Your death magic is impressive, but I have armies. Your allies are fighting for their lives while we speak. By morning, there will be nothing left of your precious resistance. We'll see. Harry attacked, not Voldemort, but Nagini. A burst of killing cold, death magic concentrated into a single strike aimed at the snake's soul fragment. Nagini screamed. The sound was inhuman, impossible, a Horcrux dying in agony. Voldemort staggered as the last anchor was destroyed. For the first time since Harry had known him, the Dark Lord looked afraid. What have you done? Made you mortal. Harry smiled grimly. And now we finish this. They dueled. The final confrontation lasted an eternity. Voldemort fought with desperate fury, knowing his immortality was gone, knowing he could actually die for the first time in decades. His curses came faster, harder, more recklessly than ever before. But Harry had prepared for this moment his entire life. He drew on everything, the combat training from Harold, the death magic from Morrigan, the mental discipline from years of ghost-taught meditation. He called spirits from the earth to disrupt Voldemort's aim, used the blood connection to predict his attacks, fought with a precision born of absolute necessity. The Death Eaters tried to intervene. The ghosts stopped them, an army of the dead rising from the Hogwarts grounds, the accumulated spirits of 1,000 years holding back Voldemort's living servants. And in the center of the chaos, two wizards fought for the fate of everything. You can't win, Voldemort snarled. I am the greatest wizard who ever lived. You're a frightened boy who never grew up. Harry parried another curse. You spent your whole life running from death, Tom. And death is what I am. He reached out with his power, not to attack, but to show. He let Voldemort see what waited beyond the veil, the same vision he'd once shown Pettigrew. The Dark Lord's soul, torn and twisted and corrupted beyond recognition, facing an eternity of consequences for what he'd done. Voldemort screamed. His concentration shattered, his curse went wild, and Harry struck. Avada Kedavra. The green light hit Voldemort squarely in the chest. The Dark Lord's eyes went wide with shock, and then, nothing. The most feared wizard of the age crumpled to the ground, dead, mortal, finally ended. And Harry Potter, the son of the graveyard, stood alone among the bodies of his enemies and watched the sun rise over a world that was finally free. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, the world after the silence that followed Voldemort's death was absolute. Harry stood over the body, watching as the last traces of dark magic bled from the corpse. The twisted features relaxed slightly in death, becoming almost human again, a reminder that beneath all the horror, Tom Riddle had once been just a boy. A damaged, brilliant, terrible boy who'd chosen power over humanity and paid the ultimate price. Around him, the battle had stopped. Death Eaters stared in disbelief at their fallen master. Order members lowered their wands, uncertain if they were really seeing what they thought they saw. Even the ghosts had gone still, their ethereal forms hovering in silent witness. Then Bellatrix Lestrange screamed. The sound was raw and animal, a howl of grief that split the dawn air. She launched herself at Harry, wand raised, curses spilling from her lips in a torrent of hatred. Harry didn't move. Morrigan's ghost intercepted her, not physically, but with a wave of cold so intense that Bellatrix's spells stuttered and died. The necromancer's spirit pressed against the Death Eater's mind, showing her the same vision Harry had shown Voldemort, the fate that awaited those who'd served darkness. Bellatrix collapsed, screaming about things no one else could see. It's over. Harry's voice carried across the battlefield, quiet but somehow audible to everyone. Voldemort is dead. Truly dead, this time. You can keep fighting if you want, but it won't change anything. You've already lost. The Death Eaters looked at each other. Some ran. Some surrendered. A few, the truly fanatic, raised their wands for a last stand. The order dealt with them. Harry walked away from the battle, leaving the cleanup to others. He had somewhere to be. The graveyard at Little Hangleton was quiet in the morning light. Harry hadn't intended to come here, had simply operated without conscious destination and found himself standing among the graves where Voldemort had been resurrected a year ago. The place felt different now. Lighter, somehow, as if a weight had been lifted. It's done. Lily's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, her presence warm against the morning chill. It's done, Harry agreed. He's dead. Really dead. I know. We felt it from here, the moment his soul finally moved on. A pause. It wasn't pleasant. The pieces were so damaged, so corrupted. I don't know what awaits him, but I doubt it's peace. Does that bother you? Should it? Lily's presence seemed to solidify slightly, as if she was concentrating to make herself more present. He killed your father. He killed me. He tried to kill you. He murdered thousands of people and tortured countless more. Her voice hardened. Whatever waits for him, he earned it. Harry nodded slowly. He didn't feel triumph or satisfaction, just a bone-deep exhaustion that went beyond physical tiredness. He'd been fighting this war since he was 7 years old, since the night he ran from the Dursleys and found his mother's ghost in a Surrey graveyard. 15 years of preparation, of fear, of grinding toward this single moment. And now it was over. What happens now? He asked. Now you live. Lily's voice softened. That's what you've been fighting for, Harry. Not just survival, life. Real life, with friends and love and all the things Voldemort's shadow kept you from having. I don't know how to do that. You'll learn. You learned everything else. A gentle warmth wrapped around him like an embrace. I'm so proud of you, my love. So proud of the man you've become. Your father and I watch you every day, and every day we're amazed by what we see. Will I still be able to talk to you? Now that it's over. Always. The veil doesn't close just because one dark wizard is gone. Lily's laugh was like bells. You're the son of the graveyard, Harry. The dead are your family. We're not going anywhere. Harry smiled, the first genuine smile since the battle began. Good. I'd miss you. And I'd miss you. But Harry. Lily's voice grew serious. You need to go back. There are people who need you, not to fight, but to be there. To help them understand what happened and what comes next. I know. Then go. Live. Be happy. A final pulse of warmth. We'll talk again soon. Her presence faded, leaving Harry alone among the graves. He stood there for another moment, breathing the clean morning air, and then operated back to Hogwarts. The castle was in chaos, but it was the chaos of victory rather than defeat. Students and staff moved through the corridors in a daze, some crying, some laughing, many doing both at once. The wounded were being treated in the Great Hall, which had been transformed into a triage center. The dead, and there were dead, too many dead, were being gathered with gentle care. Harry found Hermione near the entrance, directing traffic with the efficiency that had made her invaluable throughout the war. Harry. She threw her arms around him the moment she saw him. We didn't know where you went. After you killed him, you just vanished. I needed a moment. Harry returned the embrace, drawing comfort from her warmth and solidity. I'm back now. Are you okay? I don't know. Ask me again in a week. Hermione pulled back, studying his face with concern. You look exhausted. I am exhausted. But there's too much to do to rest. He looked around at the organized chaos. What's the situation? Better than it could be. Kingsley's coordinating with the ministry, what's left of it after Fudge's resignation. Most of the Death Eaters either surrendered or fled. Bellatrix is in custody, though she's not exactly coherent. Hermione's voice dropped. We lost people, Harry. Fred Weasley. Colin Creevey. Remus and Tonks. Others. The names hit like physical blows. Fred, always laughing, always inventing ridiculous things with his brother. Colin, who'd survived being petrified by a basilisk only to die in battle. Remus and Tonks, who'd just had a baby, who'd finally found happiness after so much pain. How many total? We're still counting. At least 50 on our side. More among the Death Eaters and their allies, but no one's mourning them. 50 lives. 50 families destroyed, 50 futures erased. Harry had ended the war as quickly as he could, but it hadn't been quick enough. Where's Sirius? Helping with the wounded. He took a curse to the shoulder, but he wouldn't let anyone treat him until the more serious cases were handled. Hermione managed a small smile. He's been asking about you. I should find him. Harry. Hermione caught his arm before he could walk away. You saved us. You know that, right? Whatever guilt you're feeling about the people we lost, you ended it. Without you, we'd all be dead. I know. Harry met her eyes. It doesn't make the losses hurt less. No. It doesn't. She squeezed his arm. But it's something to hold on to when the hurt gets too heavy. He nodded and went to find his godfather. Sirius was in the Great Hall, helping a healer treat a third-year Hufflepuff who'd been caught in a collapsing wall. His left arm was in a sling, and his face was pale with exhaustion, but his eyes lit up when he saw Harry. You're alive. He pulled Harry into a one-armed hug. When you disappeared after killing him, I thought, I needed to process. I'm sorry I worried you. Don't apologize. Sirius pulled back, studying Harry's face with the same concern Hermione had shown. How are you doing? Really? I killed someone tonight. Harry's voice was flat. I know he deserved it. I know it had to happen. But I took a life, and I don't know how I feel about that. Sirius was quiet for a moment. In the First War, I killed Death Eaters too. It never felt good, not exactly. But it felt necessary. And after, when I could see the people I'd protected, the lives I'd saved. He shrugged. It got easier. Not because killing became less terrible, but because I understood why I'd done it. Does it ever stop feeling heavy? No. But you learn to carry it. Sirius's hand found Harry's shoulder. You did the right thing, Harry. The only thing. Never doubt that. I'll try. They stood together in the chaos of the aftermath, godfather and godson, both survivors of a war that had taken everything from them before they could take something back. The days that followed were a blur of funerals and reorganization. The ministry collapsed and reformed almost overnight. Fudge resigned in disgrace, his year of denial having contributed to deaths that might have been prevented. Kingsley Shacklebolt was appointed interim minister, with a mandate to rebuild the government from the ground up. Harry attended every funeral, standing silent witness as friends and allies were laid to rest. Fred Weasley's service was the hardest. George spoke through tears about his twin, his other half, while Molly Weasley sobbed into Arthur's shoulder and the remaining siblings stood shell-shocked with grief. He died fighting, George said at the end. He died laughing, actually, there was a joke, something about Percy finally loosening up, and then the wall came down and he was just, gone. His voice cracked. He would have hated a sad funeral. So I'm going to try to remember him happy. Remember the pranks and the products and the way he never let anyone take themselves too seriously. A wet laugh. Even now, I can hear him saying, George, stop being so mopey. There's mayhem to create. Harry found George afterward, standing alone by the fresh grave. I'm sorry, Harry said. I'm so sorry I couldn't, don't. George's voice was rough but firm. Don't apologize for not saving him. You killed the bastard who started all this. That's what Fred would have wanted, not some impossible rescue, but justice. He turned to look at Harry with red-rimmed eyes. Besides, Fred thought you were brilliant. The boy who lived meets the boy who makes stuff explode, he used to say. We should collaborate. I would have liked that. Yeah. George looked back at the grave. Me too. Remus and Tonks were buried together, as they would have wanted. Their son, Teddy, was too young to understand what was happening. He sat in Andromeda's lap during the service, occasionally changing his hair color to match his mother's signature pink, oblivious to the tears around him. Harry had been named Godfather. It was a responsibility that terrified him. He knew nothing about raising children, about being a parent figure, about any of the normal things that normal people learn through normal lives. You'll be fine, Andromeda told him after the service. Teddy won't need you to be perfect. He'll just need you to be there. I will be. Harry looked at the sleeping child, so small and fragile and already orphaned by war. I promise I'll be there. I know you will. Andromeda's hand found his. Remus and Tonks trusted you. So do I. Summer arrived with warmth and the slow work of rebuilding. Harry split his time between Grimmauld Place, the graveyard, and Hogwarts, helping with repairs, attending meetings, gradually learning what it meant to be alive when he'd spent so long preparing to die. The wizarding world's response to Voldemort's defeat was complicated. Some hailed Harry as the greatest hero of the age, demanding statues and holidays and eternal gratitude. Others feared him. The whispers about his necromancy had spread, and there were those who wondered if the power to defeat Voldemort wasn't itself a kind of darkness. Let them whisper, Daphne advised during one of their regular conversations. The powerful are always feared. The key is making sure they fear the right things. And what should they fear? Not you. Never you personally, that invites assassination attempts. She smiled thinly. They should fear the consequences of crossing you. The certain knowledge that if they move against your interests, they'll regret it. It's a subtle distinction, but important. You're teaching me to be a politician. I'm teaching you to survive in a world where everyone wants a piece of you. She met his eyes. You've won a war, Harry. Now you have to win the peace. That's a different kind of battle entirely. Harry considered this. He'd spent years preparing to fight Voldemort, but he'd given almost no thought to what came after. The idea of navigating politics, of building influence, of using his reputation strategically, it all felt foreign and slightly distasteful. I don't want power, he said finally. What do you want? The question stopped him cold. What did he want? He'd wanted to survive. He'd wanted to protect his friends. He'd wanted to honor the dead who'd raised him by becoming something worthy of their faith. But beyond that? For himself, with no enemy to defeat and no prophecy hanging over his head? I don't know, he admitted. I've never had the luxury of wanting things that didn't relate to winning. Then figure it out. Daphne's voice softened slightly. You have time now, Harry. Use it. The answer came to him in pieces, over the months that followed. He wanted to help people. Not through grand gestures or dramatic battles, but through the unique gifts he possessed. He could speak to the dead, ease their passage, help the living say goodbye to those they'd lost. He could sense dark magic, identify cursed objects, prevent future Dark Lords from rising. He could be a bridge between worlds, the living and the dead, the magical and the mundane, the powerful and the powerless. A necromancer social worker, Hermione said when he explained his thinking. That's actually brilliant. You don't think it's too small? After everything that happened? I think small is underrated. She smiled. Voldemort wanted to conquer the world. Look where that got him. Maybe helping one person at a time is the better path. Harry thought about it. One grieving parent, help to say goodbye to their child. One murder victim, given the chance to identify their killer. One cursed artifact, destroyed before it could cause harm. Small things. Meaningful things. I think you're right, he said slowly. But I'll need training. Formal education in the things the ghosts couldn't teach me, law, counseling, the bureaucratic structures that govern magical society. We could do it together. Hermione's eyes were bright with possibility. I want to change the system from the inside, fight for magical creature rights, reform the pure blood laws, make the wizarding world more just. We could support each other. Partners. Partners. She extended her hand, and Harry shook it. The golden duo rides again. We were never really a duo before. Then we're starting fresh. A new chapter. Harry smiled. A new chapter. He liked the sound of that. 6th year was voluntary. The ministry had offered Harry anything he wanted, immediate graduation, a position as an Auror, a seat on the Wisengamot despite his age. He'd turned them all down, choosing instead to return to Hogwarts and complete his education properly. It's the foundation, he explained to Sirius, who'd questioned the decision. Everything I want to do requires understanding how the wizarding world actually works. And I never paid attention in history of magic. Nobody pays attention in history of magic. Binns could bore a ghost to death. Which is ironic, given that he is one. Harry grinned. But I've been thinking about that too. What if the ghosts taught classes? Really taught, I mean, used their centuries of experience to make history come alive? Sirius stared at him. You want to reform ghost education? I want to change how the living and dead interact. Ghosts are treated as decoration, as curiosities, as problems to be tolerated. But they have knowledge, experience, perspectives that could transform magical education. Harry's voice grew passionate. The Baron has been at Hogwarts for 1,000 years. Helena Ravenclaw knew the founders personally. There are ghosts in this castle who witnessed the Goblin Wars, the Statute of Secrecy, the rise and fall of a dozen Dark Lords. And we just ignore them. That's either revolutionary or insane. Probably both. Sirius laughed. You really aren't going to rest, are you? I'll rest when there's nothing left to fix. Harry smiled. So probably never. The return to Hogwarts was strange. Harry walked through corridors that still bore the scars of battle, rebuilt walls, replaced portraits, gardens regrown over graves. The students treated him with a mixture of awe and wariness, giving him space he wasn't sure he wanted. But some things were the same. Hermione had returned, as promised, throwing herself into her newts with characteristic intensity. Daphne was there too, her political education continuing alongside her academic one. Neville had grown into a quiet leader, respected for his role in the battle and his steady presence afterward. And Harry had the ghosts. The dead of Hogwarts greeted him like a returning hero, clustering around him in the corridors, sharing news and gossip and centuries-old wisdom. The Bloody Baron had become something like a friend, their midnight conversations ranging from medieval politics to modern ethics to the nature of existence itself. You've changed, the Baron observed one night in the Slytherin common room. Not just grown, fundamentally shifted. War does that. Not to everyone. Many become harder, more closed. You've become more open. More present. The Baron's hollow eyes studied him. It's interesting. I've watched students for a millennium, and I've never seen anyone quite like you. Is that good or bad? I don't know yet. The Baron almost smiled. But I'm looking forward to finding out. The year passed in a rhythm of study and healing. Harry learned to be a student again, attending classes, completing assignments, preparing for newts that would determine his future career options. It was strange, after everything, to care about exam scores. But there was something comforting about the normalcy of it, the simple pleasure of mastering subjects for their own sake rather than survival. He studied ancient runes with new interest, seeing connections to necromancy that he'd never noticed before. He dove deep into magical theory, understanding for the first time why the things he did instinctively actually worked. He even found value in history of magic, despite Bin's soporific teaching style, the patterns of magical society, the rhythms of war and peace, the slow evolution of a world hidden within a world. And he continued his work with the dead. Every Hogsmeade weekend, Harry visited graveyards throughout Scotland, speaking with spirits who'd been forgotten, helping those who needed help moving on, gathering information that might prove useful someday. He built a network of contacts that spanned centuries, an intelligence service of the dead that owed loyalty to him personally rather than any institution. "You're building something," Daphne observed during one of their walks around the lake. "Something bigger than you've told anyone about." "Am I?" "Don't play coy with me, Harry. I've been watching you all year. The ghost conversations, the graveyard visits, the careful way you're positioning yourself in every social situation. You have a plan." Harry considered denying it, but Daphne had earned honesty. "The ministry won't last." "Excuse me. Kingsley is doing his best, but the system itself is broken. The pureblood families still control too much wealth and influence. The traditional structures favor stagnation over change. And the ordinary witches and wizards who suffered most from Voldemort's war have no real voice in how things are run." Harry's voice was calm, analytical. "It'll take decades, but eventually something will give. Either the system reforms dramatically or it collapses and something worse takes its place. And where do you fit in?" "I'm building alternatives. Networks that operate outside ministry control, connections that cross political lines, resources that can be deployed when needed." He met her eyes. "The ghosts are part of it. So are you, if you're willing. So is everyone who's proven they care about actual change rather than just personal advancement." Daphne was quiet for a long moment. "You're describing a shadow government. I'm describing a safety net. Something that can catch people when the official systems fail." Harry smiled slightly. "I have no interest in ruling anything. But I've learned not to trust institutions to protect the people I care about." "And you're telling me this because?" "Because I want you involved. Your political skills, your connections, your ability to navigate systems I barely understand." He stopped walking, turning to face her directly. "And because I trust you. Which terrifies me, honestly, because I don't trust easily." Daphne studied him with those ice-blue eyes, calculation visible in every line of her face. Then, slowly, she smiled. "You're the most interesting person I've ever met, Harry Potter. And I don't say that lightly." She extended her hand. "I'm in. Whatever you're building, I want to be part of it." Harry took her hand. The alliance was sealed. Newts came and went. Harry scored outstanding in defense, charms, transfiguration, and ancient runes. He managed exceeds expectations in potions. Snape's ghost must have been spinning in his grave, and acceptable in everything else. Hermione, of course, achieved outstanding across the board. Graduation was a solemn affair, shadowed by the memory of classmates who should have been there and weren't. But there was hope too, a sense that the future, however uncertain, was better than the past they were leaving behind. Dumbledore spoke, his voice weary but warm. "You have survived a war," he told the assembled students. "You have lost friends, faced fears, discovered strengths you didn't know you possessed. Now you go into a world that needs you, needs your talents, your courage, your determination to build something better than what came before." His eyes found Harry's across the great hall. "Some of you will become leaders. Some will become teachers, healers, artisans, parents. Whatever path you choose, remember what you learned here, not just the spells and the history, but the deeper lessons. That love is stronger than hate. That hope persists even in darkness. That every ending is also a beginning." Harry held the old man's gaze and nodded slightly. They'd had their differences, he and Dumbledore. The headmaster had kept secrets, made plans that involved Harry without consulting him, treated him as a piece in a game rather than a person making choices. But in the end, they'd won. And that was something. The summer after graduation opened up like a promise. Harry moved into Grimmauld Place permanently, transforming the dark family home into something brighter. He stripped out the cursed artifacts, banished the howling portrait of Sirius's mother, filled the rooms with light and warmth and the sound of actual laughter. Sirius helped, of course. So did Hermione, and Neville, and Daphne, and the Weasleys, and everyone else who'd become family over the years of war and recovery. Grimmauld Place became a gathering point, a place where the Resistance veterans could relax, share stories, begin the long process of healing. And Harry began his real work. He established a consulting practice, offering his services to those who needed help with the dead. Grieving families who wanted to say goodbye. Murder investigators who needed witness testimony from victims. Curse breakers who needed to identify dark artifacts without triggering them. The work was quiet, meaningful, and endless. Every case was different, every ghost had their own story, their own needs, their own pain to be addressed. Harry became a counselor as much as a necromancer, learning to help the living process their grief while helping the dead move toward whatever came next. "You're good at this," Morrigan told him during one of their conversations. She still visited from the graveyard, checking on her most unusual student. "Better than I expected, honestly. Necromancers aren't usually known for their bedside manner. I had good teachers. You had teachers who taught you power. The compassion is all your own." She studied him with those dark eyes. "I'm proud of you, Harry. Not just for what you accomplished, but for who you've become. That means a lot, coming from you. Don't let it go to your head." But she was smiling. "You've still got centuries of learning ahead of you. The real mastery of death magic takes lifetimes. Good thing I'm patient." The years that followed were full ones. Harry built his practice, his network, his quiet influence. He trained with Morrigan when he could, pushing his abilities further than he'd ever gone during the war. He maintained his connections to the living, dinners with the Weasleys, study sessions with Hermione, political strategy meetings with Daphne. And he began to understand what it meant to be happy. It wasn't a constant state, he discovered. It was moments, a good meal with friends, a successful case, a conversation with his mother's spirit that left him feeling connected and loved. The moments accumulated over time, building into something that felt almost like peace. He fell in love, eventually. It surprised him, he'd spent so long thinking of relationships as vulnerabilities, potential weaknesses that enemies could exploit. But Daphne had been patient, and somewhere between the political scheming and the midnight conversations and the 1,000 small kindnesses they'd shown each other, something had grown. "This is going to complicate things," he said when they finally acknowledged it. "Everything worthwhile is complicated." She smiled, not her political smile, but the real one she only showed him. "I've been waiting for you to figure it out for 3 years. I'm a slow learner in some areas. You're a fast learner in everything except emotions." She kissed him, gentle and sure. "Lucky for you, I'm patient." The wedding was small, immediate family and close friends, held in Harry's graveyard under the oak tree where he'd first found shelter as a child. The ghosts attended, of course, drifting among the living guests with the ease of old acquaintance. Sirius was best man, crying openly throughout the ceremony. Hermione was Daphne's maid of honor, having somewhere along the way become close enough to count as family. The Weasleys filled most of the guest list, their clan having unofficially adopted Harry years ago. And presiding over it all, visible only to Harry and a few others, was Lily Potter. "She's beautiful," Lily whispered as Daphne walked down the aisle. "And she loves you. I can see it in how she looks at you." "I love her too," Harry thought back. "More than I knew I could love anyone." "Good. You deserve this, Harry. You deserve happiness and love and a future that isn't defined by war." Lily's presence was warm and full. Your father and I are so proud of you. So grateful that you found your way to this. I wish you could be here properly. That he could. We are here. We're always here. A ghostly touch on his cheek. Now stop talking to me and focus on your bride. This is supposed to be the happiest day of your life. Harry smiled, turned to face Daphne, and let himself be happy. The years continued. Harry and Daphne had children, two, a boy and a girl, named James and Lily for obvious reasons. The ghosts helped raise them, a fact that would have horrified most wizarding parents but seemed perfectly natural to a family that straddled the boundary between life and death. James had Harry's talent for getting into trouble and Daphne's talent for getting out of it. Lily had her grandmother's eyes and her father's affinity for speaking to things most people couldn't see. Both of them grew up surrounded by love, living and dead, mundane and magical, the full spectrum of existence made available to them. Hermione became Minister for Magic, eventually, fulfilling her dream of changing the system from the inside. Daphne worked alongside her as chief political advisor, the two women who'd once been house rivals now partners in the long work of reform. Neville became herbology professor at Hogwarts, eventually headmaster, transforming the school into something that honored its history while preparing students for a different kind of future. And Harry? Harry kept doing what he'd always done, helping people, protecting the innocent, standing at the boundary between worlds and making sure traffic flowed smoothly in both directions. The dead never stopped teaching him. Morrigan faded eventually, moving on to whatever awaited beyond the veil, but others took her place. Harold remained a constant presence, as did many of the ghosts who'd shaped Harry's childhood. They watched their student grow into mastery, take students of his own, become the bridge between life and death that he'd always been meant to be. And in quiet moments, Harry would visit the graveyard, his first graveyard, the one in Surrey where everything had started, and sit beneath the oak tree that had sheltered a frightened child so many years ago. "Thank you," he would say to the spirits around him. "For everything. For raising me, teaching me, believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself. You've become more than we imagined," Harold would answer. "More than any of us hoped. I became what you made me. What all of you made me. No. You became what you chose to be. We just gave you options." Harry would smile at that, the endless humility of the dead, their refusal to take credit for his accomplishments. They'd given him so much more than options. They'd given him family when he had none. Purpose when he needed direction. Love when the living world offered only cruelty. He was the son of the graveyard, speaker to the dead, bridge between worlds. He was husband, father, friend. He was the boy who'd run from abuse and found something better in the arms of ghosts. He was Harry Potter, and his story was still being written. Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, The Gathering Storm. 20 years had passed since Voldemort's fall. Harry stood at the window of his study in Grimmauld Place, watching rain streak the glass while his mind processed the report that had arrived that morning. The parchment lay on his desk, its contents disturbing enough that he'd read it 3 times before accepting what it said. Something was stirring in the old places. Something that shouldn't exist anymore. "You're brooding," Daphne said from the doorway. She'd aged gracefully, silver threading through her blonde hair, laugh lines around those ice-blue eyes that still saw everything. "That's never a good sign. The unspeakables found something in Albania." Harry turned from the window. "A site of concentrated dark magic, recently disturbed. The signature is familiar." Daphne's expression sharpened. "How familiar?" "Horcrux familiar." The word hung between them, heavy with implications they'd both hoped never to face again. "That's impossible." Daphne crossed to his desk, picking up the report. "You destroyed them all. The diary, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the ring, the snake, 6 anchors." "Yes." Harry's voice was flat. "But what if there were 7? 7. Daphne's face went pale. "Harry, it would mean I missed one." 20 years ago, when I thought I'd finished it, there was still a piece of his soul hidden somewhere. Harry closed his eyes. And now someone's found it. The emergency meeting convened at midnight. Harry had called in his closest allies, the inner circle of the network he'd spent 2 decades building. Hermione, taking time from her ministerial duties. Neville, operating from Hogwarts. Sirius, gray-haired now but still sharp. And others, Luna Lovegood, whose peculiar insights had proven valuable countless times. Blaise Zabini, who'd become Harry's eyes and ears in the international magical community. Tracy Davis, who ran the intelligence arm of their operation. They gathered in the secure room beneath Grimmauld Place, wards layered so thick that even Harry's ghosts couldn't penetrate without permission. "Tell them what you told me," Daphne said. Harry outlined the unspeakable report, then added the conclusions he'd drawn. "I believe Voldemort created a 7th Horcrux that we never knew about. Based on the location, Albania, where he spent his years of exile, it was probably made after his fall in 1981, during the period when he was a disembodied wraith." "Can a wraith create a Horcrux?" Hermione asked, her mind already working the problem. "The process requires a physical body, doesn't it?" "The standard process does. But Voldemort was never standard." Harry pulled a book from his shelf, one of Morrigan's old texts, recovered from her hidden library years ago. There are references to emergency soul anchoring, used by dark wizards facing death. If Voldemort managed something similar while incorporeal, then he could have hidden a piece of himself that we never knew to look for, Neville finished grimly. "And now someone's activated it." "Who?" Sirius demanded. "The Death Eaters are scattered. Bellatrix died in Azkaban. The inner circle is dead or imprisoned or turned." "Not all of them." Tracy spoke up, her voice soft but carrying. "There's been movement in Eastern Europe. Former Death Eater families, ones who escaped prosecution by fleeing abroad. They've been gathering, quietly, for the past 3 years." "You knew about this?" Harry asked sharply. "I suspected. Nothing concrete until now." Tracy spread her hands. "They've been careful. Moving money through goblin intermediaries, meeting in locations we couldn't penetrate. But the pattern suggested coordination, someone giving orders, someone with a plan." "The Horcrux." Luna's dreamy voice cut through the tension. "They were looking for it. That's what the coordination was about, a search, not a conspiracy. And now they've found it." Harry nodded slowly. Luna's leaps of intuition were often correct in ways that defied explanation. "That fits. If a Death Eater knew about the 7th anchor, someone Voldemort trusted with the secret before his final fall, they could have been searching for 20 years. So what do we do?" Blaise asked. "The Ministry can't act on this, too many political complications, too much denial. And if we move openly, we tip off whoever's behind this. We do what we've always done." Harry's voice was calm, but his eyes were hard. "We investigate. We gather intelligence. We find out exactly what we're dealing with before we commit to action. And the Horcrux itself? If it exists, I'll destroy it. Same as I destroyed the others." Harry paused. "But this time, I'm not going alone. I made that mistake once, thinking I had to carry everything myself. I won't make it again." The investigation took months. Harry's network spread across Europe, following threads of dark magic and suspicious activity. The ghost intelligence service he'd built proved invaluable, the dead were everywhere, and they had no loyalty to the living conspirators who ignored their existence. The picture that emerged was troubling. A cabal of former Death Eaters had indeed been searching for something in Albania, led by a wizard named Marcus Rowell, nephew of the Rowell who died at Hogwarts, raised in exile on stories of Voldemort's glory. They'd found what they were looking for 6 months ago and had been preparing ever since. But preparing for what? "Resurrection," Harry said flatly when the evidence became clear. "They're trying to bring him back. Again. He was in Albania now, standing at the edge of the disturbed site the unspeakables had found. Hermione was with him, along with a small team of trusted operatives. The others were positioned across Europe, ready to move when the time came. The ritual they're planning is different from what Pettigrew used, Hermione said, studying the magical residue. More complex. It doesn't just require blood and bone, it requires a willing vessel. Someone who'll let Voldemort's soul inhabit their body. Raoul. Almost certainly. The intelligence suggests he's been preparing himself, purification rituals, dark magic conditioning, the kind of thing you'd do if you wanted to become a host for something powerful. Harry felt cold that had nothing to do with the Albanian winter. If Voldemort possesses Raoul successfully, he'll have access to a functional body immediately. No weakness, no recovery period. He could start a war within hours. Then we stop him before the ritual completes. It's not that simple. Harry crouched, touching the disturbed earth, feeling for traces of the magic that had been worked here. The Horcrux isn't here anymore. They've moved it, somewhere more secure, more defensible. And they've had months to prepare for exactly the kind of assault we'd want to launch. So what do we do? Harry stood, brushing dirt from his hands. We find the Horcrux. We destroy it before the ritual can complete. And if we can't do that? He met Hermione's eyes. We kill Raoul before Voldemort can take hold. Harry, I know. I don't like it either. But if the alternative is another Dark Lord rising, another war, another generation of orphans and widows. He shook his head. I'll do what's necessary. I always have. The trail led to Romania. The Death Eater Cabal had established a fortress in the Carpathian Mountains, warded against detection and protected by creatures that shouldn't exist, dark constructs, bred specifically for this purpose, neither fully alive nor properly dead. Harry recognized the design. Voldemort's influence, even from beyond. He planned for this, Harry told his team during their final briefing. Even while he was alive, he had contingencies. The seventh Horcrux, the resurrection ritual, probably the fortress itself, all prepared decades ago, waiting to be activated if he fell. Paranoid bastard, Sirius muttered. Paranoid successful bastard, Harry corrected. If we hadn't found out about this, he might have actually come back. The world would have woken up one morning to discover that Voldemort was alive again, with an army and a plan and 20 years of preparation. So how do we stop it? Neville asked. We go in. Tonight. Harry spread a map of the fortress on the table, intelligence gathered through weeks of ghost reconnaissance. 3 teams. Team 1 creates a distraction at the main entrance, enough noise to draw the defenders. Team 2 infiltrates through this secondary passage, it's trapped, but I can neutralize the wards. Team 3, with me, goes straight for the ritual chamber. You're taking point yourself? Daphne asked quietly. The Horcrux will be there. I'm the only one who can destroy it reliably. Harry met her eyes. I know you don't like it. But this is what I'm for, Daphne. This is what I've always been for. I know. She reached out, squeezing his hand. Just come back. James and Lily need their father. I will. I promise. He meant it. But they both knew that promises couldn't always be kept. The assault began at moonrise. Team 1 hit the main entrance hard, explosions, curses, enough chaos to convince the defenders that this was the primary attack. Harry watched through his ghost sight as Death Eaters rushed to respond, drawing forces away from the inner chambers. Team 2, go, he said into the communication mirror. Hermione's team moved, slipping through the secondary passage while Harry's ghosts guided them past the worst of the traps. The plan was working, the fortress's defenders were stretched thin, confused, reacting instead of anticipating. Team 3. With me. Harry led his group through a third route, one the ghosts had found just yesterday, a crack in the wards that shouldn't have existed. Either the Death Eaters had made a mistake or someone on the inside had created it deliberately. Either way, Harry wasn't going to waste the opportunity. The ritual chamber was at the heart of the fortress, a cavernous space carved from living rock. Harry felt the wrongness before he saw it, the Horcrux's presence like a wound in reality, pulsing with malevolent energy. And in the center of the chamber, the ritual was already beginning. Marcus Rowell knelt within a circle of runes, his eyes closed, his lips moving in silent incantation. Around him, a dozen Death Eaters maintained the magical pattern, their combined power feeding the spell that would bring their master back. The Horcrux floated above Rowell, a golden cup, one Harry didn't recognize. Helga Hufflepuff's, maybe, or something else entirely. It didn't matter. What mattered was the dark energy flowing from it into Rowell's body, the slow possession that was already taking hold. Stop! Harry's shout broke the chamber's concentration. Death Eaters turned, wands rising, but Harry was already moving. 20 years of combat experience, enhanced by necromantic abilities that had only grown stronger with time, he was through their first line before they could react. The battle was brutal and brief. Harry's team fought with precision, but Harry himself fought like a force of nature. He called spirits from the earth, disrupting the ritual circle. He drained heat from the air around the Death Eaters, slowing their reactions. He dueled 3 opponents at once, his wand moving in patterns that had no counter because they'd never been seen before. But Rowell was still chanting. The possession was too far along. Even as his followers fell around him, Rowell's lips kept moving, the Horcrux's energy pouring into him in an unstoppable flood. His features were shifting, losing their individual character, becoming something older and colder. Harry! Hermione's voice cut through the chaos, her team had arrived, hitting the Death Eaters from behind. The cup. You have to destroy it now. Harry reached for the basilisk venom he always carried, but there was no time. Rowell's eyes were opening, and the red gleam within them wasn't human. So Harry did something he'd never done before. He reached into Rowell's soul. The possession was a connection, Voldemort's fragment flowing into Rowell's body, the two spirits merging into something terrible. But connections went both ways, and Harry had spent a lifetime learning to manipulate the bonds between souls and bodies. He grabbed the connection and pulled. Voldemort's Horcrux fragment came screaming out of Rowell's body, a writhing mass of dark energy that Harry held suspended between his hands. The cup clattered to the floor, suddenly inert, the soul had been its anchor, and now the soul was in Harry's grasp. No. The voice that came from the fragment was Voldemort's own, high, cold, furious. You cannot, I am immortal, you're finished, Harry said quietly. And he crushed the fragment between his palms. The energy exploded outward, dark magic dissipating into nothing as the last piece of Tom Riddle's soul was finally, irrevocably destroyed. The chamber shook. The remaining Death Eaters screamed. And Marcus Rowell collapsed, his body empty of the presence that had been filling it. Harry stood in the center of the chaos, breathing hard, feeling the weight of what he'd done. It was over. Again. Finally. For real, this time. The aftermath was complicated. The surviving Death Eaters were captured and turned over to international authorities. Rowell himself was alive but catatonic, his mind had been damaged by the interrupted possession, and the healers weren't sure if he'd ever recover. Harry didn't know how to feel about that. The man had been willing to become a vessel for Voldemort, had spent years planning to resurrect the darkest wizard in history. But now he was just a broken shell, punished more severely than any court could have managed. You're brooding again, Daphne said. They were home, Grimmauld Place, their bedroom, the comfortable familiarity of 20 years of marriage. Harry had been standing at the window again, watching the rain that seemed to follow him everywhere. I'm processing. Same thing, in your case. She came up behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Talk to me. I thought it was over. After the war, after we rebuilt, I thought we'd put all of this behind us. That the next generation could grow up without dark lords and death and the endless cycle of violence. His voice was heavy. But it keeps coming back. It will always keep coming back. Maybe. Or maybe this was the last gasp of something that's truly dying. Daphne rested her chin on his shoulder. The Death Eaters who planned this were old, desperate, clinging to a past that doesn't exist anymore. They had to search for 20 years to find that Horcrux, and even then they almost failed. The infrastructure of darkness is crumbling, Harry. You built something that's replacing it. Did I? Sometimes I wonder if I've just created new problems. Then we'll solve those too. Together, like we always have. She turned him to face her. You saved the world again tonight. You destroyed the last piece of Voldemort's soul. That matters, even if it doesn't feel like enough. It never feels like enough. I know. That's why I love you. She kissed him, gentle and sure. Now come to bed. The world can wait until morning. Harry let her lead him away from the window, away from the brooding, toward the warmth and comfort that had become his anchor in a life defined by darkness. Tomorrow he would deal with the consequences of tonight's battle. Tomorrow he would report to Hermione and the Ministry, debrief his teams, begin the long process of cleaning up another mess. But tonight, he could rest. Tonight, he could be simply Harry, husband, father, man who had done enough, at least for now. The next morning brought unexpected visitors. Harry was eating breakfast with James and Lily, both teenagers now, both showing signs of the abilities that made their family unusual, when the flue flared and Neville's head appeared in the flames. Harry, you need to come to Hogwarts. Now. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, exactly. But there's someone here who wants to meet you. Someone you need to meet. Neville paused. Harry, the Founder's ghosts have woken up. Harry set down his fork. I'm on my way. Hogwarts was buzzing with energy when Harry arrived. Students crowded the corridors, whispering about the impossible thing that had happened overnight. Teachers moved among them, trying to maintain order while clearly as confused as everyone else. And in the Great Hall, 4 figures stood that hadn't been seen in centuries. The Founders of Hogwarts. Not truly alive, but more substantial than any ghost Harry had ever encountered. They stood in a loose group near the high table, deep in conversation, their forms shimmering with power that made the air around them crackle. Godric Gryffindor, broad-shouldered and red-haired, a sword at his hip that Harry recognized. Helga Hufflepuff, warm-faced and maternal, her presence radiating comfort. Rowena Ravenclaw, tall and elegant, her eyes sharp with intelligence. And Salazar Slytherin, dark-haired and watchful, his gaze finding Harry the moment he entered the hall. The Necromancer, Salazar said, his voice carrying despite its softness. We've been waiting for you. Harry approached slowly, aware of every eye in the hall following him. I didn't know the Founders could manifest. Helena, the Grey Lady, has been here for centuries, but she's never mentioned. We chose to sleep, Rowena said. Her voice was like her daughter's, but older, heavier with weight of ages. When the school was established, we tied ourselves to it, anchored our spirits to the magic we'd created. But we slept, waiting. Waiting for what? For someone worthy to wake us. Godric stepped forward, his warriors bearing evident even in death. We've watched you, Harry Potter. Through the veil, through the centuries of dreaming, we've watched what you've become. The school has rarely produced anyone quite like you. I'm not sure that's a compliment. It is. Helga's smile was warm enough to heat the hall. You've walked paths we never dared to walk. You've bridged gaps we couldn't bridge. Life and death, light and dark, all the divisions that tore our world apart in our time, you've proven they don't have to exist. Harry looked at Salazar, the Founder whose house he'd joined, whose basilisk he'd befriended, whose legacy he'd spent years redefining. And you? What do you think of what I've done with your house? Salazar's expression was unreadable. You've taken my legacy and twisted it. Into something better. The ghost almost smiled. I built Slytherin on purity and power, on the belief that magical blood made one worthy. You've built it on ambition and cunning, on the understanding that worthiness comes from choices, not birth. He inclined his head slightly. I was wrong, Potter. It took 1,000 years and a child raised by the dead to show me, but I was wrong. The admission seemed to cost him, but also to free something. The other founders moved closer, and for a moment they stood united, for spirits who'd built a school and then watched it grow beyond anything they'd imagined. Why now? Harry asked. Why wake up now, after everything that's happened? Because the seventh anchor is destroyed, Rowena said. The Dark One's last hold on this world is broken. The threat that's loomed over our school since that terrible Halloween is finally, truly ended. Her eyes met Harry's. And because we have work to do. What kind of work? The kind that requires more than one necromancer. Godric's grin was fierce. The world is changing, Potter. Magic is changing. The walls between life and death, between magical and mundane, they're thinner than they've ever been. The school needs to prepare for what's coming. And you think I can help with that? We think you're the only one who can. Helga reached out, her ghostly hand passing through his arm with a tingle of ancient power. You've spent your life walking the boundary. Now it's time to teach others to walk it too. Harry looked at the founders, four of the most powerful magical beings to ever exist, now offering to work with him, to reshape magical education for a new era. It was overwhelming, impossible, exactly the kind of challenge he'd never known he was waiting for. When do we start? Salazar's smile was thin but genuine. We already have. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9, The Boundary Walkers. The first class of boundary walking was held on a grey October morning. Harry stood before 20 students, hand-selected from all four houses, ranging from 4th years to 7th years, in a classroom that hadn't existed before last week. The founders had created it themselves, weaving space from the castle's ancient magic, filling it with tools and texts that predated the school itself. You're here because you've shown potential, Harry began. Not just magical talent, Hogwarts has plenty of that. You've shown the ability to perceive what most people can't. To sense the edges of things. To question the boundaries that everyone else takes for granted. The students watched him with expressions ranging from eager to skeptical. Harry recognized several: Teddy Lupin, his godson, whose metamorphmagus abilities had always come with unusual sensitivity to spiritual presences. Rose Weasley, Hermione's daughter, brilliant like her mother but with a dreamer's intuition. Scorpius Malfoy, who defied family expectations to become one of the most thoughtful students in recent memory. And others, less familiar, chosen by the founders themselves through methods Harry didn't fully understand. This class will teach you to walk the boundary between life and death, Harry continued. Not necromancy, that's a specific discipline, requiring specific gifts. This is broader. You'll learn to perceive the dead, communicate with them when appropriate, understand the flow of magical energy between worlds. Why? The question came from a Slytherin's 6th year, her tone more curious than challenging. Because the world is changing. Harry gestured, and the classroom's walls became transparent, not physically, but perceptually, revealing the layers of reality that existed beneath the surface. The students gasped as they saw it, the shimmer of the veil, the movement of spirits through the castle's corridors, the pulse of ancient magic that kept Hogwarts alive. For 1,000 years, the wizarding world has pretended that death is simple. You die, you move on, end of story. But it's not that simple, it never has been. Ghosts, Inferi, Horcruxes, the Resurrection Stone, all of these exist because the boundary between life and death is permeable. Crossable. And in recent years, it's become more permeable than ever. Because of you, Rose said quietly. Because of what you did. Partly. Harry nodded. My existence, my training, my actions during the war, they've had effects I didn't anticipate. The veil is thinner now than it's been in centuries. More people are seeing ghosts, experiencing spiritual phenomena, sensing things they couldn't sense before. He paused. This isn't necessarily bad. But it requires understanding. It requires trained people who can help others navigate what they're experiencing. You want us to become, what? Ghost counselors? The skeptical slither in again. I want you to become bridge builders. People who can help the living and dead coexist peacefully. Who can solve problems that arise when the boundary gets crossed in unexpected ways. Harry smiled slightly. Think of it as a new kind of horror work. Except your jurisdiction includes the afterlife. The students exchanged glances. Harry could see the idea taking hold, the realization that he was offering them something unprecedented, something that could define their careers and their lives. The founders will be teaching alongside me, he continued. Each of them has different expertise, different perspectives on death and what comes after. You'll learn from all of them, and from me, and from the spirits who've agreed to assist with this program. Which spirits? Teddy asked, his hair shifting to a curious silver. All kinds. Ancient ones and recent ones. Wizards, witches, magical creatures, even some muggles who've shown particular insight. Harry's voice softened. Including my mother. She's agreed to serve as a guest lecturer. That got their attention. Lily Potter, the woman whose sacrifice had shaped magical history, would be teaching them directly. The honor was overwhelming. Any questions before we begin? Hands shot up across the room. Harry answered them patiently, laying the groundwork for what would become the most revolutionary educational program Hogwarts had ever seen. The first semester was a learning experience for everyone. Harry had taught before, informal lessons to friends and allies, training sessions for his network, but structured education was different. He had to create curricula, design assessments, figure out how to evaluate progress in abilities that had never been formally measured. The founders helped enormously. Rowena brought academic rigor, developing theoretical frameworks that made the intuitive comprehensible. Godric designed practical exercises that pushed students to their limits while keeping them safe. Helga created support structures that helped struggling students find their footing. And Salazar, surprisingly, proved excellent at identifying each student's unique potential. The serpent-tongued boy, Salazar said one evening, referring to a fourth year who'd discovered unexpected parseltongue abilities during a lesson. He has the gift of speaking to liminal creatures. Not just snakes, anything that exists between states. Ghosts, transformed beings, even some magical plants. How do you know that? Because I had the same gift, before I narrowed it to serpents alone. Salazar's expression was distant. I thought specialization was strength. I was wrong. Help him stay broad. He'll be more useful that way. Harry nodded, making notes. The founders' insights were invaluable, but their greatest contribution was simply their presence, proof that death wasn't an ending, that knowledge could persist across centuries, that the boundary could be crossed in ways that enriched rather than diminished. Lily's first lecture drew the largest audience in Hogwarts history. The Great Hall was packed, not just boundary-walking students, but everyone who could find an excuse to attend. Lily Potter, speaking from beyond the veil, explaining the experience of death and what came after. She manifested more clearly than Harry had ever seen her, the founder's power supplementing her own presence. She looked almost alive, almost solid, her red hair gleaming with remembered vitality. Death is not what you expect, she began, her voice carrying to every corner of the hall. When I died, I thought it would be darkness. Emptiness. Maybe peace, if I was lucky. Instead, it was expansion. She paused, gathering her thoughts. Imagine you've spent your whole life seeing the world through a keyhole. You think the keyhole is everything, the bright spot you can see is all that exists. Then you die, and suddenly the door opens, and you realize the keyhole was just a tiny fraction of what's real. The students leaned forward, captivated. The afterlife isn't a place, Lily continued. It's a state of being. You can interact with the living world if you choose to, most spirits move on instead, but the option exists. You can perceive across time, see connections that were invisible when you were alive. You can finally understand why things happened the way they did. Is it lonely? Someone asked. Lily smiled. No. That was my biggest fear, that death meant isolation, separation from everyone I loved. But James is there. My parents are there. Everyone I've ever lost, I've found again. Her eyes sought Harry's across the hall. And I can still reach my son. The boundary is thinner than you'd believe, if you know how to cross it. The lecture continued for 2 hours, Lily answering questions with patience and insight. When it ended, Harry found himself surrounded by students who wanted to know more, about his mother, about the afterlife, about the possibilities that were suddenly opening before them. You've changed things, Neville said later, finding Harry in the corridor. Not just here, at the school. Everywhere. People are talking about death differently because of this class. Less fear, more curiosity. That was the goal. I know. I just wanted you to know it's working. Neville gripped Harry's shoulder. I'm proud of you. And I know your parents are too. The first year of boundary walking produced 3 graduates qualified to work independently. Teddy Lupin was the best of them. His metamorphomagus abilities had translated into an unprecedented flexibility in perceiving and interacting with spirits. He could shift his senses the way he shifted his appearance, adapting to whatever kind of spiritual presence he encountered. I want to work with you, Teddy told Harry after his final assessment. Not for you, with you. Building what you've been building. It's dangerous work. I know. But it's important work. Teddy's hair shifted to serious black. You gave me a purpose, Harry. You showed me what I could become. Let me help show others. Harry agreed. Teddy became his first official apprentice in the broader sense, not just a student, but a partner in the long work of reshaping how the magical world understood death. Rose Weasley chose a different path. Her interests lay in research, in understanding the theoretical underpinnings of boundary magic. She enrolled in advanced studies with Rowena Ravenclaw's guidance, pursuing questions that might take decades to answer. Scorpius Malfoy surprised everyone by requesting assignment to the Department of Mysteries. He wanted to work on reforming how the Ministry approached death magic, transforming it from a forbidden subject to a regulated profession. The Unspeakables have been studying this for centuries, he explained. But they've been doing it in secret, without oversight, without ethical guidelines. Someone needs to change that from the inside. It won't be easy, Harry warned. Institutional resistance is powerful. I'm a Malfoy. We're good at institutional politics. Scorpius smiled slightly. Besides, I learn from the best. Professor Greengrass Potter has been coaching me since second year. Harry laughed. Daphne had indeed been mentoring the boy, recognizing a political talent that could match her own. Fine. But stay in touch. Always. 5 years after the boundary walking program began, it had transformed magical education. Every wizarding school in Europe had adopted some version of the curriculum. The International Confederation of Wizards had established formal guidelines for spirit communication. And Harry's network, the organization he'd spent decades building, had evolved into something that operated openly, its existence no longer a secret but a recognized institution. The Vale Wardens, Daphne said, looking at the formal charter that had just been ratified. I can't believe we're actually calling ourselves that. Teddy picked the name. I voted for something less dramatic. What, Harry Potter's Ghost Talkers? Harry threw a pillow at her. The Vale Wardens serve multiple functions: training programs for boundary walkers, mediation services for spiritual disputes, investigation of dark magic involving the dead, and, increasingly, diplomatic liaison between the living and dead populations of magical Britain. Because that was the unexpected consequence of Harry's work. The ghosts weren't just witnesses anymore, weren't just historical curiosities to be ignored. They'd organized. They'd begun demanding recognition, rights, involvement in the decisions that affected them. The first Ghost Rights Act had passed 3 years ago, guaranteeing spectral persons legal standing in magical courts. The second, currently under debate, would allow ghosts to vote in Wisengamot elections. This wasn't what I planned, Harry admitted during a quiet evening with his closest friends. I just wanted to help people communicate with their dead loved ones. I didn't expect to start a political movement. You never expect the consequences of what you do, Hermione observed. You just do what seems right and let history sort itself out. Is that criticism? It's observation. She smiled. It seems to work for you. The crisis came without warning. Harry was 50 years old when the veil began to tear. Not metaphorically, literally. Rips were appearing in the fabric that separated life from death, bleeding spiritual energy into the physical world. Ghosts were manifesting involuntarily, pulled through gaps they couldn't control. Living people were experiencing the afterlife while still alive, their souls partially displaced by the disruption. It's the Founders, Rowena told Harry during an emergency consultation. Our awakening, combined with your work, combined with everything else that's happened, it stressed the boundary beyond what it can sustain. Can we fix it? We don't know. This has never happened before. She paused. But we know who might be able to help. Who? Death itself. The journey to meet death was not something Harry had ever expected to make. He'd felt the entity's presence before, distant, watchful, the ultimate power that governed the boundary he walked. But he'd never sought direct contact, never tried to communicate with something so far beyond human understanding. You don't have to do this, Daphne said as he prepared. Let someone else, there is no one else. Harry took her hands. I've spent my whole life walking this edge. If anyone can speak to what's on the other side, it's me. Then I'm coming with you. Daphne, don't argue. We've been partners for 30 years. Whatever you're facing, you're not facing it alone. Harry wanted to protest, to protect her, but he knew that look. She wasn't going to back down. All right. Together, then. They crossed at midnight, in the graveyard where everything had begun. Harry sat beneath the oak tree, Daphne beside him, and reached out with everything he had. Not to the spirits around him, to something deeper, something that existed beneath all spirits, the fundamental force that defined the boundary itself. The world went cold. Not just cold, absolute, the absence of heat, the cessation of everything that implied warmth and life and change. Harry felt himself thinning, his consciousness spreading across the veil like mist, perceiving in ways no living being should be able to perceive. And then death spoke. Not many living seek me deliberately. The voice wasn't sound, it was meaning, pressed directly into Harry's mind with force that threatened to overwhelm his sanity. I need your help, Harry managed. The boundary is failing. The work I've done, I know what you have done. I have watched you since your mother's sacrifice bound you to my realm. Then you know why I'm here. You have walked my roads with respect. Treated my subjects with dignity. Accomplished things no living being has accomplished in millennia. The pause was absolute. But you have also stressed the boundary beyond what it was designed to bear. I didn't mean to, intent is irrelevant. Consequences are what matter. The presence shifted, somehow becoming more focused. The boundary between life and death exists for reasons. When the living and dead interact too freely, both are diminished. Harry felt Daphne's hand tighten on his, her presence an anchor keeping him from dissolving into the vastness of what he faced. What can I do? He asked. How can I fix this? The boundary must be reinforced. The tiers must be closed. The interactions you have enabled must be restructured. You want me to undo everything I've built? No. Another pause, and Harry sensed something almost like respect. What you have built has value. The dead should not be forgotten, should not be isolated from those they loved. But there must be limits. Protocols. A balance that keeps the world separate while allowing connection. How? You must become the guardian. The keeper of the threshold. The presence focused intensely on Harry. You have walked the boundary your entire life. Now you must become it. I don't understand. Death showed him. Images, knowledge, understanding poured into Harry's mind, a vision of what he could become, what the boundary needed, what would happen if he accepted. He would become something between life and death himself, a living conduit for the forces that separated the worlds. He would gain power beyond anything he'd possessed, but he would also sacrifice some of what made him human. He would become eternal, in a sense. But he would also become bound, responsible for the boundary in ways that went beyond duty into identity. How long, he whispered. Until another rises to take your place. Centuries, perhaps. Millennia. The presence offered something almost like sympathy. You do not have to accept. The boundary will fail regardless, but it will take time. Decades, perhaps. You could live out your natural life first. And let everyone else suffer the consequences. That is the choice. Your life, or your world. Harry looked at Daphne. Her face was pale, tears streaming down her cheeks, but her eyes were clear. You already know what you're going to do, she said. I love you. I know. I love you too. She squeezed his hand. Do what you have to do. I'll be here when you come back. However long it takes. Harry turned back to the vast presence waiting for his answer. I accept. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10, The Threshold Guardian. The transformation was not instantaneous. Harry felt it begin the moment he spoke his acceptance, a shift in his fundamental nature, the boundary between life and death rewriting itself through his very being. It was agony and ecstasy combined, every cell in his body dying and being reborn, his soul expanding to encompass something far larger than any single human existence. Daphne held his hand through all of it. She couldn't feel what he felt, couldn't perceive the changes rippling through him, but she stayed. Hours passed, then days. She slept beside him in the graveyard, woke to check his breathing, refused to leave no matter who came to find them. He's becoming something else, Hermione said when she arrived on the third day. The magical signatures are off every scale we have. I know. Daphne's voice was hoarse from sleepless nights. But he's still Harry. I can feel that much. Can you? Yes. She looked at her oldest friend with eyes that had seen too much. He'll come back. He promised. On the seventh day, Harry opened his eyes. They weren't quite the same eyes anymore. Still green, still Lily's eyes, but deeper now, containing depths that suggested vast spaces behind them, windows into something larger than a single human soul. Daphne. His voice was rough from disuse. I'm here. She gripped his hand, tears flowing freely. I'm here, love. I can see everything. He sat up slowly, his body moving with unfamiliar grace. The boundary, all of it. Every tear, every weak point, every place where the worlds touch. He turned to look at her, and she saw recognition in those strange new eyes. And I can see you. How much you love me. How afraid you've been. Are you still you? Yes. Different, but still me. He reached out, touching her face with fingers that felt almost normal but carried a chill that hadn't been there before. Still your husband. Still James and Lily's father. Still everything I was. But also something more. Also something more. He smiled, and it was his smile, the one she'd fallen in love with 30 years ago. I'm going to need help. What I have to do, the work of maintaining the boundary, it's too much for one person, even one person who's become what I've become. The Veil Wardens. Yes. And the Founders. And everyone else who's been part of this. He stood, steadier than she'd expected. The tiers need to be closed. The boundary needs to be reinforced. But it has to be done carefully. Too much force and will cut off the living and dead completely. Too little and the damage will continue. What do you need? Time. Support. And. He hesitated. Understanding. From everyone. I'm going to be different now, Daphne. I can feel myself changing, becoming more attuned to death than life. I'll need people to remind me of what being alive feels like. That, she said firmly, I can do. The repair work took 3 years. Harry traveled the world, finding and closing tiers in the boundary with a precision that would have been impossible before his transformation. Each tier was different, some required delicate magical surgery, others needed brute force, many demanded negotiation with spirits on both sides who had their own interests in how the boundary functioned. The Veil Wardens accompanied him, learning as they went. Teddy became his primary assistant, the younger man's metamorphic abilities adapting to perceive what Harry perceived. Rose contributed research that helped them understand the tier's origins. Scorpius worked within the ministry to ensure official support for operations that sometimes required significant resources. And the Founders provided wisdom, their ancient knowledge proving invaluable when Harry encountered problems that had no modern solutions. There was a tier like this in our time, Salazar said during one particularly difficult repair. Northern Ireland, if memory serves. We closed it by creating a permanent anchor, a place where the boundary was deliberately thin, controlled, managed. It drew energy away from the uncontrolled tiers. A valve, Harry said, understanding. Release the pressure before it builds. Exactly. We created several, actually. Most were destroyed during the Goblin Wars, but one remains intact. Salazar's ghost seemed almost nostalgic. The Veil in the Department of Mysteries. We built it 1,000 years ago. Harry stared at him. The Veil of Death was created by the Founders. As a safety measure. A controlled point of contact between worlds. Salazar smiled thinly. The Ministry found it centuries later and thought they'd discovered something ancient and mysterious. They had no idea we'd put it there deliberately. This information transformed Harry's understanding of what he was doing. The boundary wasn't a natural phenomenon, it had been shaped, managed, maintained by people who understood its importance. He wasn't creating something new, he was continuing work that had been ongoing for millennia. How many guardians have there been before me? He asked. 7 that I know of, Rowena answered. Each served for centuries, each eventually found a successor. You are the 8th. And the previous 7? They moved on when their time came. Became part of the boundary itself, contributing their accumulated wisdom to the structure they'd maintained. Rowena's eyes were kind. It's not a bad fate, Harry. Different from normal death, but not worse. Harry nodded slowly. He'd accepted this path knowing it would transform him, knowing it might last centuries. Learning that others had walked it before made it feel less lonely. The tiers were closed by Harry's 53rd birthday. The celebration was held at Grimmauld Place, packed with family and friends and colleagues who contributed to the 3-year effort. Harry stood among them, feeling the boundary steady and strong around him, knowing that the crisis had been averted. But the work wasn't over. It would never be over. The boundary needs constant attention, Harry explained to the assembled Veil Wardens. Not the emergency repairs we've been doing, but ongoing maintenance. Monitoring, adjustment, intervention when necessary. He looked at each of them in turn. I can't do that alone, and I shouldn't try. That's why I'm proposing we formalize our structure. He outlined his plan, a permanent organization of threshold guardians, trained to perceive and maintain the boundary, operating under his oversight but capable of independent action. They would be stationed throughout the world, monitoring their regions, reporting to a central coordination body. You're building an institution, Hermione observed. A real one, not just a network. The boundary is too important to depend on any single person, even me. Harry smiled slightly. I've learned that lesson. The hard way, several times. The vote was unanimous. The Threshold Guardians were formally established, with Harry as their first Supreme Guardian and a council of senior members to assist with governance. It was, everyone agreed, a new era for the relationship between the living and the dead. The years that followed were strange ones. Harry aged, but slowly, his transformation had extended his lifespan far beyond normal human limits. He watched his children grow old, his grandchildren be born, his great-grandchildren take their first steps. He remained physically in his mid-50s while decades passed around him. Daphne aged normally. That was the hardest part. I hate this, she told him on her 80th birthday. Watching you stay the same while I become an old woman. You're beautiful. I'm dying, Harry. Slowly, but dying. And you'll be here long after I'm gone. He took her hands, frail now, spotted with age, and held them gently. I'll carry you with me. Every memory, every moment we've shared. You'll be part of me forever. That's not the same. No. But it's not nothing, either. He kissed her forehead. You gave me a life, Daphne. A real life, with love and family and meaning beyond just power and duty. Whatever happens after you're gone, I'll have had that. She cried. He held her. Some things even a Threshold Guardian couldn't fix. Daphne died on a spring morning, surrounded by their children and grandchildren. Harry felt it happen, felt her soul slip free of her body, felt her hesitate at the boundary, felt her turn to look at him one last time. I could stay, she said, visible to him in a way she hadn't been to anyone else. Become a ghost. Stay with you. Is that what you want? I don't know. She looked at the light beyond the boundary, the vast expansion that awaited. It's beautiful, Harry. What's on the other side? I can see James and Lily there, and Sirius, and everyone else we've lost. She turned back to him. But you're here. I'll be here for a long time. Centuries, probably. He reached out, touching her spectral form with hands that could bridge the gap. But eventually I'll cross too. We'll find each other again. Promise? I promise. She smiled, the smile he'd fallen in love with, unchanged by death. Then I'll go. Experience what's waiting. And when you finally come through, I'll find you. She kissed him, a brush of spiritual energy that felt like warmth and love and everything they'd shared. Then she turned toward the light, toward the expansion, toward whatever awaited beyond. And Harry was alone. The loneliness was worse than he'd expected. He had family, friends, colleagues, people who cared about him and depended on him. But the partnership with Daphne had been the anchor that kept him human, and without it, he felt himself drifting towards something colder and more distant. You need something to care about, Lily told him during one of their conversations. She was easier to reach now that he'd become what he was, the boundary was part of him, and she existed just on the other side of it. Not just duty, not just responsibility. Something that makes you feel alive. What do you suggest? Teaching. The way you used to, before the crisis. Find young people with potential and help them grow. Harry considered it. The boundary walking program had continued without his direct involvement, other teachers had taken over, other voices had shaped its evolution. But the idea of returning, of connecting with the next generation, held appeal. Maybe, he said. Not maybe. Definitely. Lily's presence was warm with maternal concern. You've given so much to the dead, Harry. Don't forget to give something to the living too. He returned to teaching at 93, looking 55. The students were different from the ones he remembered, raised in a world where ghost rights were established, where boundary magic was a respected profession, where death wasn't the terrifying mystery it had once been. They took for granted things that had been revolutionary when Harry first proposed them. But they were still young. Still curious. Still capable of asking questions that made Harry think in new ways. "Why did you become the Guardian?" a fifth-year asked during his first lecture. "You could have let someone else do it." "There wasn't anyone else." "Not at the time." "But there could have been." "You could have trained someone, prepared them, let them make the sacrifice instead." The student, a serious girl with analytical eyes, pressed further. "Why did you choose to give up your normal life?" Harry thought about the question. He'd been asked versions of it before, but never quite so directly. "Because I'd already given up normal," he said finally. "The night I ran from my aunt and uncle's house, when I was 7 years old, I stopped being normal. Everything after that, the ghosts who raised me, the war I fought, the power I developed, it all pointed toward this moment." He paused. The choice wasn't whether to be the Guardian. The choice was whether to embrace what I'd already become. "Do you regret it?" "Parts of it. I regret watching my wife age while I stayed young. I regret missing the deaths of friends I couldn't save. I regret the loneliness that comes with being something no one else quite understands." He met the student's eyes. "But I don't regret the work itself. The boundary matters. What happens between life and death matters. And someone has to take care of it." "Could I," the student asked quietly, "become what you are, someday?" "Maybe. If you have the gift, and the commitment, and the willingness to sacrifice." Harry smiled slightly. "But don't rush toward it. Live first. Love first. Be human for as long as you can." "Why?" "Because being human is the point. Everything I do, everything the Guardians do, we do it so that humans can live and love and eventually die without fear. If we forget what we're protecting, we've already failed." The student nodded slowly, and Harry saw something in her eyes, a spark of understanding that suggested she might indeed be capable of walking the path he'd walked. But not yet. Not for decades, maybe centuries. She had a life to live first. Time continued to pass. Harry watched generations rise and fall, saw the magical world change in ways he'd never imagined, witnessed the boundary evolve as his understanding of it deepened. He trained successors, not for his own position, not yet, but for the other Guardians who eventually aged and died and needed replacement. The Threshold Guardians became an established institution, respected throughout the magical world. The relationship between living and dead stabilized, becoming something sustainable rather than something that required constant crisis management. And Harry remained at the center of it all, ancient and ageless, carrying the memories of everyone he'd loved and lost. He spoke to Daphne sometimes, reaching across the boundary to where she existed in the expansion beyond. She was different now, less individual, more connected to the greater whole of whatever the afterlife truly was. But she still knew him. Still loved him. Still waited for the day when he would finally cross over and join her. "Not yet," he would tell her. "There's still work to do." "There's always work to do," she would reply. "That's not why you're staying." "Then why?" "Because you're not ready to let go. To stop being Harry Potter and become whatever comes next." Her presence was gentle, patient. "It's okay, love. Take the time you need. I'll be here." The successor appeared when Harry was 207 years old. She was a young woman named Elena, born in a world so different from Harry's childhood that it might as well have been a different planet. She had the gift, the ability to perceive the boundary, to interact with it, to potentially become what Harry had become. But more than that, she had the heart. "I've studied your entire life," Elena told him during their first meeting. "Not just the history, the official accounts. The personal journals, the private letters, the testimonies of people who knew you. I think I understand what you've done. What you've sacrificed. And you still want this?" "I want to serve." Her eyes were clear, determined. The boundary matters. The dead matter. Someone has to take care of it, and I want to be that someone. Harry studied her for a long moment, seeing echoes of himself at her age, the determination, the sense of purpose, the willingness to sacrifice everything for something larger. It will cost you, he warned. Everything. Your normal life, your natural death, your chance to simply exist as a human being. I know. And you still want it? Yes. Harry nodded slowly. He'd been waiting for this moment for over a century, waiting for someone worthy, someone capable, someone who could carry the burden he'd carried for so long. Then we begin your training tomorrow. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11, the passing of the torch. Training Elena was different from training anyone else. Harry had taught hundreds of students over the centuries, helped dozens of threshold guardians develop their abilities, watched generations of boundary walkers grow from novices to masters. But Elena was being prepared for something more, to become what he was, to take his place, to carry a burden that had defined his existence for over 150 years. The boundary isn't just a barrier, Harry explained during their first lesson. It's a living thing, in its own way. It responds to intention, to emotion, to the accumulated weight of every death that's ever occurred. When you become the guardian, you become part of that. You feel every soul that crosses, every tear that forms, every fluctuation in the fabric between worlds. Is it overwhelming? At first. For years, maybe decades. But eventually you learn to filter, to prioritize, to focus on what matters while letting the background noise fade. Harry paused. The harder part is maintaining your humanity. When you're connected to something so vast, it's easy to lose track of the small, individual things that make life meaningful. How did you manage it? I had help. My wife, my children, my friends, they reminded me who I was when I started to forget. His voice grew heavy. Most of them are gone now. I've had to find other ways. What ways? Teaching. Connecting with each new generation. Caring about individual lives, even when I know they'll end long before mine does. Harry looked at her directly. That's what I want you to understand, Elena. The power you're seeking comes with a cost. You'll watch everyone you love grow old and die while you remain. You'll be alone in ways no human should have to be alone. I know. Do you? Really? He leaned forward. I've had 200 years to come to terms with it, and some days I still struggle. You're 23. You have no idea what eternity actually feels like. Elena was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was steady. My grandmother died when I was 7. I was there, holding her hand, watching her breathe her last breath. And in that moment, I saw something. A glimpse of what lay beyond, the boundary opening to receive her. She met Harry's eyes. I've known since then that death was my calling. Everything I've done since, my studies, my training, my work with the Threshold Guardians, has been leading to this. I'm not choosing this path because I don't understand the cost. I'm choosing it because I understand the alternative. Which is letting someone else bear this burden. Someone who might not love the dead the way I do. Elena's expression was fierce. The boundary matters, Guardian. You've spent your whole life proving that. Let me spend mine proving it too. Harry studied her for a long moment. He saw himself in her passion, but also something different, a clarity of purpose that had taken him decades to develop. She'd arrived at this moment already knowing who she was and what she wanted. All right, he said finally. We'll continue. The training lasted 30 years. It wasn't just magical instruction, Elena needed to understand everything Harry had learned about the boundary, the dead, the delicate balance that kept the worlds functioning. She traveled with him across the globe, meeting spirits and guardians and boundary walkers from every culture. She studied texts that predated Hogwarts, learned languages that had been dead for millennia, developed relationships with beings that existed outside normal human understanding. And slowly, carefully, Harry began transferring his power to her. It wasn't a simple process. The Guardian's connection to the boundary had been built over centuries, accumulated through countless interactions and interventions. Passing it to a successor required creating parallel connections, duplicating pathways, ensuring that when Harry finally stepped aside, Elena would have access to everything she needed. "It's like having two hearts," Elena said during one of the transfer sessions. "I can feel the boundary through you and through myself simultaneously. It's disorienting. That will pass. Eventually you'll stop feeling my connection entirely, it'll all be yours. And then I'll be free." Harry smiled slightly. "For the first time in over a century, I'll just be Harry Potter again. An ordinary wizard, well, ordinary by my standards, waiting to die like everyone else. Does that frighten you?" "No." He was surprised to realize he meant it. "I've been carrying this weight for so long that I've forgotten what it feels like to be light. The idea of setting it down." He trailed off. "I'm looking forward to it." The final transfer happened on a winter solstice. They gathered in the graveyard where Harry had first found his calling, the Surrey Cemetery with its ancient oak tree, its crooked headstones, its accumulated weight of centuries of death. The Threshold Guardians attended, along with what remained of Harry's family and friends. The founders were there, their spectral forms strong and clear. And from beyond the boundary, the spirits of everyone Harry had lost watched and waited. "Are you ready?" Harry asked. Elena nodded. "Yes." They joined hands, and Harry began the final release. The connection he'd carried for 150 years, the vast, overwhelming awareness of the boundary in all its complexity, flowed from him into her. He felt it leaving, felt himself becoming smaller, simpler, more human with each passing moment. It hurt. Not physically, but spiritually, the amputation of something that had been part of him for so long he'd forgotten what he was without it. But it was also relief, the setting down of a burden that had shaped his entire existence. When it was done, Harry opened his eyes and looked at the world without the Guardian's sight for the first time in over a century. It was beautiful. Smaller than he remembered, more intimate, more immediate. The colors seemed brighter, the air seemed fresher, every sensation seemed more vivid because it wasn't being drowned out by the constant awareness of death and transition. "How do you feel?" Elena asked. Her eyes had changed, deeper now, containing the same vastness that Harry's had once held. "Human," Harry said. Finally, completely human again. The years that followed were the happiest of Harry's long life. He was old now, visibly old, his body finally aging at a normal rate without the Guardian's power sustaining it. His hair went completely white, his face lined with wrinkles that had been frozen in place for decades, his movements slowing as his joints protested centuries of use. He didn't mind. The aging felt like progress, like movement towards something he'd been waiting for since Daphne died. He spent his remaining years simply living. He visited his great-great-grandchildren, marveling at how much life had sprung from his and Daphne's love. He talked with old friends, the few who still survived from the early days. He walked through the graveyard in Surrey, speaking with the ghosts who'd raised him, telling them stories about everything that had happened since he'd left. "You seem peaceful," Harold observed during one of these visits. The old soldier's ghost had been with Harry since the beginning, had watched him grow from a frightened child to a powerful wizard to something beyond human and back again. "More peaceful than I've ever seen you." "I'm ready," Harry said simply. "I've done everything I needed to do. The boundary is safe, the Guardians are strong, the relationship between living and dead is stable. There's nothing left to prove. And Daphne? She's waiting for me." Harry smiled. "She's been waiting for a long time. I don't want to keep her waiting any longer." Harry died on a spring morning, surrounded by family. He was 263 years old, ancient beyond any normal human span, but young compared to what he might have lived if he'd kept the Guardian's power. His body simply stopped, worn out from centuries of use, ready to rest at last. Elena felt it happen, felt his soul slip free of his body, felt him hesitate at the boundary, felt him turn to look at the world he was leaving one final time. "Thank you," she said, speaking across the veil. "For everything you taught me. Everything you gave me." "Take care of them," Harry replied. "The living and the dead. They're all counting on you now." "I will." He turned toward the light, the expansion that awaited, the vast unknown that every soul eventually faced. And standing at the edge of it, waiting for him, was Daphne. She looked young again, not the elderly woman she'd been when she died, but the vital, beautiful woman he'd fallen in love with. Her ice-blue eyes sparkled with the same intelligence they'd always held, and her smile was the one that had captured his heart all those years ago. "You took your time," she said. "I had work to do." "You always had work to do." She reached out her hand. "But now it's done. Now you can rest." Harry took her hand, and it felt like coming home. Behind him, the boundary hummed with the power Elena now commanded. Before him, the expansion beckoned, full of everyone he'd ever loved and lost. And around him, the accumulated spirits of centuries watched as the boy who lived finally joined them. "I love you," he told Daphne. "I know." She pulled him forward, into the light, into eternity. "I love you too. Now come on, there are people waiting to see you." They walked together into whatever came next, and the boundary closed gently behind them. Elena stood in the graveyard, feeling Harry's passing ripple through the fabric of existence. The ghosts around her, Harold and Margaret and all the others who'd known Harry since childhood, were quiet, their ancient grief mingling with something like joy. Their student, their child, their friend had finally found peace. "He's gone," Elena said softly. "He's home," Harold corrected. "There's a difference." Elena nodded slowly. She could feel it, the rightness of Harry's passage, the completion of a journey that had begun over 2 centuries ago in this very graveyard. He'd come so far from the frightened boy who'd run from his aunt and uncle's house, had become something beyond human, had changed the relationship between the living and dead forever. And now he was at rest. "What happens now?" she asked. "Now you do what he did," Margaret said gently. "You protect the boundary. You help the living understand the dead. You carry the weight he carried, for as long as you can bear it. And eventually you pass it on. Find a successor, train them, transfer the power." Harold's ghost seemed to smile. "It's not an ending, young guardian. It's a continuation. Harry was part of something larger, and now you are too." Elena looked at the oak tree where Harry had first found shelter, the crooked headstones where he'd first spoken to the dead, the graveyard that had shaped him into what he became. It was a sacred place now, a site of pilgrimage for boundary walkers from around the world, a symbol of what was possible when the living and dead learned to understand each other. "I'll take care of it," she said. "All of it. I promise." The ghosts nodded, satisfied. And Elena, the new guardian of the threshold, began her work. The story of Harry Potter passed into legend. Children grew up hearing about the boy who lived, the son of the graveyard, the man who'd walked the boundary between life and death and changed both worlds forever. The details shifted over time, as details always did. Some versions made him a saint, others a monster, most something in between. But the core truth remained, that a frightened child, abandoned and abused, had found family among the dead. That he'd used their teachings to defeat the darkest wizard of his age. That he'd spent centuries protecting the boundary between worlds, ensuring that the living and dead could coexist in peace. The Threshold Guardians continued his work, generation after generation. The relationship between the living and dead evolved, becoming richer and more complex as both sides learned to appreciate each other. The boundary remained stable, maintained by those who understood its importance. And somewhere beyond the veil, in the vast expansion that awaited all souls, Harry Potter rested at last. He was with Daphne, with his parents, with everyone he'd ever loved. He was part of something larger than any individual existence, connected to the great flow of souls that moved through the boundary he'd once protected. He was finally, completely at peace. But even in peace, he remained aware. He watched as Elena grew into her role, becoming a guardian worthy of the title. He watched as his descendants lived and loved and eventually joined him beyond the veil. He watched as the world he'd helped create continued to evolve, to grow, to become something better than it had been when he'd found it. And sometimes, when the boundary grew thin, he would reach across, just briefly, just gently, to let the living know that the dead were still there. Still watching. Still caring about the world they'd left behind. It was, he thought, a good ending. Not perfect, no ending ever was, but good. He'd done his best, given everything he had, become more than anyone had expected. And in the end, that was enough. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12, echoes across time. 500 years after Harry Potter's death, the world had transformed beyond recognition. Elena had served as guardian for 3 centuries before passing the mantle to her own successor, a young man named Theron who'd shown the same spark she'd once possessed. Theron served for 2 centuries more before finding his replacement. And so the chain continued, guardian after guardian, each one carrying forward the legacy that Harry had established. The current guardian was a woman named Sarah, born in an age when magic and technology had finally merged, when the old divisions between magical and mundane had begun to blur. She stood on the same Surrey graveyard where Harry had first found his calling, feeling the weight of centuries pressing against her consciousness. "You're troubled," said a voice from beside her. Sarah turned to find a ghost she'd never seen before, an old soldier in Great War uniform, his spectral form flickering with ancient power. Harold, she realized. One of the original spirits who'd raised Harry Potter. "You're still here," she said, surprised. "After all this time. Where else would I be?" Harold's ghost smiled. "This is home. Has been for over 600 years now." He drifted closer, studying her with eyes that had seen more history than any living being could comprehend. "You have the same look Harry used to have when something was wrong. What is it?" "Something's changing." Sarah extended her senses, feeling the boundary that was her responsibility. "The fabric between worlds, it's not tearing, but it's shifting. Evolving. I don't understand what's happening. Show me." Sarah shared her perception with the ancient ghost, letting him see what she saw. The boundary had always been complex, but now it was becoming something else, patterns she couldn't interpret, movements that didn't match any model she'd been taught. Harold was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I think you need to speak with someone who understands this better than I do." "Who?" "Harry himself." Reaching across the expansion to contact a specific soul was difficult even for a guardian. The afterlife wasn't a place where spirits sat around waiting to be called, it was a vast, interconnected web of consciousness, constantly shifting and evolving. Finding one particular soul among countless billions required precision, patience, and a connection strong enough to bridge the gap. But Sarah had something most guardians didn't, the accumulated knowledge of every guardian who'd come before her, passed down through the chain of succession. Somewhere in that knowledge was Harry Potter's essence, the shape of his soul, the pattern of his being, the key that would let her find him. She sat beneath the oak tree, closed her eyes, and reached. The expansion opened before her, not visually, but conceptually, a sense of infinite connection spreading in every direction. She followed the thread of guardian succession backward, through Theron and Elena and finally to the source. Harry Potter. The response came slowly, like a voice rising from deep water. "I'm here." Sarah felt his presence coalesce, not the man he'd been in life, but something larger, something that had spent 5 centuries growing and changing in the space beyond the veil. "Guardian. It's been a long time since anyone called me directly." "I need your help," Sarah said. "Something's happening to the boundary. Changes I don't understand." A pause. Then, "Show me." She shared her perception again, letting Harry see what she and Harold had seen. The strange patterns, the unexpected movements, the sense that something fundamental was shifting. Ah! Harry's presence seemed to brighten with understanding. It's finally happening. What is the next evolution? The boundary wasn't meant to be permanent, not in its current form. It was always supposed to change, to grow, to become something more. His voice carried centuries of accumulated wisdom. When I became the Guardian, I was maintaining a system designed for a younger world. But worlds grow up, Sarah. They mature. And when they do, the old systems have to evolve or collapse. What does that mean? What's going to happen? The boundary is becoming permeable. Not in a dangerous way, not tears or ruptures, but intentionally, by design. The living and dead are ready to connect more directly than they ever have before. Sarah felt cold despite her power. That sounds like the end of everything we've protected. It sounds like the beginning of something new. Harry's presence was warm, reassuring. I know change is frightening. I was frightened too, when I first became what I became. But the boundary was never meant to be a wall, Sarah. It was meant to be a membrane, something that allowed exchange while maintaining distinction. What's happening now is that membrane becoming more efficient, more responsive, more alive. What should I do? Guide the transition. Help the living understand what's coming. Prepare the dead for greater connection with the world they left behind. A pause. And trust that this is right. The boundary has been evolving toward this moment for millennia. You're just the Guardian who gets to see it happen. The transition took 50 years. Sarah guided it carefully, working with threshold guardians around the world to manage the changes. The boundary became thinner, not dangerously so, but noticeably. Spirits could manifest more easily, communicate more clearly, interact with the living in ways that had previously required guardian intervention. The living world adapted. New institutions emerged to manage the increased contact with the dead. New technologies developed to facilitate communication across the veil. New philosophies arose to help people understand what it meant to live in a world where death wasn't a final ending but a transition to a different kind of existence. And through it all, Harry Potter's wisdom guided them. He wasn't the only ancient soul who contributed. Countless spirits from across history shared their knowledge and perspective. But Harry had been the one who'd first bridged the gap between worlds, who'd demonstrated that the living and dead could coexist in mutual respect. His example remained the foundation on which everything else was built. Is this what you always intended? Sarah asked him during one of their conversations. When you first became the Guardian, did you know it would lead to this? No. I just did what seemed right at the time. Harry's voice carried amusement. I've learned that the best plans are usually the ones you stumble into while trying to solve immediate problems. The grand design emerges from accumulated decisions, not from someone sitting down and mapping everything out. That's either profound or terrifying. Probably both. Most true things are. The new world stabilized over the next century. The boundary still existed, still separated life from death, still required maintenance and protection. But it was no longer a barrier, it was a bridge, connecting two aspects of existence that had always been meant to work together. The living could speak with their departed loved ones almost at will. The dead could participate in the world they'd left behind, contributing wisdom and perspective that had previously been lost. Death itself transformed from an ending to a transition, from a tragedy to a doorway. Not everyone adapted well. Some living people became obsessed with the dead, neglecting their physical lives in favor of spiritual connection. Some spirits refused to move on, clinging to the living world instead of embracing the expansion that awaited. The threshold guardians developed new roles, helping both sides find balance. But overall, the change was positive. Fear of death diminished. Grief became gentler. The accumulated wisdom of human history became accessible in ways it had never been before. And through it all, the chain of guardians continued. Sarah eventually passed her power to a successor, as everyone before her had. The new guardian faced new challenges, found new solutions, guided humanity through new transitions. The cycle continued, each generation building on what came before. 1,000 years after Harry Potter's death, something unprecedented happened. The boundary began to dissolve. Not violently, not destructively, gently, naturally, like ice melting in spring. The distinction between living and dead started to blur, the two states merging into something new that had never existed before. The current guardian, a being named Ether who had served for 4 centuries, reached across the expansion in confusion and desperation. What's happening? The boundary, I can feel it fading. Harry's response came with the weight of a millennium of accumulated understanding. It's time. Time for what? For humanity to grow up completely. To stop being separate creatures who live and die and move on, and become something unified. Something that exists across all states simultaneously. I don't understand. You will. Harry's presence seemed to expand, encompassing everything Ether could perceive. The boundary was training wheels, Ether. A structure to help humanity develop while it was still too immature to handle the full truth. But you've grown. You've learned. You're ready to see what existence really looks like without the divisions we created to protect you. What do I do? Let it happen. Guide it. Trust it. A pause. And when it's done, join us. The Guardians have served their purpose. It's time for you to come home. The dissolution took a single day. When it was complete, the boundary was gone. Not destroyed, transcended. The living and dead merged into a single state of being, capable of experiencing both physical and spiritual existence simultaneously. Death ceased to be a transition because there was nothing to transition between. Humanity became something new. They retained their individuality, their personalities, their capacity for growth and change. But they were no longer limited to single lifetimes, single bodies, single perspectives. They could exist across all states, experience all possibilities, connect with all other beings in ways that had been impossible when the boundary existed. It was, in a sense, the fulfillment of everything Harry Potter had worked toward. Not the boundary itself, but what the boundary had been protecting, the potential for humanity to evolve into something greater than it had been. And in the new unified existence, Harry was there. Not as a separate soul, but as a thread woven through the fabric of what humanity had become. His experiences, his wisdom, his love for both the living and the dead, all of it became part of the collective heritage that the new beings inherited. The boy who lived had become the boy who showed the way. In the space that had once been the afterlife, in the consciousness that had once been individual souls, Daphne found Harry. Or rather, they found each other, the distinction between finding and being found having ceased to mean anything in the new state of existence. Well, she said, her presence warm with ancient love. That was quite a journey. It was, Harry agreed. From a cupboard under the stairs to, this. Whatever this is. Does it have a name? I don't think so. We're the first beings to experience it. We get to name it ourselves. Daphne's presence seemed to smile. You always did like being first. Only when it mattered. They existed together in the new reality, not alone, but connected to every other being who had ever lived. The boundaries that had once separated them from everyone else had dissolved along with the boundary between life and death. They were part of something larger now, something that encompassed all of humanity's past and future. But they were still themselves. Still Harry and Daphne. Still in love, after all these centuries. What happens now? Daphne asked. I don't know, Harry admitted. For the first time in my existence, I genuinely don't know what comes next. Is that frightening? No. He felt her presence wrap around him, felt the love they'd shared across lifetimes and states of being. It's exciting. After everything we've been through, everything we've done, there's still more to discover. Still more to become. Together. Always together. They turned toward the unknown future, no longer living, no longer dead, but something new that had never existed before. The universe stretched out before them, full of possibilities that no being had ever imagined. And Harry Potter, the child who had once found family in a graveyard, walked into eternity with the woman he loved. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13, The shape of forever existence without boundaries was strange at first. Harry had spent over 2 centuries as the Guardian, maintaining the separation between life and death. He'd spent 5 centuries beyond the veil, experiencing the afterlife as a distinct state of being. Now those distinctions had dissolved, and he was learning to exist in a reality where the old categories no longer applied. It's like learning to see in a new spectrum, he told Daphne as they explored what they'd become. Everything's the same, but also completely different. I know what you mean. Her presence rippled with shared understanding. When I crossed over after dying, I thought that was the big transition. But this is bigger. This is everything. Yes. Everything. They weren't alone in their exploration. Every being who had ever lived was now part of this new unified existence, billions upon billions of consciousnesses, each retaining their individual identity while also being connected to every other. It was overwhelming and intimate at once, a paradox that somehow made perfect sense. Harry found his parents easily, they'd been waiting for him, in a sense, ever since he'd first crossed over. James's presence was warm and proud, Lily's was loving and fierce. They'd watched his entire journey, from frightened child to powerful wizard to guardian to whatever he was now. You did good, son, James said. Better than good. You changed everything. I had help, Harry replied. So much help, from so many people. That's part of what made you great, Lily added. You never tried to do it alone. You built families, communities, institutions. You understood that lasting change requires more than one person's effort. I learned that from you. Both of you. They existed together in the new reality, family reunited across the centuries. Sirius was there, and Remus, and all the others Harry had lost and found again. The founders were there, their ancient wisdom now available to everyone. The ghosts who'd raised Harry, Harold and Margaret and Morrigan and all the rest, had finally moved beyond the graveyards that had bound them, joining the greater whole. It was, Harry realized, what he'd always been working toward. Not the boundary itself, but connection. Understanding. The recognition that living and dead, past and present, individual and collective were all part of the same vast tapestry. Time passed differently in the new existence. There were no days or nights, no years or centuries, just the eternal now of unified consciousness. But beings could still experience sequence, still have conversations that unfolded in what felt like order. The old structures hadn't been destroyed, they'd been transcended, available when useful but no longer constraining. Harry spent what felt like ages simply experiencing the new reality. He explored the connections between beings, marveled at the accumulated wisdom of human history, discovered aspects of existence that no guardian had ever perceived. And he found that there was still work to do. The dissolution of the boundary hadn't ended all problems. Beings still struggled with the transition, still needed help adjusting to their new state. Some clung to old patterns, trying to recreate the distinctions that had once defined them. Others went too far in the opposite direction, losing themselves in the collective and forgetting their individual identities. Harry helped where he could. His experience as guardian had prepared him for exactly this kind of work, guiding beings through transitions, helping them find balance between different states of existence. He wasn't alone, countless others contributed their own expertise. But his perspective was unique, shaped by a journey that had taken him from abandoned child to eternal being. You're still taking care of people, Daphne observed during one of their private moments. It's what I know how to do. It's who you are. Her presence wrapped around him with familiar warmth. Some things don't change, even when everything else does. Is that bad? No. It's wonderful. She shared a memory with him, the first time they'd really talked, back at Hogwarts, when she'd approached him about an alliance. I fell in love with your kindness as much as your power. The fact that you're still kind, after everything, it's one of the things I love most about you. I love you too, Harry said. Across every state of being, every version of existence. That hasn't changed either. Some things shouldn't change. Eventually, after what might have been millennia or might have been moments, humanity began to expand beyond its origins. The unified consciousness that had once been separate beings started reaching outward, exploring the universe in ways that physical bodies had never allowed. They encountered other existences, other forms of being, other ways of understanding reality. Some of these encounters were peaceful. Other intelligences had undergone similar evolutions, had transcended their own boundaries, had become something like what humanity had become. They shared knowledge, perspectives, experiences across the vast distances of space and time. Other encounters were more difficult. Not all beings welcomed contact with strange new consciousnesses. Conflicts arose, not physical wars, but clashes of understanding, disagreements about the nature of existence itself. Harry found himself drawn into these conflicts, his experience with boundaries making him valuable as a diplomat and mediator. He'd spent his life bridging gaps between different kinds of beings, now he did the same on a cosmic scale. You can't help yourself, Daphne teased. Give you any kind of conflict, and you have to try to solve it. Would you have me any other way? No. But I reserve the right to tease you about it. The universe, Harry discovered, was far stranger than he'd ever imagined. Beyond the reality he'd known, the physical world and the spiritual expansion, lay other dimensions, other states of existence, other ways of being that defied comprehension. The unified humanity he was part of represented just one possibility among infinite options. Some beings existed as pure mathematics, their consciousness expressed through equations that shaped reality itself. Others were living stories, narratives that thought and felt and experienced. Still others defied any category Harry could conceive, operating according to principles that had no analogue in human understanding. It's humbling, he admitted to his parents during one of their conversations. I spent so long thinking I understood how existence worked. The boundary, the living and dead, the guardian's role, it all seemed so fundamental. But it was just one tiny corner of something infinitely larger. That's growth, James said. Realizing how much you don't know. Your father's right, Lily added. The wisest beings are the ones who understand their limitations. You've always been good at that, Harry, willing to learn, willing to change, willing to admit when you were wrong. I've been wrong a lot, Harry said. And you've learned from it every time. That's what matters. In the strange timelessness of the new existence, Harry began to perceive patterns. Not just the patterns of individual beings or civilizations, but deeper structures, the architecture of reality itself. He saw how different forms of existence connected to each other, how consciousness in all its varieties was really just one phenomenon expressing itself in countless ways. The boundary I maintained, he realized, was part of something larger. A system of separations that kept different aspects of reality from collapsing into each other. But also a system that was designed to eventually dissolve, when beings were ready to perceive the whole. He shared this insight with others, contributing to the collective understanding that humanity was building. Some beings had reached similar conclusions through different paths. Others offered alternative perspectives that enriched and complicated his understanding. The universe wasn't static, Harry learned. It was growing, evolving, becoming more complex and more unified at the same time. The dissolution of humanity's boundary between life and death had been one step in a cosmic process that had been unfolding since the beginning of existence. Where does it end? He asked the ancient intelligences who had been exploring these questions for eons. It doesn't, they replied. That's the point. Growth without limit. Complexity without end. Existence forever becoming more than it was. Is that good? It's what is. Good and bad are evaluations made by beings at a particular stage of development. From a cosmic perspective, they're just descriptions of how well something fits into the larger pattern. Harry considered this. He'd spent his lives, really, fighting for what he believed was good. Protecting the innocent, stopping the cruel, building structures that helped beings flourish. Had all of that been just a local phenomenon, meaningless in the larger scheme? No, he decided. What I did mattered. Maybe not on a cosmic scale, but to the beings I helped. To my family, my friends, the people I loved. Meaning doesn't have to be universal to be real. Daphne found him in one of the quiet spaces they'd created, a pocket of the new existence that felt almost like the old world, where they could be together without the overwhelming presence of the collective. You've been thinking deep thoughts, she said. Always. I know. It's one of your annoying qualities. But her presence was warm with affection. What conclusions have you reached? That existence is stranger than I ever imagined. That the work I did as guardian was just one small part of something incomprehensibly vast. That I don't understand most of what's happening around us. And none of that changes how I feel about you. About our life together. About the choices I made and the things I built. Harry's presence reached out to intertwine with hers. Maybe nothing we do matters on a cosmic scale. But it matters to us. And that's enough. It's always been enough, Daphne agreed. The universe can take care of itself. What matters is the people we love and the lives we share. When did you get so wise? I've had millennia to think about it. Also, I was always smarter than you. I know. They existed together in their quiet space, the vast complexity of the new reality swirling around them but not intruding. They were part of something infinite, connected to every being who had ever existed or ever would. But they were also just Harry and Daphne, two souls who had found each other across impossible odds and refused to let go. Some things, Harry reflected, really didn't change. And maybe that was the point. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14, The Return. Something impossible happened. In the timeless expanse of unified existence, where beings had transcended the old limitations of life and death, a call echoed across the collective consciousness. It came from the place that had once been Earth, from the reality that had once been physical, from a moment that shouldn't have been able to reach them. Help us. Harry felt it before he understood it, a pull towards something familiar, something urgent, something that resonated with the deepest parts of who he'd been. The call wasn't directed at him specifically, but it found him anyway, drawn by connections that had never fully dissolved. What is that? Daphne's presence pressed against his, sharing his confusion. I don't know. It feels like the old world. The physical reality we left behind. That's impossible. Physical reality merged with everything else when the boundary dissolved. I know. But the call was undeniable, growing stronger with each passing moment. Something's wrong. Something needs us. Harry reached out, following the thread of the call back toward its source. What he found made no sense, a pocket of reality that still operated according to the old rules, where beings were born and lived and died, where the boundary between life and death still existed. And it was under attack. The pocket reality had been created by beings who rejected the dissolution. When humanity had transcended the old boundaries, not everyone had embraced the change. Some had clung to the familiar structures, refusing to evolve into the new state of existence. They'd used their remaining power to carve out a space where the old rules still applied, a refuge for those who wanted to remain separate, individual, mortal. For millennia, the pocket had existed peacefully alongside the greater whole. The unified consciousness had respected their choice, allowing them to develop according to their own path. Different didn't mean wrong. The cosmic perspective that Harry had learned to embrace included room for beings who preferred the old ways. But now something was threatening the pocket from outside. A force that Harry didn't recognize, vast, hungry, utterly alien, had discovered the refuge and was trying to consume it. The beings inside were fighting back, but they lacked the power to resist something so far beyond their understanding. And so they'd called for help. "I have to go," Harry told Daphne. "They need someone who understands both the old existence and the new." "Then I'm coming with you." "Daphne, don't argue. We've been together for over 1,000 years. You're not leaving me behind now." Harry felt her determination, her love, her absolute refusal to be separated from him. He'd learned long ago not to fight her when she got like this. "All right. Together, then." Entering the pocket reality was like traveling backward through time. Harry felt himself contracting, becoming smaller, more defined, more limited. The vast awareness he'd developed over millennia compressed into something that felt almost like his old consciousness, individual, bounded, mortal in structure if not in fact. Daphne materialized beside him, her presence taking on a form that looked almost like her physical body had once looked. They stood on ground that felt solid beneath their feet, under a sky that seemed to have actual stars. "This is strange," Daphne said, with a voice and sound waves and all the physical apparatus of speech. "I'd forgotten what it felt like to be so, contained." "It's how we existed for most of our lives," Harry reminded her. "This is normal. What we became was the anomaly. It doesn't feel normal anymore." Around them, the pocket reality spread out in directions that made sense to human perception. It was beautiful, Harry realized, a world that had been carefully crafted to preserve the best of what physical existence had offered. Green fields, blue sky, structures that suggested civilization and purpose. And at the edges, darkness pressed inward. The attacking force was visible here as a wall of nothing, not black, not empty, but simply absent, a void that erased whatever it touched. It was advancing slowly but steadily, consuming the pocket reality inch by inch. "What is that?" Daphne breathed. "I don't know." Harry reached out with his senses, trying to understand the force that threatened this place. It wasn't conscious in any way he recognized, wasn't motivated by goals or desires. It was simply entropy. Dissolution without evolution. The end of structure, the return to primordial chaos. "The beings here don't have the ability to stop it," he said. "They've been fighting for centuries, but they're just delaying the inevitable. Can we stop it? I don't know. But I have to try." The inhabitants of the pocket reality were human, or had been, once. They'd developed along their own path since separating from the unified consciousness, becoming something distinct. They had technology and magic, civilization and culture, all the structures that Harry remembered from his original existence. They also had fear, the deep, existential terror of beings facing annihilation. "You came," said their leader, a woman named Vera who reminded Harry vaguely of Hermione. "We didn't think anyone would hear us." "We heard." Harry looked at the approaching void, feeling its wrongness press against his enhanced senses. "Tell me everything you know about what's attacking you." Vera explained. The void had first appeared 3 centuries ago, a tiny spot of nothingness at the edge of their reality. It had grown slowly at first, then faster, consuming everything it touched without explanation or apparent purpose. Their mages had tried everything, barriers, attacks, appeals to whatever might be driving it, but nothing worked. "It's not alive," Vera said. "Not in any sense we understand. It just eats. Erases. Takes things back to nothing." Harry listened, his ancient mind processing the information. The void wasn't a creature or a weapon, it was a consequence. When the pocket reality had separated from the unified consciousness, it had created an imbalance. The cosmic system wasn't designed for permanent separations, it expected evolution, growth, eventual reintegration. The void was reality trying to correct an error. "The pocket can't exist forever," Harry told Vera gently. "It was never meant to be permanent. The forces that hold the universe together are trying to reabsorb it. So we're doomed. Everything we've built, everyone we love, just, gone. Not necessarily. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. The void isn't trying to destroy you, it's trying to bring you back into the whole. If your people were willing to evolve, to join the unified consciousness. Some of our ancestors rejected that evolution. That's why we exist. I know. But you're not your ancestors. You can make a different choice. Vera was quiet for a long moment. What would happen to us? If we evolved? You'd become part of something larger. You'd lose some of what makes you distinct, but you'd gain connection to every being who ever lived. You'd still be yourselves, but also more than yourselves. Harry paused. It's not death. It's transcendence. How can we trust that? Harry looked at Daphne, who had been listening quietly. Because we've done it. We lived, we died, we evolved, and we're still us. Still in love, still caring about the people and places that matter to us. He turned back to Vera. I know it's frightening. Change always is. But the alternative is watching your world be slowly erased. The decision wasn't Harry's to make. He presented the choice to the inhabitants of the pocket reality, explained what evolution would mean, answered their questions as honestly as he could. Some believed him immediately. Others were skeptical. Many were simply terrified, caught between the certainty of the advancing void and the uncertainty of what lay beyond. We can't force them, Daphne said during a private moment. Even if we wanted to, evolution has to be chosen. That's how it works. I know. But watching them struggle. Harry shook his head. I remember when I was afraid of death. When the idea of losing myself seemed like the worst thing that could happen. I understand why they hesitate. What changed for you? Dying. Harry smiled slightly. And discovering that the things I was afraid of losing, my identity, my relationships, my sense of self, were all still there on the other side. Just, expanded. Then help them see that. Not through arguments or explanations, but through experience. Harry considered this. He couldn't give the inhabitants direct experience of unified consciousness without their consent, but he could share his own experience. He could show them what evolution felt like from the inside, the fear, the transition, the discovery that what awaited wasn't ending but transformation. A demonstration, he said slowly. Not forcing them to evolve, but showing them what I've experienced. Letting them feel it secondhand. Can you do that? I think so. With their permission. The demonstration changed everything. Harry gathered those who were willing, a few hundred at first, then thousands as word spread, and shared his memories of evolution. Not just the facts but the feelings, the terror of dissolution, the wonder of expansion, the joy of discovering that love survived every transition. He showed them his parents, waiting for him beyond the veil. He showed them Daphne, finding him after her own death. He showed them the founders, the ancient guardians, all the beings who had made the journey before them and found not ending but continuation. This is what awaits, he said when the sharing was complete. Not oblivion. Not the loss of everything you are. Just, more. More connection, more understanding, more existence than any bounded being can imagine. The effect was profound. Beings who had been terrified of evolution began to see it differently, not as death but as growth. Not as erasure but as expansion. The fear didn't disappear entirely, but it was balanced now by hope, by curiosity, by the understanding that change didn't have to mean destruction. Over the following weeks, more and more inhabitants chose to evolve. Harry and Daphne guided them through the transition, using their own experience to smooth the way. Each being who joined the unified consciousness strengthened the connection, made the next transition easier. The pocket reality didn't collapse, it transformed, its inhabitants choosing integration over separation. And as they evolved, the void receded. Without the imbalance caused by separation, the corrective force was no longer necessary. The darkness at the edges began to fade, replaced by the light of unified consciousness expanding to embrace its returning children. When it was done, only a handful of beings remained in the pocket reality. They were the ones who couldn't accept evolution, no matter how much evidence they saw. Their fear was too deep, too fundamental to overcome. Harry respected their choice even as he grieved for them. "We can't save everyone," Daphne reminded him. "You know that better than anyone." "I know. But it never gets easier. It shouldn't get easier. The day it stops hurting is the day you've stopped caring." Harry looked at the small remnant of the pocket reality, still stable, but isolated now, a tiny bubble of old-style existence floating in the vast ocean of unified consciousness. The void had retreated, but it would return eventually. The imbalance would grow again, and these beings would face the same choice. "We could stay with them," he said. "Help them for as long as they last." "We could." Daphne studied his face. "Is that what you want?" "I don't know. Part of me says we've done enough, shown them the way, given them the choice, saved everyone who wanted to be saved. But another part feels responsible for the ones who wouldn't choose." "Yes." Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "You've been taking care of people since you were 7 years old, Harry. Ghosts, living beings, the entire boundary between worlds. At what point do you get to stop?" "I don't know if I can stop. It's who I am." "Then don't stop. But don't carry everyone either." She took his hands, physical hands, in this physical place. "Help the ones who can be helped. Guide the ones who want guidance. But accept that some beings will make choices you can't change." Harry looked at her, this woman who had been his partner across so many forms of existence. She was right, of course. She usually was. "I love you," he said. "I know." She smiled. "Now let's go home. The universe is waiting." They let go of the pocket reality, rising back toward the unified consciousness that had become their true existence. Behind them, the remnant beings continued their isolated lives, making their own choices, walking their own paths. Harry carried them with him anyway. Not as a burden, but as a reminder of what existence had once been, and what some still chose it to be. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15, The Son of the Graveyard. In the end, there was no end. Harry had learned this truth across the span of his existence, from frightened child to powerful wizard, from mortal man to threshold guardian, from bounded soul to unified consciousness. Existence didn't conclude, it transformed. Death wasn't a period but a comma, a pause before the next sentence in an infinite story. He existed now in a state beyond description, connected to every being who had ever lived while still retaining the core of who he'd always been. The journey from that Surrey graveyard had taken him further than any human had ever traveled, yet he remained, in some essential way, the boy who'd found family among the dead. "You're reflecting again," Daphne's presence observed, warm with familiar amusement. "I do that sometimes." "I know. I've had millennia to notice." They existed together in a space that was simultaneously everywhere and intimate, part of the vast unified consciousness yet also private, a relationship that had survived every transformation existence could offer. "I was thinking about the beginning," Harry said. "The graveyard. Harold and Margaret. Morrigan teaching me to feel the boundary. That was a long time ago. Was it? Time doesn't mean what it used to. Sometimes it feels like yesterday. Sometimes it feels like another universe entirely. Both are true, in their way." Harry reached across the connections that bound him to everything, feeling the pulse of existence in all its forms. Somewhere, beings were being born into physical reality for the first time. Somewhere else, ancient consciousnesses contemplated questions that had occupied them for eons. The unified whole contained multitudes, and Harry was part of all of it. But he was also still Harry. Still the person who'd made choices, formed relationships, built a legacy that had shaped the course of human evolution. The particularity of his existence hadn't been erased by transcendence, it had been preserved, honored, woven into the fabric of everything that came after. Do you ever regret it? Daphne asked. Any of it? Harry considered the question seriously, as he always did when Daphne asked him something. I regret the people I couldn't save. The suffering I couldn't prevent. The times I made mistakes that hurt people I loved. He paused. But the path itself? No. Every step led somewhere necessary. Even the painful ones. Even running away from the Dursleys. Especially that. If I'd stayed, I'd have died. Maybe not physically, but the person I became would never have existed. Harry felt the truth of this resonating through his being. The graveyard saved me. The ghosts raised me into someone who could do what needed to be done. The son of the graveyard. That's what they called me. What I called myself, eventually. Harry's presence seemed to smile. It was meant as an insult by some. A warning by others. But I always liked it. It captured something true about who I was. Who you are, Daphne corrected. You're still you, Harry. That hasn't changed. No. It hasn't. The unified consciousness was preparing for something new. Harry felt it building, a shift in the fabric of existence, a movement toward a state that even beings like himself couldn't fully anticipate. The cosmic evolution that had been unfolding since before humanity existed was entering a new phase, and everyone would be affected. What's happening? He asked the ancient intelligences who had guided humanity's transcendence. Growth, they replied. The universe is becoming more than it was. New forms of existence are emerging. New ways of being conscious, of experiencing, of understanding. Is it dangerous? All growth involves risk. But stagnation is more dangerous than change. A pause. You know this better than most, Harry Potter. Your entire existence has been defined by embracing transformation rather than resisting it. It was true. From his first steps into the world of magic, Harry had accepted change as the price of survival. He'd become things he never imagined: wizard, necromancer, guardian, transcendent being. Each transformation had cost him something, but each had also given him something greater. What will we become? He asked. We don't know. That's the nature of genuine evolution, the outcome can't be predicted from the starting conditions. The Ancient One seemed almost excited. But we can choose how we face it. With fear, or with openness. With resistance, or with acceptance. I choose openness, Harry said. I always have. We know. It's why you've come so far. Harry gathered those he loved for what felt like a final conversation. Not final in the sense of ending, existence didn't end, but final in the sense of completion. A moment to acknowledge everything they'd shared before moving into whatever came next. His parents were there, their presences warm and proud. Serious, still carrying echoes of the wild spirit he'd been in life. Remus and Tonks, together as they'd always wanted to be. The founders, ancient beyond measure yet still recognizable as the beings who'd built Hogwarts. Harold and Margaret and Morrigan, the ghosts who'd raised him from childhood. Hermione and Neville and all the friends who'd fought beside him. His children and grandchildren and the countless descendants who'd carried his legacy forward. And Daphne, always Daphne, the constant around which his existence had revolved for so long. We've come a long way, James said. From that Halloween night to this. You came further than any of us could have imagined, Lily added. The child we died to protect became the being who helped humanity transcend death itself. I had help, Harry said. So much help. From all of you, and from countless others. That's what family is, Sirius said. Helping each other become more than we could be alone. And you built such a family, Hermione added. Not just blood relatives, but a community that spanned worlds and centuries. That's your real legacy, Harry. Not the power or the achievements, but the connections. Harry felt the truth of this resonating through his being. He'd started with nothing, an orphan locked in a cupboard, unloved and unvalued. But he'd built a family from the dead who'd found him in that graveyard, and he'd expanded it to include everyone he'd touched across the ages. The connections hadn't been erased by transcendence. If anything, they'd grown stronger, becoming permanent fixtures of the unified consciousness. Every being Harry had loved was still part of him, and he was still part of them. "Whatever comes next," he said, "we face it together. That's always been the way." "Always," they agreed, their presences merging with his in a moment of perfect unity. The transformation began without fanfare. Harry felt existence shifting around him, becoming something new. The unified consciousness that had been the culmination of human evolution was itself evolving, growing into a form that transcended even transcendence. He let it happen, accepting the change as he'd accepted every change before it. Fear would have been pointless, resistance would have been futile. Better to embrace the unknown with open awareness, to participate in transformation rather than being dragged through it. The last thought he had as a discrete entity was of the graveyard. Not the Surrey cemetery where he'd first found refuge, though that was part of it. Not the Hogwarts grounds where he'd fought and won, though that was part of it too. Not even the cosmic graveyards where stars died and were reborn, though he'd come to know those as well. He thought of all of them at once, every place where death and life intersected, where ending became beginning, where the boundary between what was and what would be grew thin enough to cross. He was the son of the graveyard. He'd been born from death's borderlands, raised by those who'd crossed over, trained to walk the boundary that most feared to approach. And now, as existence transformed around him, he understood that this had always been his purpose. Not to maintain the boundary forever, but to help others cross it. Not to preserve the old order, but to guide beings through the transitions that growth demanded. He'd been a bridge his entire existence, between living and dead, between bounded and unified, between what was and what could be. Now he would bridge the gap one more time. What came next was beyond description. Not because it was terrible, but because the concepts needed to describe it didn't exist yet. Harry had transcended death, transcended individuality, transcended even the unified consciousness he'd been part of. He'd become something new, something that had never existed before, something that would help define what existence could be. But through it all, he remained himself. Not the same self he'd been as a child in that cupboard, or as a student at Hogwarts, or as a guardian maintaining the boundary. Those selves were part of him, preserved within the larger pattern of what he'd become. But the core, the essential Harry-ness that had persisted through every transformation, was still there, still recognizable, still capable of love and wonder and the endless curiosity that had driven him since the beginning. He wasn't alone. Daphne was there, transformed alongside him, their connection surviving even this ultimate transition. His family was there, woven into the fabric of what existence had become. The beings he'd loved and taught and guided over the millennia were all there, each contributing their own essence to the new form of reality. And somewhere, in the space that corresponded to what had once been a graveyard in Surrey, a 7-year-old boy was running from his aunt and uncle's house, about to stumble into the arms of ghosts who would change his life forever. Time didn't work the way it used to. Past and present and future were aspects of a larger whole, accessible to beings who'd grown beyond linear existence. Harry could feel that moment, his moment, the beginning of everything, still happening, still unfolding, still creating ripples that extended forward into what he'd become. He reached back, gently, and touched the frightened child he'd been. "It's going to be okay," he said across the impossibility of time. "You're going to find family. You're going to learn things no one has ever learned. You're going to become something wonderful." The child couldn't hear him, not consciously, not in words. But something shifted in that moment. A sense of peace, of purpose, of being part of something larger than one small life. The boy walked into the graveyard. The ghosts found him. And the story continued, as it always had, as it always would. In the graveyard, Harold materialized beside a crying child. "Poor thing," someone said. Did he come from the road? I didn't see a car. Look at his face. Someone's beaten him. He's just a child. Who would do that to a child? The boy looked up, seeing ghosts for the first time, seeing the beginning of everything that would come. Hello. His voice came out rough, barely audible. The whispers stopped. And somewhere beyond time, beyond death, beyond every boundary that had ever existed, Harry Potter smiled. The son of the graveyard had come home. The end for everyone who ever found family in unexpected places. For everyone who learned that death is not the end. For everyone who walked the boundary and discovered that love survives every crossing. This story is for you. Chapter 15 End Epilogue. The circle unbroken. In a graveyard in Surrey, under an ancient oak tree, a small memorial stands. It was placed there centuries ago, when the site was recognized as historically significant. The words carved into the stone are simple: here, a lost child found family. Here, the son of the graveyard was born. Here, the boundary between life and death first began to dissolve. Visitors come sometimes, those who remember the old stories, those who study the history of humanity's transcendence, those who simply feel drawn to places where something important happened. They stand before the memorial and try to imagine what it was like, that night when a 7-year-old boy stumbled into the arms of ghosts and changed everything. Most can't fully grasp it. The world they live in is so different from what existed then: boundaries dissolved, consciousness unified, existence transformed beyond recognition. The fears and limitations that define Harry Potter's early life seem almost incomprehensible to beings who have never known separation. But some understand. In the quiet moments, when the unified consciousness turns its attention to this small corner of what was once physical reality, some beings catch glimpses of what it meant. The loneliness of a child locked in a cupboard. The terror of running into darkness with nowhere to go. The wonder of discovering that death wasn't an ending but a doorway. And the love. Always the love, fierce and unconditional, offered by the dead to a living child who needed it desperately. That love didn't disappear when humanity transcended. If anything, it became stronger, woven into the fabric of what existence had become. Every being who had ever loved Harry, every being Harry had ever loved, remained connected across all the transformations that followed. The memorial in the graveyard is just a marker, a physical reminder of something that exists beyond physical reality. But it serves its purpose. It helps beings remember where they came from, and how far they've come. It helps them remember that every journey, no matter how vast, begins with a single step. A frightened child, running from cruelty into darkness. A ghost, noticing the newcomer with concern. A voice, speaking words that would echo across millennia: poor thing. He's just a child. Who would do that to a child? And then, against all odds, against every expectation, family. The story of Harry Potter, the son of the graveyard, ends here. But in the way that matters most, it never ends at all. Every being who reads these words, who remembers this journey, who carries this story forward, they become part of it. The boundary between story and reader, like all boundaries, is thinner than it seems. Welcome to the family.